I really do. People thought it would be just the opposite. Hillary Clinton said, "Oh, he'll get us into a war." No, I'm getting everybody else out of wars.
Are you saying there's a real possibility then that you do nothing if Putin doesn't come to the table for a ceasefire?
I'll see whose fault it is. If there are reasons why, I'll understand that. I know exactly what I'm doing. We're going to see whether or not they have a meeting. That'll be interesting to see. And if they don't, why didn't they have a meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting. But I'll know in 2 weeks what I'm going to do. I have pretty good ideas.
Your Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
I'm in support of keeping it open.
If they want
innocent people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that it could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be. People, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency, and the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them. Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up, frankly. You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers, the head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. But I don't want to hurt Larry Summers, but he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No, this is a Democratic hoax to try and get the significance of what we've done over the past 7 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They say it's #1 in history. What we've done, including stopping 7 wars. I mean, just include that. And now you look at the stock market today. It's way up to start off with from where I took it. And this market was going to crash. If Joe Biden or Kamala were president, this market we would have had a crash like in 1929. You're not going to have that. It's only a question of how high is it going to go. You know, I had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And despite COVID, we had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And we're going to blow it away this time. I was always good at making a lot of money. And whether it was for myself or whether it was, I like doing it this way better. I mean, I like making it for the country. Our country's been ripped off by friend and foe, nations all over the world ripped off. And the friends have been much worse than the foes for the most part. And they're not ripping us off. We just signed a deal with the European Union. They're paying us essentially $950 billion, like a signing fee. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of energy. They weren't buying much of our energy there. And they're very smart in doing it. And as you know, Ursula was here a couple of days ago having to do with the people, the leaders that we had a great, people said they've never seen anything like it, where we had the leaders of Europe right here in the Oval Office. And she's so happy that she has an agreement. But people aren't ripping us anymore. We're run by, this country is run by smart people now.
Mr. President, in Israel...
Two questions. One is about Intel. There have been reports that you're considering taking a stake in Intel. Can you tell us about
the 10%?
About the 10%.
Yeah, I met a man. He was a very nice man, and I called for his removal because I saw something by a man named Tom Cotton, a senator from Arkansas. He's a great guy, friend of mine, supporter of mine, big supporter. I'm a supporter of his too. And he wrote a pretty nasty story about the head of Intel. And I said, well, if that's right, he should resign. And he came in, he saw me, we talked for a while. I liked him a lot. I thought he was very good. I thought he was somewhat a victim, but, you know, nobody's a total victim, I guess. And I said, you know what? I think the United States should be given 10% of Intel. And he said, I would consider that. I said, well, I'd like you to do that because Intel has been left behind, as you know, compared to Jensen and some of our friends, NVIDIA, some of the people, and the people in, because Intel should have never been. Intel was the biggest, most powerful chip company in the world. And then they started leaving. And they started going to foreign countries, in particular Taiwan. And if we had a president that would have said, okay, you can go to Taiwan, but we're going to put a 100% tariff or a 200 or 300 or a 500% tariff, anybody that sells into the United States has to pay. They wouldn't have left. They would have never left, and we wouldn't have. So in the meantime, we had people that were, in some cases, good politicians that weren't good on trade. I loved that man, but he was not good on trade. I totally disagreed. He allowed the car industry to be taken out of this country. We lost 50% of our car industry. But that's all coming back. It's all coming back. But if somebody would have said that with Intel, would be a giant right now. Now, with that, they've had some bad management over the years, and they got lost. And I said, I think you should pay us 10% of your company. And they said, yes. That's about $10 billion. I don't get it. This comes to the United States of America. And I said, I think it would be good having the United States as your partner. He agreed. And they've agreed to do it. And I think it's a great deal for them. And I think it's a great deal. He walked in wanting to keep his job, and he ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. So we picked up $10 billion. And we do a lot of deals like that. I'll do more of them. If somebody has, like we have restrictive covenants with Jensen. We have, it's NVIDIA. And to unrestrict the covenant, nothing to do with losing our powers or military or anything, because that I wouldn't do. But there are things you can do that don't affect us, that actually help us. And if we're going to give somebody a free out, a restricted covenant, we have a strong restrictive covenant on certain industries. And I will absolutely give somebody a opening on a restrict to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way. And if I do that, I think the country should be paid, because anybody else, I have it in real estate where I'll have a deal with somebody and I'll have them restrictive covenant. Then they'll come back and they'll say, I'd love to be able to build over here, but I'm not allowed to because you have me covered, you have me restricted. I say, I'll let you build over there, but pay me a lot of money. No different. But the country never did it because the country was run by foolish people.
Mr.
On
President,
crime, on DC crime, you said Chicago might be next.
Chicago might be next.
Are you making, have there been concrete steps that the administration is taking
No,
to do that?
I
Or what are
haven't
other cities as well?
I haven't spoken to the mayor. He's grossly incompetent. I haven't spoken to the mayor. No, when we're ready, we'll go in and we'll straighten out Chicago, just like we did D.C. Chicago is very dangerous, great place. I built great stuff there. I have the most beautiful building in Chicago, I think. But I hate to see what's happened to Chicago. Chicago is our greatest city, actually. Bob Tisch, a great friend of mine, passed away. He used to own the Giants and very successful Lowe's. He said Chicago, I think they had their main office in Chicago. He said Chicago and San Francisco are the two greatest cities in the world. Now you look at what the Democrats have done to San Francisco. They've destroyed it. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. And, you know, it's just different. We can clean that up, too. We'll clean that one up, too. Now, if everything works out, and we've already had calls from other cities, quiet calls from Democrats. We'd love you to come here, because they've lost control of their cities. I'm not going to say, because I don't want them to lose their elections. But we've had calls from Democrats and calls from people generally. We'd love you to come here, because we'll straighten out the problem.
Mr. President, in Israel, the families of hostages are opposed to the reoccupying of Gaza. Why is the U.S. still
Well, not
supporting
all of them. And you have to understand, I'm the one that got all of the hostages out. You got a lot of people out. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be out. I worked with Bibi and I worked with Steve Witkoff. But if it wasn't for me, you would have all these hostages would most likely be dead right now, every one of them. So they all come up here. They come in groups of 10, 12, 13, and many of them. And I've gotten to know a lot of them. They're great people. What they had to go through is incredible. But so now they have 20, but the 20 is actually probably not 20 because a couple maybe aren't around any longer. It's a terrible thing. No, I don't like anymore. I said, you know, when you get down to 20, they're not going to make deals anymore. And they didn't. And then I put out a statement, as you know, there was a tough statement, go in and get them. And they said, we'll give you 10, we'll give you 10. I don't know what Israel's doing, but they were willing now immediately to give us another 10. The situation has to end. It's extortion and it has to end. And we'll see what happens. I actually think they're safer in many ways if you went in and you really went in fast and you did it. And people can't forget October 7th, remember that. I'm friendly with all groups. I won the Arab vote in Michigan. I did so great with the Arab vote, remember? I started off at 0, I ended up winning. I wouldn't say the candidate was the greatest, but I would have won against anybody. They're great people. But we have to do things properly. And you know, I'm very proud to say I got the hostages out. You have hundreds of people that are living now because of me. And now we have that final little group of people. And Hamas knows that if they give them, that's probably the end of their lives. So it's not easy to get. And I know if you're a parent, you just don't care. You want, I want my baby back. They want their babies back. They want their kids back. And I understand it. But I got them out and did a good job. And we're doing everything we can to get the hostages out. Thank you all very much. Yes?
So Jackson Hole, Jay Powell today said, he suggested that they might cut interest rates, but they'd have to proceed.
Well, we call him too late for a reason. He should have cut him a year ago. He's too late. We have a stock market that's up 1,000 points today. I better be careful because I go out there and I'll see it's down 1,000, right? But it's up 1,000 points when I came in here. We have a country that the market's the hottest it's ever been. The country is better than it's ever been. We have a military that I rebuilt largely in my first term. We had a great, successful first term, but this is going to be even better. But we rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, but relatively small compared to the overall. But I think it was the most embarrassing day and period in the history of our country that they allowed those 13 wonderful people, but it's really hundreds of people were killed. And they don't talk about the 48 that were so severely wounded with no legs, no arms, nobody ever mentions them except me. But that was the worst day, the most, it just showed how incompetent. Frankly, if that didn't happen, I really believe that you might not have had the problem with Russia. I think Putin was sitting there watching these stupid people running our country and said, this is a time to invade. It's, this is a time. And then Biden made the statement, well, he can do a small incursion. When he said that, it was off to the races, right? When he said he can do a small incursion, remember that? I was surprised he knew the word incursion. I didn't think he had that good of a vocabulary. I want to thank everybody. It's very important to me and to everybody up here, the World Cup. And Johnny has been so incredible. I mean, he's really a great leader. I mean, to think, I said, Johnny, do it by phone. You don't have to come. No, he said, I'll come. And he flew all night long to be here and listen to this about how great we're doing in D.C. But he's a fantastic leader, and this will be your most successful World Cup ever. Thank you, John.
You think America will win?
Yeah, can we win it, Mr. President?
I don't know. I watch some of those teams go around. They go down that field. I don't know. But let me ask you, what chance does America have of winning?
Well, the home team always has a good chance to win. It depends
see,
how
he's
it
a good
starts. No, but it has some good
Well, we have a
players.
shot. We have
of course. Of course, you have a chance.
Will Bear be going to any of the games, Mr. President?
I'd love to have him. He'd love to. He's very tall. Maybe we can make him a goalie. Right? The goalies are very tall now, right?
Yeah, goalies are very tall.
The goalies, well, he'd be a perfect goalie.
100%.
And
So
his height
happy to
will be
get it.
great.
20
So we'll put him on the
26
American.
FIFA World
no, but
Cup.
do the Americans have
That's going
a
to be the
chance
World
of,
Cup as we
like,
know
getting
it.
into the
It's the
quarterfinals?
biggest, probably the biggest event in sports, I guess, John. Right? On December 5th of this year, the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy
You know,
Center.
it's amazing. The
But we're not
talent
prepared
is
to do
really
that
good
quite
when you
yet,
watch
maybe
these
in a
things.
week
I
or
went
so.
to the game.
But right here in
weeks ago.
Washington, D.C., it's a
Big
tremendous
upset. If
honor
you look
to
at
bring
these
the
people,
global
they're so-
event
the
and
way
this
they
incredible
pass.
group of
It's
people and
amazing.
these
Really
unbelievable
amazing. It's a great-
athletes,
it's
the
a
best
great art.
athletes in the world,
Great
to the
talent.
cultural center
You
of
know,
our
the
nation's
illustration.
capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely and
That's
making
okay.
it
He's
really
the
beautiful.
boss.
It's
That's
going
an
to be
interesting
beautiful
proposal.
again.
He's the boss. Well,
Washington,
it's
D.C.
going to be
we
great.
have-
And I
by
think
way,
the American team.
in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. Zero murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened, if you can believe it, how pathetic that is to have to even say it. And I'm tired of listening to these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Mayor Bowser better get her act straight or she won't be mayor very long, because we'll take it over with the federal government, run it like it's supposed to be run. The numbers were horrible. It was a crime-infested rat hole. And they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them too. And we've made a lot of progress. And it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%, and I'm trying to figure out where was the 13%, because I don't think it existed. The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police, and they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually, but they have some great people there. And the Washington, D.C. is a whole different place, and Johnny, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that too, actually.
Oh, yes.
But it's a whole different place. People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again. That was the other thing I saw numbers. That restaurant business is down in the last week. No. Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant. Just really lying people. And that's why people don't understand how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19% favorable on what we're doing with Washington. And then I saw another one that has us 94% favorable. And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country, so sick actually. So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well. And the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable. It's got great bones, but it needs a lot of work. The World Cup draw will set up the group stage of competition. 48 teams will play in 104 games across 16 North American cities, from Seattle to Vancouver to Atlanta to Miami. It's going to be so exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events. This will be one of the greatest events, one of the largest. In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having many Super Bowls in a short period of time. Because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and they'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That will be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay?
Thank you.
But you can handle yourself.
I could.
Already, FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year, and 6 billion more are going to be watching back home, and they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time, too. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup. And again, I'll just say it's the World Cup, and it's the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right.
Isn't it just
$4 trillion
incredible place
worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of.
Right here.
And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points.
Right through here.
That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points.
It's going to be fantastic.
And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out
You can let them come
from
in.
government that the tariffs that
we're gonna
everybody
have a
was talking
success.
about, that the whole world respects us for because of what we did.
Please, come on.
The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President. What do you
Pretty good,
think?
sir.
Too bad it's not 5, right? It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And
Well, thank you very
I just
much.
look forward to the
It's a
draw.
great
So
honor
we're going to have the draw,
have you here.
essentially, Johnny, at
Special
the
place, White House
Kennedy
is special
Center.
no matter where
And
you
by that
come.
time, it'll be in even better
Represent
shape.
so
We're
much,
working
and
on it.
it's
It'll
really
take,
is
it's about a
beautiful.
year
Thank you.
project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic.
all of the
You
wonderful
see the
things
way
that
this is
took place
looking
today. We've had a
nice.
very successful
I
day
can't
thus
tell you how
far.
much that gold costs. A
Important
lot of money.
discussions as we work
There's
to
nothing like
end the
gold, and
killing
there's
and
nothing
stop
like
the war in
solid
Ukraine.
gold,
We're all
but
working for the
with
same goal.
This
Very
beautiful
simple
office
goal. We want to
needed
stop
it.
the
It
killing.
had to be
Get
representative
this
when we
settled.
took it over. It was dirty,
I've,
not clean.
just had
I
the
immediately changed the
honor
chair
of
and had
being
the
with
this
President
beautiful desk
Zelensky.
renovated.
All
Brought
of
out by the White House.
discussions that we've had,
People
we
that
covered
do
a lot
this,
of
they did a great
territory.
job to send it out. We have a
And
craftsman
I
who's
spoke
great.
indirectly with
But
President Putin
this
today.
was
We're
not
going to call
appropriate for
President
the
Putin
Oval
right
Office
after
when I
this
took
meeting.
over. And now you look at all those
I'm
paintings
sure
you're
we'll
allowed
have
to
a
turn back.
solid meeting,
All of
good
these are
meeting,
great
it'll be a great
presidents, and
meeting,
they were all in the
and we're going
vaults.
to try and work
They
out
were
a
in
trial
vaults
after
for
that and
some
see
cases
if we
much
can
more than 100
get it
years.
finished.
and
put
now
this
they're
to
proudly
sleep.
hanging on the
Because
Oval
this is
Office walls,
not
and I
since
can't
the
imagine anybody
Second World
changing
War
it.
has
They
there been
were,
anything like
they were
this.
buried in vaults
So
for
I'm
over 100
honored to
years. many of
welcome
them.
NATO
So it's
Secretary
very
General
exciting. People come in, they
Mark
really love it. They love what we're
Rutte,
doing
great gentleman,
here. They love
great-
what we're
great
doing in D.C.
political
and they
leader
love what
in
we're doing,
Europe,
most importantly, in the
generally,
country
but,
and the
now
world.
he's the
I'd like
NATO
to ask Johnny
Secretary
to say a
General, and
few
you're doing a
words. He's the head
fantastic
of the
job.
whole
Thank you very
thing.
much,
He's
Mark.
been there for a long
Prime
time.
Minister Starmer,
Probably the most respected
United
man in
Kingdom, our
sports.
friend
He's
and my
amazing,
friend, and,
actually. Works very hard.
doing really
and
well.
He's got
And
the biggest
people
event
like
in
him
the
a
world
lot.
coming
We
right
all
here
like
to the
him.
United
Everyone
States.
knows
And a little,
President
we did a
Macron of
little
France
for Canada.
has
We
been
did a
with
little
me
for
from the
Mexico.
beginning.
We thought,
One of
see, I'm a good citizen.
the first people
I
I
said,
met
let them have a little piece.
is a
So we gave a
foreign
little to Canada. see how
dignitary,
nice
and
they are?
I liked
we
him from
gave
day one.
A little bit to Mexico.
And I like him even
And,
more now.
Johnny,
That's pretty
please,
good.
say a
That's
few words.
unusual.
Thank you,
That's a
President.
pretty unusual thing.
Great honor for me to be
Prime
here with
Minister
you
Maloney of
today,
Italy, who's a
President, Vice President,
really a great
Excellencies.
leader and an inspiration over
Fantastic
there.
to announce
She's
what
served
you
now,
said,
even though she's a very
which
young
is
person.
the
She's
final
served there for a
goal
long
of the
period of
FIFA
time relative to
World Cup
others.
on the
They
5th
don't
of
last
December
very long. You've
here
lasted
in
a
the
long
capital.
time. You're going to be there a long
in the
time.
Kennedy Center in Washington.
Chancellor
DC at
Merz
12
of
noon sharp
Germany,
will be broadcast
who is
live all over the world. 1
very
billion
strong
viewers,
person
will
and a
watch
very
it,
strong
will
leader and very
determine,
highly
of course,
respected in
the
Germany.
match schedule, the
And
match
he's my
schedule,
friend, and it's
which,
an honor to have him as my
48
friend. Thank you very
participating
much.
teams will
Very good.
play.
You look great
said
with
it,
your tan. Where'd you get
104
that
matches
tan?
in 1 month, 104
I wanna-
Super
I wanna
Bowls.
get a tan
It's
like
not just
that.
the biggest, the
President
greatest
Stubb
event.
of
Not
Finland,
just a
and
sports event, it's
he's
a social event as well. with a lot
he's
of
somebody
emotion. We are
that we're all
uniting the
here.
world,
Huh?
Mr. President,
We're-
uniting the world here in
Oh.
America. And we're very proud
You
of
look
that.
better than I've ever
And
seen you
those
look.
teams, those national teams
But
who have come
you've
here to
done a
participate
great job, and we wanted to
in
have you
this,
here
draw
because you're
with the
somebody that we
coaches,
all
with the
respect.
presidents, they will all
And
be proud
you've had a lot to do with the success,
be
I
part
think,
of
and the
writing
potential
this
success. And thank
history.
you
And
very
that's
much
why we
for being
brought
here. We
as
appreciate
well
it.
this, which
And the
is,
president of the European
winners'
Commission,
trophy.
Ursula
It is
von
the
der Leyen,
trophy
who
that
is
the winner of the FIFA
somebody
World
that we
Cup
just made a
wins.
big deal with.
Only
With all of those countries,
FIFA
I don't know.
presidents,
I think you might be more powerful than all these guys
of
at this
countries,
table. I don't know.
and then those who win
But
can
you,
touch it.
we had a great
Because it's for
negotiation.
winners only.
And
Since you are a winner,
you're respected
of
all
course
over
you
the
can
world. So I want to
as
thank you
well,
very much for being here. It's a
touch it.
great
It's pretty
honor to
heavy.
have you.
It's the winner trophy.
The Alaska
last
Summit
one who lifted
reinforced
that
my
is
belief
Leo
that
Messi.
while difficult
Lionel
pieces
Messi of
within
Argentina.
reach, and I believe
And
that
here it is,
in a
in
very
the Oval
significant
Office,
step,
in,
President Putin
the
agreed
White
that
House.
Russia
Can I keep
would
it?
accept
Well,
security
you can
guarantees
keep it.
from
giving it
Ukraine.
away.
And this is one of the key points that we need to
That's
consider,
seriously,
and
that-
we're
it
going
fits
to
well.
be
That goes very
considering
well
that
on the
at
wall
the
right
table
over
also.
there. Put it right below the edge.
What, essentially,
fits
I'm
well here. That's
optimistic
beautiful.
that
Yeah, I think we have to
collectively
give it
we
to the
can
next
reach an
winner.
agreement that would
That's
deter
a
any
beautiful piece
future
of
aggression
gold,
against
I would
Ukraine,
say.
and I actually think there won't be. I think that's
So,
even
€6
overrated,
billion for the
largely
World Cup,
overrated,
6
but we're going to
million,
find out. And
coming to
I
the
think that
matches,
the European
30
nations are going
billion
to
economic
take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it
85,000
very secure.
jobs. This is,
We also
this
need
will
to
be
discuss the
absolutely
possible
fantastic.
exchanges
The
of
biggest event
territory, taking
ever,
into consideration
and
the
everything will
current
start
line of
here
contact.
in
That means
Washington, D.C.
the
at the
war
Kennedy Center,
zone, the
or
war
Kennedy
lines that
Center.
are
You'll see that,
pretty
the whole-
obvious, very sad actually
the
to
5th
look
of
at 'em.
September at noon
And negotiating
sharp.
positions,
5th of
President
December,
Putin,
noon sharp.
also
if I
you
may,
have
Will they be
President of
doing
Ukraine,
most of the
who
draws,
is,
all of the draws?
you just met a little while ago.
How are you going to do
We're going to
that?
try and get
We'll do
a
that at the Kennedy Center. We'll do the other
three-party
meetings around it with
meeting,
the coaches,
maybe
with the
as soon as we can.
broadcasters, everything
And I have
at
a
the Kennedy
feeling you
Center.
and
The
President
whole
Putin are going to work
World
something
Cup
out.
starts, and everyone will be
Ultimately,
happy.
this is a
Because
decision that can
everyone
only be made
has
by
qualified
President
for the World Cup.
Zelensky
They
and
didn't
by
yet play a game, so
the
they
people
didn't
of
lose anything.
Ukraine working
They are-
also
they all think
together
they
in
can become
agreement
world
with
champion, right?
President
We'll all be
Putin.
happy.
And I
Exactly.
just think that's
Now,
very
By the
good
way,
things
an
are going to come
example,
of it. So I hope we have a good meeting, and if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President
Despite the
Putin.
phony
And
numbers that were given out, that
if
was
you'd
getting
like, I'll
better.
go
Brian,
to
do you
that
believe it
meeting.
was getting better or getting
Not
worse?
that I want to do that.
crime was getting
I will
worse.
do that
I mean, I was
because we want to
brought.
save a lot of people from from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. Got to save them. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening.
It's worse. It was worse.
President Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know,
I guarantee you, he wouldn't be
the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire.
But now we have total safety.
And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war. But it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing.
Zero people
But I
came through
believe
our
a
border
peace
in the last
agreement
90
at the
days. Can
end
you
of all of this
believe?
is
Zero.
something
Last year we
that's
had
very
millions of
attainable,
people coming in.
and it can be done in
And
the
they
near
came in
future.
from the,
With all of the
wrong
wars that I
locations.
got involved in,
Came in from,
we only have this
they
one
came
left.
in, a lot of people that shouldn't be
Of course,
here.
as I walk out the
So now
door,
when
there'll
we have
probably
this
be a
event in
new one
December, it's
starting,
gonna
and
be
I'll
very
get that
safe,
stuff
Jenny. You
too.
can
But
walk
I
down
thought
the
this was
street
going to
with
be
your
one of the
beautiful
easier
wife.
ones. It's
You
actually
can
one of
take
the
her to
most
dinner,
difficult
if you can get a
and
reservation,
very
which I
complex.
doubt.
But they're all
The next step would be for a
They're
trilateral
all
meeting,
full.
and
I heard
that
that
will be
too.
worked
The
out.
restaurants
And I
are-
just look forward
The
to
restaurants, since
working
we
and having a
are
great
doing this, are
result.
doing
We're going to
great.
spend a lot of
And many
time
new
today
restaurants are
talking
gonna open,
about,
because as you know,
and
many
we're really
closed.
honored you guys
Many
came over. I
restaurants
mean, these
closed
are the heads of
because the
major
crime was so
countries,
bad.
and
this will be one of the safest
respected
places
all over
anywhere on
Europe.
earth. So,
And
you know,
they
I
speak
really,
for
I really am honored
largely,
that
I think
the,
I should
the
say,
National
but,
Guard has done such an
pretty
incredible
much for the
job
other countries
working with the police.
of Europe.
And we haven't
And
had to bring in
we
the,
will come to
the
a
regular
resolution today,
military,
I think, on
which we're
almost
willing to
everything,
do. We have
including
to.
probably the
And
security.
after we do this, we'll
And that's
go to another
pretty much the
location.
story.
We'll
I'd
make
like
it
to say,
safe
Mr.
also. We're
President,
gonna
would you
make our
like to say
country very
something?
safe. We're gonna make
You
our
have the
cities
media. If you want,
very,
you could
very
come
safe.
over and you could
Chicago's
stand.
a mess.
You
You have an
could
incompetent
use mine, or
mayor.
you could just turn
Mostly
around, whichever
incompetent.
you feel
And
comfortable with.
we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one
I
after
can,
this. And
speak
it won't
without
even be
microphone.
tough.
Thank you
And the
so
people
much.
in
I think that
Chicago,
we had very
Mr.
good
Vice
conversation
President,
with President
are
Trump,
screaming
and
for us to
it really
come.
was
They're wearing red
the
hats,
best
just
one.
like this one.
Or sorry,
They're
maybe
wearing
the
red
best
hats.
one will be in the future.
African
But it
American
was really good.
ladies,
And we
beautiful
spoke
ladies will
about
say,
very
"Please, President Trump,
sensitive
come to
points.
Chicago."
The first one is
Please.
security guarantees, and we are very
I
happy
did great with the black
President,
vote,
that
as you know.
all the
and,
leaders are
they want
here, and the
something
security
happens. So I
in
think
Ukraine
Chicago will
depends
be our
on the
next,
United
and then we'll help
States and on
with,
you and on
Europe.
those
We're
leaders
gonna
who
help
are
with-
with us
And I
in
think
our
really, I
hearts.
think
They
a
have
lot
been
of,
on
and a lot of
online
these people
before
that you see on
yesterday,
television,
and etc. So
they're
a lot of
including the
countries
people in
on
this
the
audience. They'll say
side
bad
of
things
Ukraine,
about me,
our people,
and then they'll
all
say,
of us
"Thank
want
God
to
he's
finish
here,"
this war,
because half of them
stop
got
Russia,
mugged.
stop this war.
And they don't want to
We
get
spoke
mugged
about
again,
it,
but
and we
they're,
will speak
they
more
work for a
about
lot of-
security
they work
guarantees.
for
This is
stupid
very
people
important that the United
that are
States
radical left.
gives
And they're made to
such
do
strong
things and say
signal
things that they don't want to be
and is ready
saying.
for
But
security
the people right
guarantees.
here are all happy
And
because you're not
second
going to be
point,
mugged
or maybe the
in
first
Washington, D.C.
humanitarian
anymore.
direction, very
I just want to
important
say
to
Johnny's
exchange
been
all
my
the
friend for a
prisoners,
long
and I
time. He's an
think that
incredible guy.
President will help,
we
and I
will
was
lay
very
out the
thankful
red carpet.
to your wife
Andrew, you're
again,
gonna
Mr.
be
President, for the
fantastic. Rick is going to be
letter
everything
about
Rick
our
ever touched
adopted
has always worked out.
children,
And he's
and
working with me
I
at the
hope
Kennedy
that
Center.
really
And his very good friend was an
can
actor
be
on Broadway
historical
for 5
for the
years,
people
right? And,
to bring
I assume he's
kids back
helping us a little bit,
to the
right?
families
And
be happy.
Andrew, you're all excited
And the
about
families,
it? Absolutely.
yes,
Would you like
this
to say
is
something?
so
is a great
important, and I'm
opportunity,
happy that we
Mr. President, to
discussed
show
it
off
this
the
track with the President
first
Trump, and I hope that
250
we
years of
will
the United
find
States of America, the
decisions,
greatness, and the holding
and
promise of the
then
next
what is
250
very
years. When you
important
think
that
this World
all
Cup
the
is
sensitive
going to be
things,
over our 250th
territorial,
birthday.
etc., we
Mr. President,
we
your
will
leadership,
discuss on the level
obviously,
of leaders
with FIFA
during trilateral
leading the way,
meeting,
this
and
is
President
the
Trump
largest sporting
will
event
try
in the history
to
of the
organize
world
such
under the
meeting,
Trump
and
administration.
he
So
said
very
that he will
I
come
just
or
want to
not
say one
come.
thing. Andrew Giuliani, so his father
Ukraine
was
will be
really
happy
the greatest
If
man in
you,
the
if
history
you
of
both
New York.
want me there,
I
I will
think
be
by
there.
far.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is very
ravaged
important.
city, a city that
Yes,
was
so
really under
security
siege. Probably
guarantees
most people thought it was going
bring
to
kids
survive.
back
He turned it
and
around.
all our
He
people,
was a
not
great,
only
great
warriors,
mayor.
first of all
And,
warriors,
then they,
and all the
treated him
civilians,
very, very
journalists, a lot of
unfairly.
people
You
in
go
prison.
back and
So
tell your father
we
all of
need
the
them
things that have come
back.
out over the last couple
And
of months through
guarantees
Tulsi
which
and
will
through,
work for the
all of
years
the
we
people,
spoke about it,
Cash,
and
everybody.
I showed the
They've
President
proven your father
a lot of
100%
details
correct. His
on
father
the
was treated
battlefield,
so
on the
unfairly.
map.
Your
Thank
father
you
has
so
been
much. Thank you for the map, by the
100%
way.
correct.
Good map.
It was
I
great.
tell him we all love him.
I'm
Okay?
thinking how to take it
It was
back.
amazing.
We'll
What he had to
get
go
No,
through.
I think that
was
we
very,
had
very unfair.
constructive,
Nasty.
specific
These are bad
meeting,
people.
and I'm very
Mr. Vice
thankful
President,
to
would you like to say something?
all
Well,
the
sure, Mr.
leaders who are
President, thank
here,
you, and
and
thanks
you
to Johnny
helped
for
a
being here.
lot,
We're
very thrilled about the World
so
Cup. Just to echo
we're
something the
happy
President said
that
about crime
we
in
have
Washington,
such big
D.C.
unity
This
today.
is the
Thank you,
national
Mr.
capital
Thank you very much,
of the greatest
Mr.
nation in
President.
the world.
I think you'll
And we
see
had
that
murder
President
rates just
Putin
a
really
few
would
weeks
like
ago
to do
that
something
rivaled
else.
some
I
of the
think
worst
when we
third world
set that
cities
up,
anywhere, even
when
in
we
very,
do, I
very
think it's
poor
going to be when,
regions
not
of
if.
the world.
I
Why
think
did
you're
we
going to see
accept
some
that? Why did we allow it to happen?
really
We allowed it to
positive
happen
moves.
because we had broken
I know
leadership
there's
in
over
Washington,
1,000
D.C.,
prisoners,
and
and I know
unfortunately
they're
sitting
going to
behind the
release them.
Resolute
Maybe
desk. What we
they're
have
going to release
shown
them
in
very
just
soon,
under
like
2
immediately.
weeks of taking law
which I think
enforcement
is
seriously
great.
is that the American
But
people
we
can
will,
have their streets
we're going to
back
set that up
if
today
their
after
leadership
these,
is willing
after
to put in
this
the time
meeting.
and the resources.
So
Mr.
very good
President,
and great
you've
remarks.
shown
I
in
appreciate
Washington,
it.
D.C.
Mark,
that we
as
can
head of
have
NATO,
safe
maybe you could
streets
say a
again.
few words.
We
Yes,
just got to
I will
have
be
the
very
political
brief. I really want to
willpower
thank
to
you,
focus on the bad
President of the
guys
United
and to
States,
give
dear
the
Donald,
American
for the
people
fact
back their
that you,
communities.
as I said
We
before,
are focused
broke
on
the
doing
deadlock
that thanks to the President's leadership.
with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first a phone call, and from there we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership.
I saw
What
pictures
you
of
are
them
doing for
last
Lording,
night
but of
getting
course
off
also all the
vans,
European
you know,
colleagues.
and I
It is
saw
really
some bad
crucial.
ones
And the
running,
fact
but they're
that
not running
you
so much anymore. They're
have
not
said,
there.
I'm
They're
willing
just
to
not even-
participate in
they're not
security
even-
guarantees
you're totally
is
safe.
a
Now,
big
there'll
step.
be something
It's really a
happening
breakthrough,
sometime. I don't know,
and
maybe it won't be
it makes
for a
all the
long time,
difference.
but,
So also
this
thank you
was
for that.
every
Well,
night
NATO
we
also
get
has agreed
reports
from
of people
2% to
being
5%, which is
mugged.
something that
There's
is a
one woman on
massive amount of
television
money.
last night, she had
And
a
it's 2% that
badly
wasn't
busted up
always paid
nose.
to 5% that
And
is
she said,
paid.
"Well, I like our
That's a big
streets the way
difference,
they
and
used to be."
so we appreciate that.
And, she
That's
thinks
a
it's
great
gonna
move.
happen
Thank you
by-
very much.
by doing nothing.
Ursula, maybe on
And,
behalf of the
they said, "What
Commission, you
happened
could
to
say a
nose?"
couple of
She got
words.
slugged.
Thank you
Guy
very much.
walking down the
It's a
street
pleasure to
slugged.
be here.
Her
It's
nose
a
will
very
never be the
important
same, I
moment.
guarantee you, unless it
Indeed,
takes
we are
a
here,
pretty good turn.
Europeans as friends
She
and
wasn't
allies.
really
We
for
had a
us.
fantastic NATO
She sort
summit.
of said, well, maybe something has to
Together
happen
as the
before
two
this happened to
largest
me.
and
She
biggest
got whacked.
economies in the world.
And,
We had
I
the
don't think she'll ever
largest
be
trade
the same.
deal ever.
She almost became, she was a half a
now
Trump
we are
fan.
here
A woman that
to
would have
work
never
together with
been a
you
Trump fan.
on a
But
just
she
and
was,
lasting peace
she was
for
hit
Ukraine.
hard.
Stop
It's
the
not going to
killing.
happen
This
anymore.
is really
It's not going to happen
our
anymore.
common
But then we're going to
picture. Stop the killing.
beautify the
And
city.
indeed,
too.
it's
That's
very
where I
good to
was
hear
today
that we're working
at
on the
Kennedy
security
Center. We're going to
guarantees,
beautify
Article
the
5
city
life security
like it
guarantees.
has. And we're working
So
with Clark
important.
Construction,
But I
the
want to
biggest
thank you also
construction
that you
company in
mentioned
Chicago.
the thousands of
And in
Ukrainian
Chicago,
children that
in
have been abducted.
Washington.
And as a
And,
mother and
the head
grandmother,
of Clark is great.
every
It's
single
all over the
child
world,
has
actually.
to go
But
back to
Washington,
its
I would say,
family.
is their home. That's
This
where they do the
should
best
be
work.
one of our
the
main
biggest work.
priorities also
And
in
they're
these
doing
negotiations to make sure that
they've
the
been doing a
children come
fantastic
back
job.
to
So
Ukraine to their
you're
families.
going to have a fantastic,
Thank you, and
clean,
we did. I
beautiful
was
place.
just
It's going to be better
thinking
than
we're
it
here
ever
for a
was
different
before.
reason,
Literally
but
better than it ever
we
was
just
before.
a couple of
We
weeks
get it
ago
done
made the
very
largest
quickly.
trade deal
And I
in
want to
history.
thank
So
Clark
that's a
because
big that's a big
doing
thing,
a lot
and
of work in
congratulations.
a lot of
That's
different
great.
locations.
Thank you very
but,
much, Ursula.
They've been fantastic for getting
Mr.
us the right
Chancellor,
contractors and the
Germany?
people that can really do the
Very
job.
good.
Right? Johnny, do you
Very
wanna
great
say
leader.
something?
Yes,
Mr.
one
President,
more thing,
Donald,
because
many thanks
you
for
have
having
to
us
say, with
today. I
security
think this
and
is extremely
beautifying,
helpful
cities
that we
and
are
the whole country.
meeting and
We want
hearing that
people
the two
to
of
come
you
and enjoy and have fun. And that's
having
why,
such a good meeting
it's
today
not just
here in
the
Washington.
most iconic
The next
sport in
steps
the world
ahead
sport,
are
but we
the
start
more complicated
on the
ones.
10th of September,
The path
the
is
sale
open. You
of
opened
tickets
it
for
last
FIFA
Friday.
World Cup.
But now
And we have
the
the
way is
first
open
ticket
for
here the
complicated
final.
negotiations.
For
And
you.
to be honest, we all would like to see a
It's of course
ceasefire.
row 1,
And
seat
the
1,
latest
is ticket
from the
number
next
45,
meeting
47.
I can't imagine that the next
And it's
meeting
for the final in
would
New
take
York,
place
New Jersey.
without a ceasefire.
So you have your
let's
ticket
work
ready
on
for the
that
final.
and let's try
All the
to
others,
put pressure
10th of
on Russia,
September,
because the
start getting
credibility
your
of these
tickets.
efforts,
Beautiful.
these efforts we are
6.5,
undertaking
7 million
today,
tickets.
are depending
Fans will
on
enjoy
at least a
security here.
ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from the next step on. So
Yeah,
I
Mr.
would like to
President, millions of people will
emphasize
come to this
this
country,
aspect
and
and
we'll make
would
sure
like
they
to
get their
see
travel
a
documents, their
ceasefire from the
visas,
next
that they want to come here and
meeting,
spend their
which
money and
should
enjoy
be
the
a
sporting event.
trilateral
It'll be the
meeting
largest
wherever
event
it
in
takes
the world.
place.
And sir,
Well,
you're
we're going to
reminding me of
let
something that
the president
my dad
go
used to
over
say all
and
the
talk
time when I was
to
growing
the
up.
president.
He would say,
and we'll
"Christy,
see how that
you
works
kids need
out,
to
and if
look
we
like
can
you
do that.
respect yourself
I
before
will
anybody's
say, and
gonna
again, I
respect
say it, in the
And
6
in
wars
this
that I've
country, when
settled,
people look at our
I haven't had a
streets, when they look at our
ceasefire. We
capital,
just got
we're bringing
into
respect
negotiations,
back to
70. One of the wars was, as you know, in Congo was 30 years, 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with two great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us, many points were given to us, great points.
It was a country that was going to fail. Look even
Well,
today
thank you
where
very
they
much,
say $4
Donald,
trillion
Mr. President,
in
for hosting us
reductions
today in this
of
important
deficits.
meeting.
This was totally unexpected.
I think it
and
is an
unexpected.
important
I
day,
don't know where
a
they've
new
been,
phase,
the people that do
after
this
3
stuff,
years
but
and a
it's,
half that we
it's
didn't
settled.
see
I
any
wanna thank
kind
Christy for another
of
reason. I said
sign
to her 2 weeks ago, I said,
from
Christy,
the
do me a
Russian
favor.
side that
I built
there
hundreds
was a
of
willing
miles
for
of
dialogue.
wall.
So
I
something
built the
is
same wall that
changing,
the Border
something has
Patrol
changed,
asked
thanks
me
to
build.
you,
It wasn't my
thanks
first
also
choice.
to
I
the
wanted to do
stalling in the
concrete planks and
battlefield,
everything nice.
which
You
was
wouldn't have been able
achieved
to see
with the
through it.
bravery of,
So I had Border
of
Patrol in,
Ukrainians
they
and
tested
with the
everything else, and
unity
we
that
gave
we all
them steel
provided
wall,
to
high-grade
Ukraine.
steel, very
And the
hard to
reason
cut.
why I mention
And we
it
gave
is that
inside
we
that
also
is
have to
9,000
remind
pound concrete,
that
which is
if
a
we
very
want
tough
to reach
concrete.
peace
Inside that
and if we
is
want
rebar, a
to
big, fat piece of
guarantee
rebar.
justice,
So you
we
have all
have to
different,
do it united.
materials that
So
are very
that's
hard to
why
cut, and you need
it's a
different
very good
instruments to
day,
cut
the
each
one
And
we
I
are
said,
in.
"Kristen, we
You
gotta get a
can
coat of
obviously
paint on
count
it."
on Italy as
And
it was from
I
the
didn't know she
beginning.
was
We are on the
listening.
side of
But
Ukraine
I
and
said,
we
gotta get a coat of
do
paint, and it should
absolutely
be black,
support your
because
efforts
black makes the steel very
towards
hot.
peace.
It's untouchable. You could fry an
We
egg
will
on it.
talk
And
about
if you got a
many
good black,
important
flat
topics.
paint, it would
The
look
first
beautiful.
one is
It will
security
preserve it from
guarantees, how
rust.
to be sure that
And
it
that was
won't
it. And I gave it
happen
to her along with
again,
30 other
which is the
things. She's done
precondition
such a
of
good
every
job on
kind
the
of
border with
peace.
Tom Homan
I'm
in the
happy that
group.
we will
Tom
discuss
Homan's
about that.
a
I'm happy that we
fantastic
will
guy
begin
with the
from a
job he
proposal
does
which is
and the way they work
let's say,
together. So,
Article 5
I turned on last night and I
model,
see Christie's
which
painting the
was
wall.
Italian at the
And it looked
beginning,
beautiful, by
so
the
we
way,
are
when that paint went
always
over.
ready to bring
It's
our
hot.
proposals for peace,
It's
for
hot. If
dialogue.
it's
It's
white,
something
it's
we
not
have
hot.
to
If
build
it's black, it's gonna
together
be very hard to climb that
to guarantee
stuff. You're gonna-
peace and to
not
defend
gonna
the
be
security
easy.
of our nation. So
But
thank
it's,
you, Mr.
black
President, for
and
hosting
high
us.
quality black. You know, it really looked good. Is that going to be a two-coat job or a one-coat?
Thank you, Mr.
One
President,
coat.
for organizing this meeting and
Two-coat will
for
take place in 3 years
your
from now.
commitment.
We'll do the second
And
coat.
everything
But it
must
looks
say that I
beautiful.
have
But
to
thank you very much. I didn't
I
know
just
you
have
were
to say
listening to
here,
that, 'cause we talked about 7
everybody around
different
this table
subjects.
is in
And
favor
all
of
of a sudden, I
peace.
see you're out there painting with a lot of painters and everything
And
else.
we
But it
worked
was
very hard
it
and
was
we
a
worked
beautiful
very
thing to
hard during
say.
the past few years
Would you like
to
to
have
say
a
something?
peace
You've been
which is
such a big part of
a
it.
robust
Please.
and
Mr.
long-standing
President,
peace.
delighted to be here today.
This is why
announcement, but we're
the
also
idea
looking
of a
forward to
trilateral
having
meeting
fun.
is
Oh,
very
yes,
important
July
because this is the only way to
19th,
fix it.
New Jersey.
We're going to be there.
And by
A
the
lot
way, I
of
think
people are gonna be
as a
there.
follow-up, we would need probably a
I'd like to
quadrilateral
thank
meeting
you all.
because when we
Do you
speak
have any
about
questions
security
on FIFA,
guarantees,
first of all?
we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this
I
matter.
may play.
In order to organize such a trilateral meeting,
I see
your
the
idea
money
to
that
ask
these soccer,
for
you know,
truce,
we call it
ceasefire,
soccer.
at least to
I
stop
see
the
the money
killings,
that these soccer players
as we
are making.
discussed,
I may try and
is
play.
a
I'm a very
necessity.
good athlete. My son,
And
my
we
son is a
all
very
support
good
this
athlete.
idea. And in order
he's
to
a
have
good
such a
soccer player.
long-standing
He's on the
peace
tall side
for
for
Ukraine
soccer.
and for the whole
6'9".
continent,
That's
we do
pretty tall.
need security
He's on the
guarantees.
tall side. It's on
And the
tall
first
side,
one
but
is
he's good.
clearly
But, no,
a
I may,
credible Ukrainian
I may
army
put on shorts. I'll
for the years and
extremely good
decades to
shorts.
come.
And join
And the
the
second
flag.
one is
No,
our
it's
own
gonna be a lot of
commitment,
fun.
all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months amongst the coalition of the willing with the support of
concern
NATO
about the visa
to build
situation. Can you
different
reassure
pillars
them?
of security
Yeah, you're gonna
guarantees
have a
and our
very
commitment.
easy time getting
And you
in.
can be sure that
Certain
Europeans
countries are
are
gonna
very
be
lucid about the
very
fact
easy,
that they
and
have
other
their
countries are gonna be
fair
obviously
share
a little bit more
in
difficult.
the security
Would you like to
guarantees for
explain
Ukraine,
that,
but
Mr.
their
Yeah,
own
absolutely.
security
We have a
is
process set
clearly
up that we'll be
stable
implementing
in this
on
situation.
getting
So
visas
you can count on us
approved.
as we
Everybody
can
will be
count on
thoroughly
you
vetted, but they'll be
in order
welcome
to
to this
deliver
country. It'll happen
this
quickly, and we're
robust
excited for them
peace
to come.
for
So
both
I
Ukraine and
would
Europe.
hope that around
Thank
the
you very
world
much.
people know that the
Mr.
United
President.
States is excited to bring their families.
Thank you very much,
to
Mr.
enjoy
President,
this
and thank you for hosting us
America
here.
welcomes the world.
Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge
just sent a
impact,
picture from
particularly on
somebody
the
that wants to be
Ukrainians
there
who bore the
very
brunt of
badly.
it. But it's also had an
He's been
impact
very
on
respectful
Europe
of me and
and
of our
on the
country,
United
but not so
Kingdom. There's not a
respectful
family
of
or
others,
community
but
that hasn't
he'll,
been affected.
I'm gonna
And when
sign
we
this
talk
for
about
him, but,
security,
I was
we're
sent
talking
one,
about
and
security
I
not just
think
of
you'll,
Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, on your integration of security guarantees of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees fits with what we've been doing with the Polish and Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important step forward today, a historic step actually, to come out of this meeting in terms of security for Ukraine, security in Europe. I also feel that we can make real progress towards a just and lasting outcome. Obviously, that has to involve Ukraine and a trilateral meeting is a sensible next step. So thank you for being prepared to take that forward, because I think if we can ensure that that is the progress out of this meeting with security guarantees and some sort of progress on trilateral meeting of some sort to bring some of the difficult issues to a head, then I think today will be seen as a very important day in recent years. In relation to a conflict which has gone on for 3 and a bit years, and so far nobody's been able to bring it to this point, so thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. And it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. They can't say that very often. I've seen a lot over the years, since 1800, 1799, to be almost exact. But this is the first where we've had so many prime ministers, presidents, the heads of European nations. And by the way, Alex, I'd like you to say a couple of words too. You're a young, powerful man. Before I finish up, I want you to say a couple of words. Go ahead.
But that there's also broad concern
I'll
about
take
him. What are the concerns that
my wife and try to convince her. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think in the past 2 weeks we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have in the past 3.5 years. And I think the fact that we're around this table today is very much symbolic in the sense that it's Team Europe and Team United States helping Ukraine. And the progress that we're looking at of this meeting is about the security guarantees, which are a big part of this. And then, of course, moving towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you and President Putin and President Zelensky. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the President of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a lasting and just peace. The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job. So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe. I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. And we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue? We'll do the best to get it ended. And I believe you have 2 willing parties, and usually that's good news, but 2 willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will. It will save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. And, or at least we have to give it our best. So you can give it your best. But I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office. And we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. Working we may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do, is work. But I want to thank, the
frankly,
media's been actually very fair, generally
people wanna
speaking,
build their
very
houses,
fair.
it's terrible.
I
They
think
could
it's
have been
important
built.
that they're
Some of them
fair because
could
this
have
is
been built already.
it's a very
Think of it,
important,
the federal government that
this is
has
a
the
very
most
important
complex
subject. We have to get
part.
it ended.
It's the most complex
And so that's all we ask for is
thing to
fairness
do.
with the media. Thank you
gotta-
all very much. Appreciate
Everybody
it.
had it within
Thank
30
you very
days.
much.
And they're not even close to getting their permits. And now they're talking about taking some of those sites and building low-income housing on them. These are high-end neighborhoods. And I'm all for low-income housing. I built a lot of low-income housing. I know all about 236. I know every program that there is in the government. I used every one of them. I know more about low-income housing than probably almost anybody. And it's great. It's fine. It's wonderful. But you don't build it in Pacific Palisades. You don't build it there, and you don't build it in the other areas that burn down. So they're talking about putting up low-income housing. And you talk about riots. They're going to have riots if that happens because you're taking the people's property away. They want to build their houses, and they're unable to get permits from the mayor and from the governor. And that's a terrible thing. But, and let me tell you, if I didn't send in the troops in Los Angeles, Johnny wouldn't be in Los Angeles. You wouldn't be having your World Cup there. I sent in the troops, and we kept it. And even the police commissioner, the sheriff, and the police commissioner, they all said the same thing. They said,
as you know,
we
we
could have
made our
never
deal
handled
with
what was
the
happening.
European Union.
You were there. He said we could have
The
never
Japan
handled
deal
what-
is done.
And then you hear Gavin
Many of the
Newsom,
other
after it's
deals
all quelled.
are done.
you know,
Indonesia
Newsom
was
got
a
up and said,
very
"We
big
could have
deal,
done
big
this
country,
ourselves." No,
actually.
They couldn't have.
And
if they could have, I
they're
wouldn't have
wonderful,
taken the chance.
hopefully wonderful for
Okay, my
both
second question
sides.
is on crime prevention.
But it's
Would you be open
literally
to expanding the
trillions of
national
dollars
concealed
ultimately
carry
being brought into our
to
country.
apply to D.C. like it
And it
does
was
in other
something that
states
had
like
to be done,
Texas?
and it is
Well,
being
they
done,
have
and
it
it's
in
being
some
done
states, and they
properly.
feel strongly about it.
We're now
You know
negotiating
I'm
with
in
various
favor of
other
it.
countries, and the
People
rest
have
we're
to
just
protect
sending out
themselves. I'm a
the
Second Amendment person.
the bill to.
Very
We send a
simply.
bill,
People
we
have to
send
be
a
able to
letter
protect
saying
themselves.
that we'll
Especially
pay a
like in
certain
Washington,
tariff.
you walk down the street.
Obviously,
the guy
that's
comes up
awesome
and
because
slugs
you
you.
have
He's got a pistol in
as you
his
know,
hand.
hundreds of
You could
countries,
be
a lot
tough,
of
you could
countries
be in
out
great
there.
shape, you could be a
So
powerful
we
person.
look at the deficit,
Or you could be
or
a
we look
guy
at
that
the
weighs
surplus,
100 pounds with a gun in your hand.
and we look at the
And
country and how
I'll
the
bet on
country's
guy with a
treated
gun
us, and
100%
lots
of
of
the
other
time,
things
right?
go into the equation.
And so you need protection. So I'm a
And
Second
we make a
Amendment person
decision
all the
as
way. Yeah,
to
please.
President Trump
what
said
that
this
tariff
morning
will
that you're
be,
working
and
with
it's
Congress
pretty
to get $3
standard
billion
letter
to
from
help clean up DC.
that point on.
Have you had any
And I
conversations
want to tell you,
with
this is
Johnson
something
and
to me, it's a
Johnson about where they're
VA
gonna get
bill
that
signing,
Which money?
and it's very
You said this
important to
morning
me
you're
and
gonna get $2 billion
to
from
many of the
Congress to help
people in
clean
this
up
room.
I've spoken to Mike Johnson.
So I'm thrilled to
I've
sign
spoken
the
John
VA
Boone,
Home Loan Program
Senate,
Reform Act
and,
into law.
I think it's going to be very easy
And
to
that
get.
is
gonna
something that
be
they've
not a lot
wanted
of money.
to do for a
I
long
wouldn't even know
time.
where to spend the number
This
that you
legislation
mentioned, but it's
provides
gonna be,
desperately needed
money
relief
to
to
beautify the
veterans
city.
and their
They're
families who have
ready.
fallen behind on
Everybody
their
wants to
mortgages,
save DC.
of which
In one way, it's
there are
the
a lot,
easiest.
because we have
The
somebody that
violence
doesn't
was
want to
more
lower
than any
interest
other
rates.
city in the country, actually, by
Probably
far.
won't lower them today.
It
It's
may have been
really
more than any other city in
sort
the
of an
world, if you
amazing
could think.
situation.
You know, we looked at some of the worst
And,
cities in the world.
it helps
was
keep
worse. And
our
that's why
promise to end
it
veterans
angers me to
homelessness,
see
and
the mayor saying
we're going
about
to do
how
that
they have it on the
for
side. Not on the
America.
slide,
We're
it was
going to do
worse than
that for our
ever.
great veterans. I'm thrilled
Yeah,
to
we
be
have no problem
joined
getting
by
that
the
money.
bill
That money will come
sponsor,
out of Congress. I think it'll be
Derek Van
bipartisan.
Orden.
I mean, I would imagine Democrats would
Hello, Derek. I
vote
didn't
for that one.
Let's see you.
Well, I don't know if there is a
These two
deadline,
gentlemen
because
are
if I declare a national
terrific.
emergency, which
They
this
are
was, that
working
ends the
together,
deadline.
and they've been working together, Michael.
So, I mean, I keep seeing about a 30-day deadline.
I just want to
which
thank
we
you
have
both, and
22
I'll
days
ask
left
you to
or
say a
something,
couple of
but,
words.
If I
An
think
estimated
we're in great shape,
61,000
that's one
American
thing, but if I
veterans are in
don't,
danger
I'm
of
going to say
losing
it's
their
a-
homes, as
It's
you
a
know.
national emergency,
But
and if I
thanks
have
to
a
this
national
bill, the
emergency,
Department of
I can
Veterans
keep
Affairs will be
the troops there
empowered
as long as I
to
want.
pay
People are
loan
not gonna
holders
wanna have
the
the
necessary
30
amount to
days.
prevent
You know, it's one thing to
foreclosures
get 'em out,
on our
it's
veterans,
another
so our
thing to
veterans
keep 'em
won't be
out for
foreclosed and put
a long
out
period
onto
of
the
time.
streets. It's
You've
very
gotta
important.
train
This
people.
bill
You
also
can't do
creates
this.
a
You can't
5-year
pop people
partial
over the
claim
head.
program
And
that
a lot
could
of those
benefit
people are
up
in
to
courts right now, going to court.
3.7
They're gonna
million
go to jail
veterans.
for a
That's the
long
kind of
time.
numbers you're talking
So
about.
that's going to
Speaks
take
up.
more than 30 days.
The costs of the
But if
program
I
are
have
fully
to, I'll
offset
declare a
and
national
will
emergency.
add nothing
Which I don't
at
think I
all
have
to
to do.
debt.
Yeah.
Mr.
It's
President,
common sense
I have a
legislation had overwhelming support and
Yeah,
passed
I think I'll know
unanimously
the attitude
in the House
of
and the
Russia
Senate.
and
Wow.
frankly of Ukraine. It takes
That's
two.
when was the last time that happened?
Well,
That's
then I'm going to make a decision as to what we do.
My administration is committed to doing everything possible to ensure that our veterans are treated
that's whether or
with
not it's
respect
massive
and treated as
sanctions
well as
or massive
anybody in this
tariffs
country.
or
They're
both.
so important, they're so great, they've suffered
Or
so
do we
much
do nothing?
in many
and say it's your
cases.
fight?
in
Look,
May, I
I
signed
would've
an
never
executive
been in
order
this
to
war,
open
President.
the National
Now,
Center
you
for
would've had
Warrior
this. It was never gonna
Independence in
happen.
Los Angeles,
This was
California, which
caused
will
by
house up to 6,000 homeless
Stupid people.
veterans.
Fought.
And until we came
it was-
along,
well, how
they
do we
treated
know?
the
It
veterans
was
far
for
worse than
years.
the
It
illegal.
was never even a subject.
The
And
illegal
Vladimir
immigrants that
knew-
came in, they were
and
staying
you
in
see his
hotels,
picture right
luxury
here. It was
hotels,
nice
and the
that he
veterans
said-
are staying outside
but
on the
Vladimir
sidewalk
knew
in the same hotel. Some
very
pictures are
strongly
just incredible.
we
In
wouldn't have
addition,
stood
we'll
for
also
it.
be
It
opening
wouldn't
a
have happened.
full-service VA center in New
100%
Hampshire,
wouldn't have happened, but
which
it
is
did
the
happen.
only state in the
And now they're
union
losing
to
from
not
5
have
to
a
7
VA center, and I
young
made that
kids.
promise
Think
to
of
the
it, you're a
people of
parent, and your
New
son is
Hampshire
leaving. He's
a
Russian
long
or
while
he's
ago,
Ukrainian.
and we got it
And he's
done.
leaving, and they're
It's
waiting
the only
by
state that
nice,
doesn't have, and yet
beautiful
you have a
kid.
lot of veterans in New Hampshire.
Nice crew cut.
We're
all
slashing
set. He
the
wants to
wait
be a
times
soldier.
at VA medical centers, and
goes
we're
there
bringing
first week,
back
he has his
VA choice
head
and
blown
VA
off.
accountability, which I had, and the
he's no different
Democrats
than you people.
abandoned. Made it
And
so
it doesn't matter
much
where. I
better.
mean, I
Accountability,
solved
meaning
the
if you
problem
treat
in
our
the
veterans
Congo that
badly,
was,
we treat you badly. You get
vicious.
fired, and beyond that.
Rwanda and the Congo, the
And,
Republic of the Congo.
VA choice is
And they
you
were
can
fighting for 30
get out, and
years.
you can if
And
you
it was
don't
machetes.
if you don't have a
People were
doctor
getting their
ready,
heads
willing, and
chopped
able
off.
to take care
I
of
was
you
one
within
of
the
them.
VA, you
31
go
years I got
outside.
it solved. You saw it. They
You,
came to the White House, and we signed an
Go
agreement.
see
It
a
was
doctor, you
amazing.
get better,
People can't believe
and
we
we
got
pay
it
the
done.
bill. And the
I love
veterans
to stop killing.
loved it.
I
We had
really
a
do.
92%
People
approval
thought it would
rating.
be just the opposite.
And what did the
Hillary Clinton
Democrats
said,
do?
"Oh,
They
he'll
came
get us
along
into
and they
war."
ended
No,
both
I'm
of
getting
them, and they
everything
hired
else out
back
of
many
war.
of the people
Are you
that
saying
we
there's a
fired.
real
We fired
possibility
people
then that you do
and replaced them
nothing?
with
if-
great, loving people.
if Putin
We
doesn't come to
fired
the
people
table
who
for
were
ceasefire
sadists.
kind of
I'll see
In
whose
many
fault it
cases,
is.
they were sick.
If there are
They were
reasons why,
thieves.
I'll
They were
understand that.
stealing.
I know exactly what
And they
I'm doing.
hired them back. The
We're gonna see
accountability,
whether or not
meaning
they
the
have a
VA
meeting.
accountability, was a big
Interested
deal
to
getting
see
it
if they
passed
don't,
because
why
you have
they have a
unions,
meeting,
you
'cause I told them
have all
to have a
sorts
meeting.
of problems to
But I'll
go
know
through.
in
We
2
got to
weeks
do everything.
what I'm going to do.
And the
I'm pretty good at
Democrats,
it.
as soon as they got
Department is
back, they
also
hired many of the
sending,
worst
some
people
of the
right
Epstein
back, and we're getting
files
rid of them.
over to the House Oversight.
But I want to
Committee
thank
today. Are you
the
in
two
support of
gentlemen
them
standing
releasing
behind
all
me,
of
and
them?
I'd like to ask you just to say a
Okay.
couple of
Innocent
words,
people
and then we'll
shouldn't
take
get
a
hurt,
few
but I'm in
questions
support
if
of
you'd
keeping
like.
it totally open. I couldn't
And
care
we'll
less. You
sign
got a
the
lot of
bill,
people that
and
could
our
be
veterans
mentioned
will be
in those
very
files
happy about it.
that
Thank you.
don't deserve to be people, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach.
First off, thank
I
you,
don't
Mr.
know anything
President, for
about
signing
that, but
this
I
bill
have said to
today.
Pam and everybody
Let me
else,
tell
give
you
them
that not
everything you
only
can
this
give them,
bill, which will
because
help make
it's a
sure that those
Democrat
veterans
hoax.
have got
It's just a hoax.
got
The whole
themselves in a
Epstein thing
situation
is a
where maybe
Democrat
they would be
hoax.
foreclosed on it,
So
gives
we
them
had
just a
the
little bit
greatest
extra
6
help
months, 7 months of
without
the
the
history of the
government going
presidency.
into the banking business
And the
like we've had
Democrats
with the
don't know
previous
what to do, so they keep bringing up that
administration.
stuff. But it
I just want to say
affected
thank
them.
you too, though, for appointing
Bill
Doug
Clinton
Collins
was on
as
his
our
plane and went
secretary
to the island
for the
supposedly
VA.
28
As
times.
chairman of the
I don't wanna bring
VA,
that up,
having the
frankly.
opportunity to work with Doug,
You
one,
have,
because
Larry,
we
whatever
worked
his
together
name is,
before,
Summers,
but he has
the
the
head
right
of Harvard,
attitude.
who
The
was Jeffrey
attitude
Epstein's
is the
best
VA
friend. Nobody
is
ever
not
talks
about bureaucracy.
that. I mean, but I
It's
don't want to
about
hurt
veterans.
Larry Summers.
And we want to
But
keep
he
it
was
that
best friends with
That
Jeffrey
doesn't mean
Epstein.
we
No,
don't
this is
have
Democratic hoax to try and get
good workforce.
the,
What it means is that workforce is
the
focused on the
significance
veterans,
of
not
what
on
we've
making
done
sure
over
that
the
the
past
VA grows,
7
but making
months.
sure that the
Nobody's
VA
ever
does the
seen
job
anything
it's
like
supposed
it.
to
They
do. And
say
thank
it's
you,
number
Mr.
one in
President.
history.
Your leadership that
What
allows
we've
that to
done,
happen.
including stopping 7 wars. I mean, just include that.
Thank you, everybody,
And
for
now
coming
you
here
look-
today.
and now
Thank
you
you,
look
Mr.
at the stock
President,
market
for
today,
hosting
it's
us
way
here.
up to start off
I'm the
with,
longest
from
serving
where I
enlisted
took it.
member of the United
And
States
this market
military
was
to
going
ever
to
get
crash.
elected to
If Joe
Congress in the
Biden
history
or
of our nation.
Kamala were president, this
And I'm
market
unequivocally stating
would-
right
we would
now
have
that
had a
President
crash like
Donald
in
J. Trump is the most
1929. You're not
positive,
gonna have that.
pro-veteran
It's only a
president in the
question
history
of
of this
how high is
country.
it going to go. You know, I had the
And so he
strongest
backs up
economy in the history
his words
of
with
our
deeds,
country.
and this is another
And
example
despite COVID,
of how
we have
President
the
Trump is
strongest
taking care of our
economy in
veterans. great. So, sir, I'm very thankful for you,
And we're
for
gonna
your
blow it away
leadership,
this time.
and
It was always
let's get
good
this
at
thing
making a lot
done
of
and get
money.
our veterans into home.
And
So God bless
whether
you,
it was for
and God bless
myself
the
or
United
whether
States.
it's, I like doing it this way better. I mean, I like making it for the country. Our country's been ripped off by friend and foe, nations all over the world ripped off, and the friends have been much worse than the foes. And they're not ripping us off. We just signed a deal with the European Union. They're paying us essentially $950 billion, like a signing fee. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of energy. They weren't buying much of our energy there. And they're very smart in doing it. And as you know, Ursula was here a couple of days ago having to do with the people, the leaders. And we had a great, people said they'd never seen anything like it. We had the leaders of Europe right here in the Oval Office. And she's so happy that she has
It's a very important bill.
People aren't ripping us anymore. We're run by, this
great
country is run by smart people.
Mr. President, in Israel,
One is Intel. There's some reports that considering taking a stake in Intel. Can you tell us
About the
that?
10%?
That's the 10%.
Yeah, I met a man, he was a very nice man, and I called for his removal because I saw something by a man named Tom Cotton, senator from Arkansas, who's a great guy, a friend of mine, supporter of mine, big supporter, I was a supporter of this thing. And he wrote a pretty nasty story about the head of Intel. And I said, well, that's right, you should resign, and he came in.
Well, if that happens, then we just
saw
raise
me,
it.
we talked for a
What you
while.
do
I
is
liked
you
him a
lower
lot. I
it,
thought
and
he
let's
was
see if there's
very good.
inflation.
I thought
Right
he
now,
was
there's no
somewhat
inflation.
a victim,
Everybody
but, you know,
thought there would
nobody's
be.
a
All
total
we have
victim,
is
I guess.
billions of
And,
dollars of cash pouring
I said,
into our
you know
country
what? I think the
from
United
other
States
countries
should
that
be
took
given
advantage of
10%
us for many, many years. You know, they were taken advantage of. We were
And
like
he said,
the stupid people that didn't know what they were
considered
doing.
that. I said,
They
well,
took
I'd like to
advantage of
do
us.
that
Other
because,
countries, friend and foe.
Intel's been left
And by the way,
behind,
the friend
you know,
was
compared to,
oftentimes much worse than the foe when it comes to
Jensen
trade.
and some of our friends.
So if
in
that
India,
happens, what you do is you
some of
raise
the
your rates
people
and you
the
do what you
people
have to
in-
do to stop
because
inflation.
Intel should have never been.
But
Intel was the
we're
biggest,
keeping the rates high,
most powerful
and
chip
it's hurting
company
people from buying
in the
houses,
world.
and we don't want that.
And then,
If for any reason that happened in
they
a year or
started
two,
leaving.
if there's some signs
And
of
they
inflation
started going
coming
to
back,
foreign
right now
countries,
there's
in
not. We
particular
have
Taiwan.
a great thing
And
going.
if we
I
had a
think we're going to have
president that would
the
have said, okay,
richest
you can go to
economy you've
Taiwan,
ever
but we're gonna
seen.
put
We
a
have money
100%
coming in that
tariff
we've
or
never
200
even
or
thought
300
about.
or 500%
At numbers that nobody's ever seen
Anybody
before.
that sells into
We
the
have
United States has to pay.
a
They
deal with
wouldn't have
Japan
left.
where they're going to pay us
They wouldn't have left.
$550
We wouldn't
billion.
have. So in the
We have a
meantime,
deal
we had people that
with
were,
Europe where they're
in
doing
some cases, good
750
politicians
billion
that
plus
weren't good on
400
trade.
billion
I
plus
loved
300
that man, but he
billion.
was not good on trade.
And many other countries,
I
it's
totally
likewise,
disagree. He allowed
relatively,
the
those
car
are two big
industry to
ones,
be
but
taken out of this country.
likewise, so we
50%
have
of our car industry.
a lot of money
But
coming
that's all
in,
coming
and we
back.
have
It's
no
all coming
inflation.
back. But if somebody
and
would have said
we
that,
should, and we're very
with
strong, and we should be
Intel
lowering the rates.
being
You know,
a giant
each
right
point
now. Now, with that, they've had some
this
bad management
gentleman
over the years.
keeps
and-
up.
and they
Costs
got
us
lost.
$365
And I said, I think you should pay us 10% of your company.
billion a year.
And
Think
they
of
said
it.
yes.
1 point.
That's about $10 million.
$365 billion.
I don't get it.
If you bring it down a
This comes
point,
to
we
the
save
United States of
365. We
And I
should be
said,
the
I think it
lowest
would be good
interest
having the
rate.
United States as
And
your
we're
partner
not.
here.
We're 38.
They've agreed to
Number
do it, and I think
38
it's a great
because
deal
of the
for
Fed.
them.
It's all because
And
of the
I think it's a
Fed.
great deal. He walked in
He's
wanting to keep
done a
his
bad
job,
job.
and
No,
he
he's
ended
got a
up giving
meeting
us $10 billion for the
today,
United
but
States.
I
So
call
we
him
picked
too
up $10
late.
billion.
He's always too late. Even
And
if he
we
does
do a
it
lot of
today,
deals like
probably
that. I'll
won't.
do more of them.
I hear they're going to do it in
Somebody
September.
else, like we have
Not today.
restrictive
For what
covenants with,
reason?
Jensen.
Nobody
We have-
knows, but
It's NVIDIA.
Europe, as you know, cut
And
their
to
rates
unrestricted
11
governments.
times.
Nothing
in
to
the
do
last
with
short period of
losing
time.
our powers or
But the good news
military
is
or
we're doing
anything,
better
'cause that I
than
wouldn't-
anybody anywhere in the
But
world.
there are
Nobody's
things you
doing
can do
anything
that
even
don't
close to us,
affect
even
us,
with the
that
higher
actually
rates.
help us.
The higher rates do affect
And
housing, though, because
if we're
people
gonna
can't
give
go out and get a
somebody
loan or
a
refinance their
free
house.
out,
And it would be
restricted
nice
covenant. We have a
to
strong
have them be able
restricted
to do
covenant
that. That would be
on
just
certain industries.
another check
And
of
I
the
will
box. That would be very
absolutely
important.
give
Yeah, please.
somebody a
You
opening
mentioned
to
today
do a
that
lot of
India,
business
in addition to its
for us,
25%
as long as it
tariff
doesn't
rate, paid
hurt us
additional
in a
penalty
security or
because
military
of its
way.
support of Russia. What
And if I
is
do
that
that, I
additional
think the country
penalty?
should be paid.
And are other countries
I have it in
facing the
writing.
same
I'll have a
threat?
deal
Well,
with
we're
somebody,
negotiating right
and I'll
now,
have
and
them
there's also BRICS. You know,
restrictive
BRICS,
covenant.
which
And
is
they'll come back and they'll
basically
say,
a
I'd
group
love
of
to be able
countries
to
that
build
are
over here,
anti
but
the
I'm not
United
allowed
States,
to
and
because you have
India's
me
a member
covered.
of that, if
You
you
have me
can believe
restricted.
it. It's an
I
attack
say, I'll
on
let
the
you build
dollar,
over there, but pay
and we're
me
not going to let
a
anybody
lot of money.
attack the dollar. So it's partially
different.
BRICS, and it's
But
partially
the country never
it's
did
partially
it
the
because
trade,
the country
it's
was
trade
run by
situation,
foolish
it's
people.
deficit. We have a
Donald
tremendous
Trump,
deficit.
you said Chicago
As
might
you know,
be next.
Prime Minister Modi's a friend of mine, but
Are you making,
they don't
have
do
there
very much
been
business
concrete
in
steps that
terms
the
of
administration
business
is
with
taking
us.
to do that? Or
They
what
sell
are
a
other
lot
cities
to
in
I haven't
us,
spoken to them.
but we don't buy from them. You know why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world. Now they're willing to cut it very substantially. We'll see what happens. We're talking to India now. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much whether we have a deal or whether we charge them a certain tariff. But you'll know at the end of this week. August 1st is a very big day for this country because money is going to pour into the United States like we've never seen before. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Colley introduced legislation that would ban members of Congress from owning
Now
or
you look
trading
at what the
individual
Democrats
stocks.
have
It
done to San
extends the
Francisco.
president and vice
Destroyed it. I own
president.
a
Are you in
chunk
favor of that
of
legislation?
Well, I
Bank
like
of
it
America building
conceptually. I
in
don't
San
know about it,
Francisco.
but I like it conceptually.
And,
And,
it's just
Nancy
we can
Pelosi
clean that up too. We'll
became
clean that one up
rich
too.
by having inside
If everything
information.
works out,
She made a
and
fortune with
we've
her
already
husband,
had calls
and
from
I
other
think
cities,
that's
quiet
disgraceful.
calls from
So in that
Democrats.
sense, I'd like it, but
We'd
I'd have
love
to
you to
really
come
see
here.
the. I'd have,
Because they've
I
lost
study
control
these
of
things
this.
very carefully, and this
I'm
just
not going
happened.
to say because I don't want them
So
to
I'll
lose
take a
their
look at it,
elections.
but
But we've
conceptually,
had
I
calls
like
from
it.
Democrats and
what I
calls
do
from
think is
people
Nancy
generally.
Pelosi should
And
be
we'd love you to come
investigated
here,
because
we'll straighten out
what
the
she has the
problem.
highest return of anybody
In Israel,
practically
the families of hostages
in the history of
are-
Wall Street, save a
in
few.
Israel, families of hostages are
How
opposed
did
to
that
being
happen? It
reoccupying
happened by she
Gaza.
knows
Why
exactly
is
what's
the
going to
US
happen,
Well,
what's
not
going to
all
be
of them.
announced.
And
You
you
buy
have to
stock,
understand,
and then
I'm
the
the
stock
one that
goes
got all
up
of the hostages
after the
out.
announcement
You
was
got a lot of
made.
people out. If it
And she had to
wasn't
be
for me, they wouldn't
investigated.
PB and I worked with Steve Witkoff, but it wasn't for me. We have all these hostages that most likely be dead right now, every one of them. So
Well,
if
it's
they
a lot
all
of money.
come up here,
It's a
they
lot of
all
money.
come in groups of 10.
We're negotiating with
12,
Harvard now. They
13.
would like to settle,
And
so we'll
many
see
of
what
them.
happens.
And so I know a lot of people that go to but so now they have 20, but 20 is actually probably not
kept our
good.
veterans safe over there. There's been
Around
some talk
anyone.
about sending a lot
It's a
of
terrible
back.
thing.
Well,
I don't like
good ones,
anymore. I said,
the ones that maybe
you know,
aren't so
when
good.
you get down to 20,
some came over that aren't so
they're not going
good.
to make deals anymore.
And
they
we're gonna
did,
take
and
care
then
of
I put
those
out a
people.
statement,
The ones
you
that
know, there was a tough statement.
did
Go
a
in
job. The
get
ones
them.
that were told
And
certain
they said,
things.
we'll give you 10, we'll
A
give you
shame
10.
what
I don't know
happened.
what
One of the
Bush was
most
doing, but they were willing now
disgraceful
immediately to
episodes
give
in the
us
history of
another
our
thing.
country. The way we left
The situation has to
Afghanistan
end.
was just
It's
a disgrace.
extortion and it has to
But
end.
I understand your question
And
fully,
we'll
and
see
we'll
what
take
happens.
care
I
of
actually think they're safer in many ways if you
90%
went
of
in
your
and
question.
you really
Okay,
went
I know what you
fast
mean. Thank you
and
very
did
much.
it. People can't forget October 7th.
India,
I'm
are you
friendly
still
with all
open to
groups.
negotiate
One of
with
the
India
Arab
on the
vote.
tariff front?
Well, we're talking to
So
them now. We'll see what
the Arab
happens.
vote,
Again,
we started off at 0,
India was
and
the
ended up
highest,
winning.
or just about
I
the
wouldn't say
highest
the candidate
tariff
was the
nation in
greatest,
the
but I never
world,
won against anybody.
and
They-
one of the
they're good
highest.
people. But
100
we have
points,
to do things
150
properly. And
points
I'm
and
very proud to say
percentages.
I got the hostages out.
So
Look,
India was one of the
hundreds
highest in the
people that are
world.
living now
They
because
had
of me.
won
And now we have that
175%.
final little group of people.
And higher than
Hamas
that.
knows that if they give
You know,
them,
there's
it's
another higher
probably
one
the
is
end of their
Canada.
lives.
Canada has,
So it's not
they've been
easy to
charging
get.
our farmers 200%,
And, I know
300%,
if your parents
400%
just
for
don't care,
years,
you wanna- I
and
want
nobody
my
did
baby
anything
back. They
about
want their
it.
babies back.
But
They
India
want
is one of the
their kids
highest, so we're going
And
to
I
say we're
understand.
negotiating with India
But I
right
got
now.
them out, and we're doing a good job, and we're doing everything
Burn
we can
bags
to
of
get
Russian
that.
materials.
Thank you all very
He said
much.
what?
Russiagate materials.
I don't know that. I don't know what you mean by that statement.
Well, we called too late for a reason. We should have got them a year ago.
Bernbag, I thought you said appointed a man named Bernbag.
You know, we have a stock market that's up 1,000 points today.
You got to speak up.
I better be careful
Thousands
because
of
it's up.
documents in these bags, supposed to be burn bags that the FBI
When it's up 1,000 points what I gave in here, we have a country that the market's the hottest it's ever been. The country is better than it's ever been. We have a military that I rebuilt largely in my first term. We had a great successful first term.
But it's
this
got to
is gonna
be,
even better.
it's got to be
But we
stuff that
rebuilt
really
it. We gave a
doesn't
lot of
hurt
it away
people
to
unfairly, because you have so
Afghanistan,
many
but
people
relatively
involved.
small compared to
And
the
if they
overall,
can do
but
that in a
I
fair
think it was
way,
the
I think
most
it's great. I
embarrassing
think it's really great. The whole
day
thing
and
is a
period in
scam.
the history of our
It's a
country.
scam set up by the
They
Democrats, and they love
allowed
talking
those
about it. But
13 wonderful people,
I
but
would
it's
like
really
to
hundreds
see
of people were killed.
people
And they don't talk about the
exposed
48
that
that
might
were
be
so
bad.
severely
And
wounded
we'll
with
see
no
how that
legs,
all
no
works
arms,
out.
no-
But
nobody ever mentions
it's getting
them
to be
except
very
me.
old news. You know, if
But
they had
that was the
anything,
worst
they would have
day,
done
the
it
most,
the week before the
it just
election,
showed how
because they were
incompetent.
losing by a
Frankly,
lot.
if that
If they
didn't
had
happen, I really
anything,
believe
they would have
that we
done
might not have
it. They
had
control the
problem with
file.
Russia. I think Putin was sitting there watching
The Democrats
these
control
stupid
it.
people running
Comey
our
and
country and
all
said,
this,
this is the time to
sleazebags, every
invade.
one of them that you read about all the
this is the
time. And
time.
I
And then
guess they
Biden
got
made
some
the
problems
statement,
now
well,
having to do with
he can
yet
do
a
a small
different
incursion. When he said
scandal,
that,
very big
it was
one.
off to the races, right?
But
When
they
he said
control that
he
file,
can do a
so
small
I
incursion.
would think
Remember
that
I
if
was
they would have had
surprised to hear
something in the file, they would have released it about a week before the election, maybe 2 weeks,
I
right,
want to
Brian?
thank everybody.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, welcome home, by the way.
And Johnny has been so incredible. He's really a great leader. I said, Johnny, do it by phone. You don't have to come. No, he's going to come.
Many parents are preparing to send their kids back to school in a few weeks. Now, this will be the first time they've gone back to school under the second administration for you. Now, the previous administration labeled a lot of parents as domestic terrorists for showing up to school board meetings, but your message to parents now as they return their kids to school knowing that they have the support of one of the beautiful things is, you know, we've gotten rid of the woke. Woke is
What
gone.
chance is America
I think
have of
pretty
winning?
well buried. We're going
The
to
home
make sure it's
team
buried.
always has a good chance.
But the parents are now
That's
taking over the
good
school
job.
boards and getting rid of these people that
So happy to get it.
probably didn't like the children very
26
much
FIFA
based on what
World
they were
Cup.
doing. And
It's gonna be the
it's a
World
big
Cup as
difference.
we
And
know
you know,
it.
one of the other
It's the
things, and I
biggest,
keep
probably the
watching
biggest
these
event
talking
in
points that
sports,
the
I guess,
Democrats
Johnny,
have. They say, Oh, prices
On December
are up.
5th of this year,
Prices
the
are way down.
2026 FIFA
Fuel
World
is
Cup draw
down,
will take place
groceries
at the
are down,
Kennedy Center.
and
Some
things
people
like
refer
eggs
to
are
it as
way
the
down.
Trump
You know, when I
Kennedy
came in
Center.
my first week, the
But we're
eggs
not
had gone
prepared
up
to
like
do
4 or
that quite
5
yet.
times.
Maybe in a
Nobody
week
had
or
ever
so.
seen anything like it.
But right here
And
in
they were hitting
Washington,
me about
D.C.,
eggs. I
it's a
said, I
tremendous
just got here.
honor to
Literally, it
bring
was
the
one of my
global
first
event
news,
and this
maybe my first
incredible
news conference.
group of people and these
And we have eggs
unbelievable
down now
athletes, the
to a
best
point where
athletes
they
in the
were
world,
actually
to the
lower than
cultural
center of our nation's
So I
capital.
just want everyone to know
I
prices
just
are
left the
way
Kennedy
down,
Center.
and
We're
that's a big
spending
thing.
a lot of money wisely and
Groceries,
making
everything.
it really beautiful. It's going to be
If you look
beautiful
at
again.
fuel,
It's like
$2.35
Washington,
a
D.C.
gallon.
By the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest
We
crime
actually
numbers
had
they've
3
had
states, 4
in
states
years.
where it's down $1.99.
Zero. Sounds like it's a horrible
$1.99
thing to say, but
as
I might as
opposed
well
to
say
$3.50, $4.
Zero
And it went up a lot higher
murders
than that.
in the last week
They got
since
rid
we've
of my
done this. That's
policy,
the first time
and then
in
it went
memory
through the
that this
roof.
happened. If you can
And then they
believe
brought
it,
my
how
policy
pathetic
back,
that
but
is
it was
to
too
even
late.
say it.
They blew
And
it.
I'm
We had the
tired of
highest
listening to these
inflation
people
in the
say how
history of
safe
our
it was
country.
before we got here.
And
It was
now we
unsafe.
have no
It was
inflation.
horrible.
We
And
have
Mayor
nothing
Bowser
but
better get
cash
her act
coming
straight, or
in.
she
The
won't
world
be there very
respects us
long,
again.
because we'll take it
We're
over
a
with the
really
federal government
great,
running like it's
proud
supposed to be
country.
run.
And I say it,
The
I'll say
numbers
it
were
again.
horrible.
Many
It
leaders
was a
of
crime-infested
other countries. I'm dealing with a lot
rat
of them
hole.
today on their tariff
And
situation.
they do have a lot
They
of
owe us
rats.
a
We're
lot of
getting rid
money.
of them too.
But many
And we've made a
countries
lot of progress.
said
And
to me,
it
and
was
almost in the
extremely
same words,
unsafe,
you
and
were
now
a
it's
dead
extremely
country 1
safe.
year ago, and today you're
We
the
had
hottest
virtually
country anywhere in
no
the world.
crime.
We are the hottest
number
country
was down
right now
87%.
anywhere in the world, and that's why we're taking care of our veterans. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
The National Guard has been unbelievable. They're working with the police, and they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be
fine
police.
with China. I think it's going to work
They have
out
some
very
great
well.
people
We're
there.
right in
And,
step.
the
I think we're going to have
Washington,
a
D.C. is a
very
whole
fair
different
deal
place.
with
and
China. Thank you.
But it's a whole different place. People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again. That was the other thing I saw numbers. That restaurant business is
What a
down in the
nice
last
group.
week.
Thank
I
you.
know. Restaurant
Thank
business,
you.
you can't get into a restaurant. Just
Gotta
really
be
lying
very careful.
people.
You don't want to
And that's
slip
why
or
people
fall
don't
like somebody
understand how
else I
bad
know.
and how dishonest the
We
press
don't want
is.
that to happen.
I saw one
Where are
poll
we
that
going,
had
Margot, over here?
us at 19% favorable
Hello, everybody. It's great
on
to
what
be
we're
with
doing
you. You
with
guys are
Washington.
doing a
Then I saw another
fantastic
one that
job,
says
and
it's
gals
94%
doing an
favorable.
amazing job,
And I
we
can tell you the
appreciate it.
94% is
The numbers
correct.
are down
The
like
others are fake, just
we
fake
wouldn't
news.
believe, but
They got to
we
get their
believe
act
it.
together. So bad for our
Where do
country.
I
So
stand
sick,
here?
actually. So Washington,
where?
D.C. is really doing unbelievably well.
Okay,
And
hello.
the Kennedy Center that
It's
we're
a healthy,
fixing, I was just there
attractive
all
looking
morning
group of
with
people.
contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable.
Well, I just want to
It's got
thank
great
everybody
bones, but
very
it
much
needs
for
a lot of work.
being here. I wanted
The
to
World
do
Cup
this.
draw
We've
will
had,
set up the group
some
stage of
incredible results,
competition.
and
48
results have
teams
come
will
out.
play in 104
And,
games
it's
across
like a different
16
place.
North
It's like a
American
different
cities, from Seattle
city.
to
It's the
Vancouver
capital.
to
It's gonna
Atlanta
be
to
the best
Miami.
in the world. We're
It's going
going
to be so exciting
do
for our
what you're
country.
doing with law enforcement.
The
and very
2026
importantly also,
FIFA
we're
World
gonna
Cup
physically
will
do
be
it.
one of
We're
the largest and
going
most
back to
complex
Congress for
events.
some money,
This will be
and
one of the
we're gonna
greatest events, one of the
redo
largest.
a
In a
lot
way,
of
it's
the
like
pavement,
Johnny
a lot
said
of
it
the
better. It's like
medians,
having
a lot of the-
many Super
the
Bowls
graffiti's
in a
all
short
coming
period of
off
time.
real fast.
Because
It's
each
gonna
one of
come
these
down real
games
fast.
essentially is
We're working
a
with
Super Bowl.
Clark
Some of them are bigger
Construction,
than Super Bowls,
one of the
actually.
big ones, the
But
biggest
they're
here by
essentially,
far, actually.
each one of these games is like a
And
Super
we're
Bowl. The
gonna be not so much building,
26
it's
FIFA
cleaning
World
and
Cup will
fixing
be
and,
the
redoing
largest,
and
most
putting
complex
brand
set
new
of events
surfaces
in
down on
sports
your roads
history.
and streets,
And the Kennedy
when people
Center
come in
will
from the
give
airport
it
all
a
the way to the
phenomenal
Capitol,
kickoff,
the White
and we'll be
House, or any
involved,
place
and they'll
else
be
they're
working
going
over
to say,
there
"Boy,
for
this place is
quite a bit of
spotless."
time. We have it all
So
set
we're
that they
doing
can
that.
stay
Most
there for the
importantly,
big
though,
events,
we're
the
gonna
big
have
press
a
conferences and
crowd of
everything
people
else.
that are
And they'll
gonna
be in a
be
very
happy.
safe
You know,
capital.
I've
That'll be
received
nice. You don't have to
more
worry about
phone
walking down
calls
the
from
street,
people in the
Johnny,
last
okay?
4 days
But you could handle yourself.
than I ever have. I've been here now 4
Already,
years plus.
FIFA is projecting
And
6
by the way, I
million
think we
loyal
have about
fans will attend the
the
World
best
Cup
7
events
months.
next
They're
year, and
saying
6
that
billion more
any
are going to be
president's
watching
had.
back
We've done a
home.
lot of
And
work.
they
We've
think
done
the
a lot of
$6
good
billion
work,
number is going to be
including the
actually a
biggest
low
tax
number.
cuts that you've ever
And this
had.
will
I
drive
know you
more than
guys don't care
$30
about
billion
taxes, so
into the
you
U.S.
don't care about
economy and
saving a
create
little tax, but you saved a lot of tax,
185,000
actually.
American jobs
But,
in a short
we've
period
had a
of
great-
time, too.
great
No
period of
sporting
time, but
event
I've never
attracts more
received
attention, more fans,
so
more
many phone
viewers, or
calls
more
thanking me
revenue
for
than
what
the
we've
FIFA
done
World Cup.
in Washington,
And again, I'll
D.C.
just
from
say,
people that
it's the
haven't gone
World
to a
Cup, and it's
restaurant in
the
literally
biggest
in
thing
4
there is in
years.
sports, and we have it, and I got it in my
they
first
said, "You know what you've
administration.
done
And I was
is-
really
it's
somewhat devastated,
unprecedented
as
because
devastated
what
as
they,
I can be. I don't have time to get too
they said it was
devastated.
just unsafe. We
I
couldn't
was
do
very
it.
happy
We'd go out
today, as you saw,
and,
the
you'd see the stories, you'd
group
read
that
the
does
stories,
this, the
you'd see all
government
of the
group,
things that
radical
are
left
happening.
group, announced that
And they said
Trump
we
was
just-
right.
We couldn't,
Took in
we
$4
couldn't
trillion
stand it. So now I
worth
take
of
my
tariffs,
wife and my
and the
kids
$4
to
trillion
dinner.
are
They,
going
one
to
of them
reduce the
said he's gone
deficit
out
by
4
numbers far
nights in a
greater
row,
than they ever expected
and he
or
hadn't
heard
gone
of.
out for 4
And
years.
by the way, the stock market
So
went up
it's,
1,000 points.
It's a great tribute to you. And when
That
I
was
look
as of
at,
10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what
people, I
happened. A lot of
understand
things
why,
happened.
because they-
But the
there's no
stock
games,
market's
right? We're not
up
playing
almost
games. We're
1,000
gonna make it
points.
safe. And we're going to
it's
then go on
basically
to other
the news
places,
that,
but we're going to stay here
the
for a
release
while.
that
We
just
want to
came
make this
out
absolutely
from government
perfect. It's our
that,
capital.
the
And,
tariffs that
I
everybody
guess
was
it used to
talking
be
about. that the whole world respects us for is what we did.
A very good run.
The tariffs are going to be at
And
$4
you gotta be
trillion.
strong, you
They're
gotta
going
be
to
tough,
reduce
you
the
gotta do your
deficit
job.
by
Whatever it takes
$4
to do
trillion,
your job, you gotta
Mr.
do your
Vice
job.
President. What do you
The
think?
crime numbers are
Too
way
bad it's
down.
not
I'm
five.
looking at, you saw some of the
It's
stats.
had a
I just
huge impact,
read them out
and
to
the
me
stock
inside.
market
The
is
numbers
way
that
up.
we haven't seen here.
But this will drive more than $30
ever.
billion in
Actually,
the U.S.
ever.
economy and create
And I think it's
185,000
probably,
American jobs. No
right
sporting
now,
event
it's-
attracts
to me, I
more
feel very
attention
safe
and more
now, and I'm
fans or
hearing
anything
people
else.
are very safe, but
I
I
just
know
look forward to the draw. So
within
we're
2
going to have
weeks
the
it's gonna
draw,
be, Pam, it's
essentially,
gonna be
Johnny,
at
at
a
the
level that's even
Kennedy
far
Center.
superior.
And by
So
that
I
time,
just
it'll
came,
be in
I
even
just
better
wanted to
shape.
thank
We're
you all. You're
working on it.
doing
It'll
incredible.
take- it's
You're
about a year
incredible
project
people.
to make it.
You make the
It'll be
country
great.
run,
It'll be
frankly. You make the
fantastic.
whole
You see the way
place
this
run.
is looking?
We're going to have the
Nice.
best
I can't
capital
tell you how much that
ever.
gold costs. A lot
We're
of
going to
money.
have the. It's going to
There's
look better
nothing
than
like
it
gold,
ever
and
did.
there's
Even
nothing
at the
like
White House,
solid
I'm building a
gold, but
ballroom.
this-
They've been after a
this
ballroom
beautiful
for
office dated
150
it.
years,
It had to be
but they've never had a real
representative
estate
when we
guy
took
as a
it over. It was
president.
dirty,
I've done a lot of
not
ballrooms.
clean.
And we're
They
going to make
immediately
this one the
changed the
best of them
chair,
all.
had
But
the-
we're
this
doing
beautiful desk
a real
renovated,
job. As far as the
brought out
country's
by the White
concerned,
House. The
we're
people that do
respected
this, they did
again.
a great job.
We had a country that was laughed at a year ago. They thought they couldn't understand what was
For
happening.
the Oval Office when I
And
took
it's about
over. Now,
leadership.
you
But
look at
we
all
had a
those
country
paintings
that
you're allowed
was
to turn back.
a
All
dead
of these are
country in
great
many ways.
presidents, and they were all in the
Went to
vaults.
Saudi Arabia. I
They were
went
in
to
vaults
Qatar.
for
I went
some
to
cases
UAE.
much
We
more
came
than
back with
100 years.
$5.1 trillion
And now
of
they're
investment
proudly
in this
hanging on the
country.
Oval
And we're
Office
over
wall, so they
17
can't
trillion.
imagine
Now, a lot of
anybody
you don't know what
changing
that
it, but
means.
They were buried in
And
vaults
nobody
for
knows
over
what it
100
means because
years.
it's
many
never
of them.
happened before.
So it's very exciting.
5
People come in,
months,
they really
because
love it.
really
They
it's
love
a
what we're
5
doing
month, even though we're here
they
7,
love
but
what
we
we're doing
started
in DC, and they
5
love
months
what we're
ago in
doing
terms
most
of
importantly in the
investment, and
country
we
and
have,
the world.
because they
I'd
see
like
what's
to ask Johnny
happened
to
to our
say a
country,
few words. He's the
we're
head
going to
of
be
the
over
whole thing.
17
He's been there
trillion,
for
trillion with
a
a
long
T,
time.
dollars of
Probably the most
investment.
respected
There's never
man in
been anything
sports.
close.
He's
If we
amazing,
did
actually. Works very
1
hard.
trillion
And
in
he's
a
got,
year, and we're
the
talking
biggest
about
event
over
in
a
the world
5 month
coming
period,
right here
maybe
to the
6
United
months if you
States.
look at it, but
A
7,
little, we
over
did a little
$17
for
trillion.
Canada, we did a little for Mexico.
We're building
We thought, let's see,
plants,
I'm a good
auto
citizen.
plants, AI
I said, let
plants,
them have a little
all
piece.
sorts of
So we
plants
gave a
all
little
over
to
the
Canada.
country.
See
I'm
how
giving
nice
them
they
the
are?
right.
And we gave
Lee Zeldin's
a
done a
little bit to
fantastic
Mexico.
job. We're
And,
giving the right to build
Johnny, please say a
electric
few
plants. They
words.
become almost like a public
President.
utility. Because
Great
we have old
honor for
grids,
me
we
to
have a
be
lot
here
of
with
stuff
you
that's old. We wouldn't be
today,
able to compete with China
President,
AI.
Vice President,
And now we're
Excellencies.
totally leading the AI race.
Fantastic
And
to announce
the artificial
what
intelligence,
you
it's a big
said,
deal.
which
And
is
it's the hottest thing
final
there is for
draw of the FIFA
probably in
World
35,
Cup
40
on the
years.
5th
It's a lot of
of
people
December
don't know what it
here
is. Just trust me, it's
in the
very hot.
capital.
It's big. But
the
they need
Kennedy Center
massive
in
amounts of
Washington,
electricity.
DC at
They need
12
more
noon sharp will be
electricity
broadcast
than we have right
live
now in the
all
whole
over the
country,
world, 1
servicing
billion
everything.
viewers,
In other words, we have to at
will
least
watch it,
double
and
it
will
up
determine,
to
of
be
course, the match
competitive
schedule,
and to
the match
be
schedule,
leading.
which,
And we're more than
48
doubling it up.
participating
And
teams
what
will
I'm
play.
doing is
We
I'm
said
letting
104
all of
matches
these
in
very
1 month,
rich
104
companies, and
Super
they've got
Bowls.
nothing, but
It's not
they
just
got a lot of
the
money,
biggest,
and
the
they want to
greatest
invest it in the
event,
United States, and they're
not just a
building big
sports
plants,
event,
but they're
it's a
building
social
electric
event as
plants
well.
with it.
One
I
of the
said, you
most
build
uniting the world,
your
Mr.
building,
President, uniting the world
and these are buildings
here
that cost
in,
30, 40, 50
America.
billion
We're very
dollars
proud
when
of
you
that.
include everything
And
that's
those
inside, all the
teams, those national
technology.
teams who will
I
come
said, I'm
here
going to
to
let you build
participate
electric plants
in this,
to
draw with
fire
the
your
coaches,
own
with the
electricity,
presidents,
and
they will
anything
be
that you have
proud
left over, you sell it back
to,
into
be
the
part of
grid.
writing
So
this
all of
history,
these
and that's
big
why we
factories that are
brought
being built
to
are building their own
this,
electric
which is,
plants fired by
the winners'
oil and gas. They're not fired by wind, by
It
the way.
is the
Wind
trophy
doesn't work,
that
but we
the
won't
winner
say that.
of the FIFA
It
World Cup
destroys
wins.
everything. It looks terrible.
Only
It's a very expensive form of energy.
Presidents
and we're not
of
doing
countries,
wind. We're going
and then
back to
those who
fossil
win
fuel.
can
I hope
touch
not
it.
too many of you people are going to be
Because
upset.
it's for
but
winners only.
we have to go back to
Since
what
you are a
works.
winner,
Can't be
of course
foolish.
you can
But
as well,
we are
touch
we're
it.
building
It's pretty
massive
heavy.
electric
It's the
plants all
winner
over the
trophy.
country. The
last one who
companies
lifted that
are
is
building,
Leo
and then they
Messi.
sell it back into the
Lionel
grid.
Messi of Argentina.
But we're building
And here
numbers
it is
that nobody's
in
ever
the
seen.
Oval
We're
Office
auto plants. We have
in,
many auto plants
the
going
White
up.
House.
Can I keep
Whereas
it?
for you-
During the last 4 years, as you know, we had like none. People weren't investing here. So where they weren't investing and they were leaving, but I just finished by saying this. So I was with the King of Saudi Arabia. I was with all of the NATO leaders a couple of weeks ago, and they are putting up not 2% but 5%. They said 5% of GDP. That's a lot of money. They'll have trillions of dollars put up. They were putting up 2, but they weren't paying it. Now they're putting up 5, and they're all paying it. And they all said the same thing. They said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. We never thought it was coming back. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. These are the leaders of other countries, the prime ministers and the presidents, every one of them said essentially the same thing, said we had a dead country, and we were. We felt that way.
December.
And we were. And this place was emblematic of it with the crime, the horrible crime. And you know, I watch these phony reports. Oh, we were on the way back, but they weren't on the way back. It was worse than ever just a short while ago. But now it's going to be, I think now, right now, it's better than it has been in years. And in a couple of weeks, it's going to be even far better than that. And everybody's safe now. Everybody feels safe. And they're all coming in. And people are now coming in. They're making reservations to come in. They want to be in Washington, D.C. One of the things we're going to be redoing is your parks. I'm very good at grass because I have a lot of golf courses all over the place. I know more about grass than any human being, I think, anywhere in the world. And we're going to be regrassing all of your parks, all brand new sprinkler systems, the best that you can buy, just like Augusta. It'll look like Augusta. It'll look like, more importantly, Trump National Golf Club. That's even better. But we're going to have all brand new, beautiful grass. You know, like everything else, grass has a life. Do you know that? Grass has a life.
20-year.
You know, we have a life and grass has a life.
It's worse. It was
and,
worse.
The grass here died about 40 years ago. So we're going to be rebuilding all of your parks, and it's going to happen fast. It's going to go up like a miracle. So you do the job on safety, and I'll get this place fixed up physically. And for the border, and we're going to be so proud of it at the end of 6 months. But let's say at the end of the year, this place will be maxed out in terms of beauty. You'll have all new surfaces. You'll have all new medians. Everything's going to look beautiful. A lot of your signs are going to be taken down. They've been up for 40 years.
They
look like hell. They look they're barely standing up. They're falling off their holders. And we're going to have all new everything. And I want to just thank Doug for doing such an incredible job. He's been unbelievable. You're popular guy. No, he's an amazing guy. He's an amazing guy. Everybody loves him. They're all full. And his wife is so incredible. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The restaurants, since we
thank you very much. What a job.
And many new restaurants are going to open.
People don't realize they're going to see she'll go down as the greatest attorney general we've had. I really mean it too. And where's my Christine? You're there. Thank you very much.
I really am honored that the
incredible.
National Guard
And she can ride a horse like nobody.
Working with the police.
She gets on those horses. She rips those horses around. But I want to thank you very much.
Which we're willing to do.
Steve Miller, so fantastic.
And after we do this, we'll go to another location.
Todd Blanche, who's been with me so long, and he's one of the best lawyers you'll ever find.
Very, very
and we're
safe.
having a lot of victories. I had a victory today.
Incompetent mayor. Grossly incompetent.
They stole $550 million from me with a fake
this.
case, and it was overturned. They said this was a fake case.
And the people in Chicago,
terrible thing.
Mr. Vice President,
it's a nice victory.
Are screaming for us
it's
to
not
come.
bad.
They're wearing red hats, just like
we all have our limits, but
they're
this
wearing
was
red
a
hats.
terrible thing that it was a witch hunt.
Ladies,
and I've had more witch hunts than any human being I think in history.
President Trump, come to
Here we
Chicago.
are with the President of the United States. So it didn't work out too well for them, but maybe now it's turned a little bit. These are very dishonest people. We have to fight. We have to win because we have to win. And you people are winners, and I just think it's such an honor to be with you. And we're going to make Washington, D.C. great again. We're making our country great again. The country is very close to being great. When they say it's the hottest country in the world, they mean it. And this capital is right now, after 4 days, 5 days, it's at a level that you haven't seen in a long time, and it's all because of you. So I want to thank you all very much. It's an honor to be with you, and we'll always be with you. We're going to be with you for as long as I'm around. You're going to be treated as nobody more important.
I just want to say Johnny's been my friend for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Guy, and
Doug, would you like to say something?
Carpet. Andrew, you're going to be fantastic. Rick is going to be everything Rick ever touched.
President Trump, on behalf
out,
of everybody that's here in law enforcement, I think I absolutely want to extend gratitude to you because under your leadership, you're bringing back respect for this profession. I know that wherever you go, and some of these folks know, wherever you go in the country, whenever I've been with you, backstage before you speak, who do you get a picture with? Local law enforcement, the federal folks that are there. You have always, in your entire life, supported law enforcement, and that makes a difference. These people know that. And the other thing, of course, for everybody here, President Trump's ended 6 wars. He's brought taxes down, regulations down. He's brought record foreign investment like he was talking about. He's done all of those things in 6 months. But what does he really care about? You hear him talk about the wars. He wants to end the killing. And here in D.C., he wants to end the killing. He wants to end it in every city in America, because if we're the greatest country in the world, you shouldn't be afraid to be able to go out for dinner. He cares about the people that live in this city and in every city, and that's why this is happening right now, and this is what leadership looks like, that in a matter of a week, This is a message to every city in the country, and it's a message to every capital in the world that America, the greatest country in the world, is going to have the most beautiful capital and the safest capital in the world because of all of you. So thank you, everybody that's here tonight. Thank you, President Trump, for making it all possible.
Tell him we all love him, okay? Thank you. It was an amazing what he had
Thank
to
you
go
all.
through.
President, I'm looking at all these faces. They're out here every single night. I'm getting to know everyone on a first-name basis. All of our great Metro PD, General Blanchard with the Guard, all of our federal agencies are out here. Our amazing park police, they are working hand in hand to make DC safe. They're out here working midnights every night because they love our country, they love our city, and they love you. They're all telling me that. Are we going to get to meet the, look at them getting a thumbs up. They're all out here going, are we going to meet the president? I told you.
Why did we allow it to happen?
And
We
I think
allowed
you
it to
brought
happen
some
because
food
we
for
had
him.
broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately
by the
sitting
White
behind the
House.
resolute desk. What
And
we
we
have
have
showed in
pizza
just
that
under
I said,
2
don't do it in
weeks
the White House
of
because we
taking
want
law
that
enforcement
place that makes
seriously
the
is
best
that the
pizza.
American
So
people can
we'll
have their
concede,
streets back
but we
if
have a
their
lot of it, so
leadership
we're going
is
to have
willing
some
to put
fun.
in the
We'll
time
eat
and the
and they'll
resources.
eat with
Mr.
you, and
President,
we're going to
you've
have
shown
a
in
little fun.
Washington,
We're going to
D.C.
celebrate,
that
but
we can
then
have
we're going to
safe
get back
streets
to
again.
work and we're going to
We've
take
just
care
got to
of these
have the
criminals. We're
political
going to put them where they
willpower
have to
to
be.
focus on the bad guys and to give the American people back their communities. We are focused on doing that.
So let's go have
thanks to the
something to
President's
eat. You're going to
leadership.
like the hamburgers? Would you rather have hamburgers from the White House or pizzas from a good place? Huh?
But
I
that
think you want.
2%
Oh, they want the
3%,
hamburgers. Have a good
reeks
time, everybody. Thank you
just
very
havoc
much, Christy. Thank you
throughout
very
the
much,
community.
darling. Thank you,
People are
everybody.
petrified.
Thank
And I know there's a couple of the women in the back. They're shaking their head. Yes, yes, yes. I won't report who you are because you'll end up losing your jobs. But it's true. It's amazing. The police.
Judge
and you
Janine
look
is
at
here.
the DC National
She's
Guard.
unbelievable.
I saw pictures
What
of
it-
them
oh,
last
we have
night
Leo.
getting off
Leo
vans
2.0.
and I saw some bad
Whoa.
ones running, but they're not running so much anymore.
Judge,
They're not
I
there.
didn't
They're
see
just
you
not
over
even-
there.
They're not even
It's
trying.
lucky
You're
I
totally
spotted
safe.
her.
Now there'll be something
It's
happening
lucky I
sometime.
spotted
don't
her.
know.
I
Maybe
would
it
have
won't
been in
be
big
for a
trouble.
long
And
time,
Leo,
but,
you know, Leo
this was
2.0, we love
every
Leo.
night
He's a
would
great
get reports of
prosecutor, that's
people
for
being
sure. You know, they both started off
There's
really
one
as
woman on
law
television last
enforcement,
night. She had a badly
top lawyers,
busted up
judges, and law
And she
enforcement.
swore,
and
like our
that's how they
streets the way
became
they
famous.
used to
Then they
be.
went into show business, and
And,
everyone
she
thought,
thinks it's gonna happen,
they,
like,
were they
by
real?
doing nothing.
They were the real deal.
And
And
they say,
you're
what
both
happened to
doing
you
great.
now?
Thank you very
She
much,
got
Pam. You want
slugged
to
by a
say
guy
something,
walking down the street,
Janine?
slugged. Her nose will
Yeah,
never
I
be
just
the
want to
same, I
say
guarantee
thank
you,
you to
unless it-
all of you.
unless it takes
Every
a pretty
night when
good
you hit
turn.
the street,
She
you make
wasn't
a
really
difference
for
not
us.
just for us,
She sort of
but
said,
for
well, maybe
everyone
something
in
has
the
to happen
district.
before
They are
this happened to
grateful
me.
for what
She got
you do.
whacked.
They are thankful.
And,
And
I don't
I
think she'll ever
am
be the
making
same.
sure that
She
we
almost
back the
became- she
blue
was a half a
to the
Trump fan.
hilt. Every
woman that
arrest
would
you
have
make,
never
we're
been a
going
Trump
to
fan.
the
But
longest
she
way
was
to
hit
make
hard.
sure that
It's
we
not gonna
charge
happen
in those
anymore.
cases.
It's not gonna happen
So
anymore.
God
But then
bless
we're
you
gonna
and
beautify-
thank you for
beautify
what
the
you do.
city,
You're
too.
making
That's where I
a
was
difference.
today
And Mr.
at
President,
Kennedy Center.
without
We're gonna
you,
beautify the
no
city,
one would even have
like it
tried.
has.
So
And we're
thank
working
you.
with Clark Construction, the biggest construction company in Chicago.
30 seconds.
And
we
in
have
Chicago,
the greatest
and,
president in our
Washington.
lifetime protecting this country, and you guys have done a great job.
All over the world,
and I've
actually,
had the
but
privilege
Washington,
to
I
work
would
with
say,
the
is their
greatest
home. That's where
Attorney
they do the
General,
best
Pam
work,
Bondi.
the biggest
This
work,
team
and they're
really
doing
appreciate you. We
they've
want to
been
thank
doing a
you.
fantastic
You
job.
are
So,
doing the work that
you're gonna
makes
have a
this country
fantastic,
great.
clean,
Protecting
beautiful place. It's
America.
going to be
Thank
better
you
than
very
it ever
much,
was
and
before.
God bless
Literally
you.
better than it ever was before. We'll get it done very quickly. And I want to thank Clark because they're doing a lot of work in a lot of different locations, but they've been fantastic for getting us the right contractors and the people that can really do the job right. And Johnny, did you want to say something?
Yes, I have one more thing, because as you rightly say, you know, with security and beautifying cities and the whole country, we want people to come and enjoy and have fun. And that's why this is not just the most iconic trophy in the world of sport, but we start on the 10th of September the sale of tickets for the FIFA World Cup, and we have the first ticket here for the finals. For you. It's of course row 1, seat 1. It's ticket number 45, 47, and it's for the final in New York and New Jersey. And so you have your ticket already for the final. All the others, 10th of September. Start getting your tickets.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
6.5, 7 million tickets. Fans will enjoy. Will enjoy the security here. Will be fantastic.
You're going to do record business, I think.
100%.
Christy, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Mr. President, millions of people will come to this country, and we'll make sure they get their travel documents, their visas,
that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy this sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the world. And sir, you're reminding me of something that my dad used to say all the time. He would say, Christy, your kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our country, they respect back to us. People will respect our country more because it's safe, it's clean,
How we doing, Georgia?
this nation by making sure that our laws are upheld. And millions of people are going to come and be able to enjoy it next year, and I'm excited about it. Thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you is respected again. And a year ago, we had a good country. I'm telling you, it's a good country. It was a country that has lost its way.
Thank you. Please, it's great to be in Peachtree City, and I gotta say, you guys have got a hell of a congressman. How much do we love Brian Jack here in the 3rd District of Georgia? Thank you, Brian.
People to do this stuff, but it's I want to thank
now we got a few other people. I want to thank, of course, the great EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Lee, thank you so much.
I built the same wall that the Border Patrol asked me to build.
And proud Atlanta native Kelly Loeffler, thank you for all you're doing at the Small Business Administration.
So I had Border Patrol in, and they tested everything else.
All right, you guys are lucky to have a great Trump-endorsed Lieutenant Governor Burt. Burt, good to see you, man. How we doing?
Inside that is rebar, a big fat piece of rebar.
Burt greeted me on the tarmac today. He had been on the tarmac, I think, for a few minutes because he was sweating bullets. And that hot Atlanta sun, I felt bad for him. But Burt, thank you. You're going to make a great governor for the state of Georgia. And we're with you every step of the way. Now, I understand we got a little preview. This is my idea. A little preview of the Senate race here in the great state of Georgia. How'd they do, ladies and gentlemen?
And if you got a
do good?
Flat paint, it would look beautiful. It will preserve it from rust.
Well, let me thank Coach Derek Dooley. Derek, thank you for being here. Let me thank Representative Buddy Carter. Buddy, thank you. Good to see you, man. And of course, the great Mike Collins. Mike, thank you for everything that you do. It's good to see you, man.
I turned on last night and I see Christie's painting the wall.
Now here's the thing. We're at a great American facility. I want to thank these great workers behind me. I feel bad for these guys because they got to stand up the whole time I'm talking. You guys get to take a seat and boys, strap in because we're going to be up here for about 3 hours. You give a politician a microphone and it's always tough. Boys and girls. We've got a few ladies back there too. But here's the thing. This facility, this manufacturing plant represents what makes America great. Because the products that you build, the jobs created here, the ingenuity and the technology and the development and all the things that actually make America run are built right here at this incredible facility. So thank you to Alta, thank you to the workers, and thanks to the people who make this facility run. Now, I heard something before I went on, because there's this big refrigerator right behind me, right? And somebody told me it was 13 tons, is that right? That's a big refrigerator. Now, am I also right that a lot of the products that you guys make go into Chick-fil-A?
On December 5th.
Is that right? Okay, I know it's a great Atlanta company, but as a customer, a frequent customer at Chick-fil-A, I've got a personal connection because you guys make a great American company run, and that's what I love about this country. When you guys make a great product, it enables more great products to be made. That creates more jobs for our people, that creates more American innovation, and it creates more prosperity for the American worker. And I'm here, of course, as a representative of the President of the United States that has done more for the prosperity of the American worker than any president in a generation. So can we give it up for President Donald J. Trump? Because I know he's watching.
Yeah, they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very, very easy, and other countries are going to be obviously a little bit more difficult. Would you like to explain it?
Yeah, absolutely. We have the process set up that we'll be implementing on getting visas to everybody before we're done.
And I know what the president ran on, and what the president cares about is building things right here in the United States of America. It's another reason why I'm proud to be at Alta today. Because for a generation in this country, we had American presidents and American political leaders, and let's be honest, folks, it wasn't just Democrats, it was Democrats and Republicans who would ship our jobs overseas, close our factory doors, and do not a damn thing for the American worker. So how nice is it in Washington, D.C. to have a government that is going to protect your jobs, that's going to fight for this facility and say, very simply, if you're building it here, if you're making it here. If you're producing it here, we are going to give you, and already have given you, a big fat tax cut. That's a good thing.
Next couple of weeks. So I thought it was a nice picture of him.
But if you make it overseas, if you try to do something with a foreign worker as opposed to an American worker, if you try to ship our great American jobs and great American factories overseas, then you are going to pay a big fat tariff before you bring that crap back into the United States of America.
I'm not happy about it. And I'm not happy about anything having to do with that war. I said it not.
And that's what President Trump's economic policies are all about, my friends. It's the carrot and the stick. We want to make it easier to build in America. We want to make it harder to build overseas. We want to make it easier to rely on our great American workers because we got a lot of them. American businesses ought to employ American workers. And we want to make it harder to employ foreigners to take those jobs from the Americans who deserve them. And most importantly, if you're working hard every single day right here in the United States, or if you're building a business right here in the United States, you ought to have a tax code that rewards you instead of punishes you, and that's what happened when we passed the Working Families Tax Cut just a couple of months ago, and of course, Brian Jack was a critical part of that, so you should be proud of your congressman.
I'm fighting for the United States, Canada, and Mexico. I take a lot of our business over the years.
Now, what does this law mean for you? What this law means for you is that your take-home pay is going to go up over $10,000 over the next few years. What that means is that if you're working an hour of overtime, the federal government is going to keep its money the hell out of your pocket. Because if you're working hard, the government ought to leave you alone. Ain't that the truth?
I like Canada a lot. I think he's a good person. And we had a very good...
To any single moms out there, any single dads, any people who work hard every single day. I had a single mom, and for a time my mom worked at a restaurant. She waited tables, like a lot of folks out there. And you know what we did in this new law? We said that if you're working hard and you're making your income via tips, we are not going to tax tips anymore because we want to give everybody out there that's working hard for those tips a little bit of relief. And that's what the Working Families Tax Cut did. No matter where you are in this country, if you're working hard and play by the rules, you ought to have a government that stands up for you instead of fights against you. That's why we increased the child tax credit in the Working Families Tax Cut. That's why we eliminated taxes on overtime and on tips. And that's why we had the biggest tax cut for families that this country has ever seen, because we believe that you ought to keep more of your hard-earned money, and we believe that if you're busting your rear end every single day, the government ought to make it easier for you and not harder for you, and that's why we fought for that legislation. Now, I am just a vice president. I'm just a lowly politician, but I'm going to try my hand at prophecy today, ladies and gentlemen, because I see the future of the state of Georgia, and in about a year, you are not going to be able to turn on the television without Senator John Ossoff pretending that he supported the Working Families Tax Cut when in reality he voted against it. And I saw a TV clip of him today. You know why he said he voted against no taxes on overtimes? You know why he said he voted against no taxes on tips? You know why he said that he voted to raise your taxes by the biggest amount in a generation in this country? Because he's allegedly worried about people getting kicked off their health care. Well, you know what? The President of the United States made a promise, a sacred promise, that the only people who are going to lose access to health care are illegal aliens who shouldn't be in this country to begin with.
There's a lot of anger, a lot of hatred. There's a tremendous amount of hatred. We will see what happens. I think in 2 weeks we'll know which way I'm going.
Because I happen to believe that Medicaid belongs to American workers and American families. I happen to believe that when you are struggling in this country, we're generous people. And we want to help you. But we want to help the people who have the legal right to be in the United States of America. So it's not about kicking people off of health care. It's about kicking illegal aliens the hell out of this country so that we can preserve health care for the American families who need it.
every permit. The hardest permit is the federal permit.
And that's
Within
what
20
the
days,
Democrats
every single
never talk
permit was
about.
there
That's
for the
what
people
they'll
to
never
build
tell you.
houses.
They'll say, well, Republicans
People
want to do
are
this to
writing
health
us and
care.
they
They
say
want to do
we vote for
that. They
the
want
mayor
to do all these terrible things. When in
incompetent. The
reality,
governor's incompetent.
if you look at what the
I know Gavin
Democrats
very
have
well. He's
done,
an
what they've
incompetent
tried
guy
to do
with a good line of
is to
bullshit.
allow
And he
millions
doesn't
and
get the
millions
job
of
done.
illegal aliens into this country,
frankly,
to give benefits that ought go
those
by
people
right
wanna
to
build their
American
houses. It's
citizens,
terrible. They
and
could've
then
been
to
built.
attack
Some of them
Republicans
could've
when
been
we
built
dare to
already.
stand up
But
for the
think of it,
American
federal
citizens who
government
have the
is
right
the
to be
most
here.
complex
So when you watch
part.
those TV
It's the most
commercials in a
complex
year,
environmental
and John
thing to do.
Ossoff, I tell you,
We gotta-
he's going to pretend to be a
Everybody has it
reasonable
within 30
moderate.
days.
He's actually going to run TV advertisements, I promise you, because I ran against a guy like this in the state of Ohio, where he says that he supported President Trump's agenda. But in reality, while John Ossoff pretends to be a moderate, when he comes to Atlanta, he is a far left liberal in Washington, D.C., and that's the only place that it actually counts if you're a United States senator. So why don't we ask John Ossoff, why did you vote to raise taxes? Why did you vote to keep illegal aliens on Medicaid? Why did you vote to bankrupt Medicare? Why did you vote to make sure that people who work overtime and earn their income from tips pay as much to the federal government as possible? And the simple answer is because John Ossoff, whatever he pretends to be in his television commercials, he doesn't give a damn about the 3rd District, and he doesn't give a damn about the people of Georgia, but we do, and we're going to fight for you every single day.
I sent in the troops, and even the police commissioner, the sheriff, and the police commissioner, they all said the same thing. They said, we could have never handled what was happening. You said that you were there. He said we could have never handled
Let me just leave you, my friends, with a final thought. I want to thank you all for being out here, and again, thank the folks behind me, the great workers of this facility. And I'll take a few questions. Should I take a few questions from the media? I'll do that. So we'll take a few questions from our great reporters, hopefully some local reporters back there, but I'm sure some national fake news as well. But, you know, I went to Union Station in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Anybody here ever been to Union Station? Okay. It's a beautiful, beautiful building, really a monument to American greatness. I was walking around, I was looking up at it, these beautiful high ceilings. It looks like something out of a fairy tale. And I remember that 2 years ago, when I took my kids to Washington, D.C.'s Union Station, I actually had a crazy person screaming at my 3-year-old kid. Because, for some reason, and I never understood this, American leaders decided it was compassionate to allow people to fester on the streets, yelling at our young families, instead of giving them the medical care that they need and getting them off the streets. Which, by the way, makes it easier for us to all enjoy these great public spaces in our country. And I haven't been to Atlanta in a little while, at least now with the Secret Service detail. I haven't walked around Atlanta in a little while. But I bet that as great as Atlanta is, and as beautiful of an American city as it is, there are places in Atlanta where you wouldn't take your family today. Is that correct? Just like in Washington, D.C., the national capital of the greatest nation in the history of the world, there are no-go zones where you would not take a young family or you would not take young children. And that's true, I'm sure, all across the state of Georgia, all across our country, because our leaders decided that they would make our streets safe for criminals instead of safe for the people who pay our taxes and keep our communities going. And I think that of all the things that I'm most proud of the president, the thing that I'm most proud about is that he finally put the government to work for the people who actually make this country function and run in the first place. We're cutting taxes for American taxpayers. We're securing the border. We've got 99% reduction in illegal border crossings in this country because we got a president who empowered Border Patrol to keep us safe.
It's a national emergency, and if I have a national emergency, I can keep the troops here as long as I want.
And we got a president who's standing with law enforcement to make it easier to clean up our streets, to make them safe for our young families. If you're a person, I don't care what your political party is, but if you're a family and you want to take your kid to a nice meal in downtown Atlanta, it's about a 40-minute drive. Take your kid to a nice meal in downtown Atlanta, you ought to be able to without being harassed by a criminal. We got to take America's streets back for the American people, and that's what the President of the United States is doing every single day.
I think I know the attitude of Russia and frankly of Ukraine.
And as a person who grew up in a family where we often struggled with money, it is never the rich people that lack public safety in this country. When we go to war against our cops, when we flood the border with illegal immigration, when we close down great American factories, it is the people the Bible calls the least of us that struggle the most and hurt the most. So I'm proud to be here as your vice president. I'm proud to be here as a representative of President Trump. Thank you.
How do you know? Just for 4 years, it was never even a subject.
But I'm most proud that we have an administration that is making it easier, whether you're rich or poor, to walk down the street with a semblance of public safety. I'm most proud that we're fighting for the jobs of the people behind me and the jobs of every single working person in this country, and we're fighting to make sure that you pay low taxes instead of a bunch of garbage to the federal government. I'm proud that we serve an administration that cares more about American citizens and our public safety than giving Medicaid and Medicare to illegal aliens, which is what John Ossoff wants to do. In other words, I'm proud that the kind of family that made me who I am finally has a representative and a fighter in Washington, D.C. I promise you, we'll keep on fighting for you every step of the way. God bless you, and thank you for having me. Thank you.
And they were fighting for 31 years. And there's machetes. People are getting their heads chopped off. I was going for 31 years. I got it solved. Just said they came to the White House. It was signed an agreement. It was amazing. People can't believe they got it done. I love to stop killing. I really do. People thought it would be just the opposite.
Thank you all. Thank you. I don't think I'm going to get the same chant from the fake news media, do you? But we'll let them ask some questions anyway. Let's take a few questions back there from the rafters. I would prefer to take at least a few local media questions first, and then we can get to the national folks. Semper Fi, sir. God bless you.
Why didn't they have a meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting.
I think we have a microphone back there. If we could pass around. Sir, go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, I'm Richard Elliott with WSB-TV here in Atlanta. You've heard the criticism from Democrats that making the Trump tax cuts permanent comes at a cost to Medicare, SNAP benefits, and other things like that. How would you answer some of those criticisms by the Democrats?
Yeah, well, I appreciate that question. Look, there are a couple of responses to that criticism. First of all, the only people that we say should not get free government health care benefits are illegal aliens and those who refuse to try to even look for a job. It's very common sense. We want, and look, we are going to bankrupt this country if we keep on giving the people's benefits, the people's Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security benefits to illegal aliens who have no legal right to be in this country and never paid into the system to begin with. That is never the design of those programs, is to give them to every person all over the world. They ought by right to belong to the American citizens who paid into those programs to begin with. And that's what we're fighting to make sure happens. And
the significance of what we've done.
And the second response I'd say to that is look, we did a lot in this legislation. Brian worked on it. The other representatives here worked very hard on this to make sure that a lot of our rural hospitals are struggling because of some of the policies of the Biden administration. So what we did is we put a lot of resources and a lot of changes in regulations to make it possible for our rural hospitals to stay open despite what the Biden administration did to them for 4 years. So our policy is very simple. Whether you're in a big city or a small town, we're going to fight for your access to health care. Whether you're an American citizen who's been here for 70 years or an American citizen who's been here for 2 years, we're going to fight for your access to a government that serves you. But if you're an illegal alien, you do not deserve government-paid health care benefits. You need to get out of our country, and that's as simple as that.
They're not making this up. They just signed a deal with the European Union. They're paying
Next question.
Essentially $950 billion.
Mr. Vice President, Greg Bluestein with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Thanks for being here. I have a follow-up to Richard's great question on those health care funding cuts. There are Georgia Republican leaders who are legitimately concerned that more than 100,000 people could be knocked off the Medicaid rolls, not just people who are here undocumented or illegally, but people who are working class, who are struggling to get their health care. What message do you have for state Republican leaders on what they should do to reconcile those issues?
Well, the first thing I'd say is the state Republican leaders and frankly state Democratic leaders, if you're worried about American citizens losing access to health care, the Trump administration always has an open door policy. And we worked with a number of our colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, at the federal legislature, but also at the state level, to make it possible to ensure that American citizens have access to the medical benefits that they need. It's as simple as that. So you're always going to have an open door. Now, we understand that reforms are complicated. Sometimes this stuff takes time to work itself through the system. Many of the changes in the working families tax cuts to Medicare, or excuse me, to Medicaid, you're not going to see that stuff. It's not even, some of it doesn't even go to effect for 6 or 7 years, in part because we want to give enough time to work with people to make sure that American citizens do not lose access to those critical benefits. So if you look at the way we design the law, if you look at the way that those reforms are implemented, and if you look at all the other things that we're doing, we want to work with people to make sure that American citizens get what they're entitled to. What we do not want is people who have no legal right to be here, to benefit from the generosity of the American taxpayer, and to bankrupt those programs. So long as you're willing to work with us on those goals, we'll work with anybody, whether you got a D or an R next to your name, because we care about this country. We want to make sure it's secure and healthy.
And if we had a president who said, okay, you can go to Taiwan, but we're going to put a 100% tariff.
Next question. We had a couple hands back here, but
anybody that sells into the United States has to pay. They wouldn't have left.
Okay, we got a school back there. Okay, let's get them a microphone.
In some cases,
my name is Virgil Garrett. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Of course, thank you.
I'm here with the Central Educational Center, CCS-TV. The CEC is a college and career academy focused on training high school students to enter technical and trade industries. Can you tell us how the Big Beautiful Bill will impact us and our prospective jobs? And also, how is the administration focusing on schools like ours?
So tell me, is it, you say your name was Virgil? Virgil, tell me a little bit more about your school.
And they said,
Central Educational Center, we have classes focusing on trade and other industries. We have audio, video, aviation, cosmetology, dentistry, and students have...
Got it. Okay, thank you. He asked me, Virgil, you asked me to comment on the school. I figured I should learn a little bit about it. I should learn a little bit about it before I commented on it, but I appreciate the clarification there. I mean, our proposal and our principle in the Trump administration is quite simple. We want Americans to be able to pursue their American dream. Whether that means going to a trade school or going to a 4-year education, going to the military, we want to give you as many options as possible. And what happened for a long time in this country is that you had both parties, both sets of leaders saying, no, 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 no. The only pathway that we're going to fund, the only pathway we're going to help you with is if you want to get a 4-year degree. If you want to get a 4-year degree, great. But if you want to be a plumber or an electrician or a pipe fitter, your government ought to fight for you too. And that's exactly what we want to make happen.
As long as it doesn't harass the security of military. And if I do that, I think the country should be paid.
And I do, you know, Virgil, part of that is policy. Part of that is making sure that things like Pell Grants and other federal benefits, they don't pick and choose, they don't discriminate against our great trade schools. But part of that is leadership. And I think it's important for those of us who are in positions of leadership to say that, you know, there are so many great careers that require you to use your hands and your head at the same time, where you can earn a great living, you can build something great for your fellow citizens and people in your community. We're not going to have enough housing, we're not going to have plumbing that works, we're not going to have lights that turn on unless we've got enough people going into our trade schools. We've got to have more kids doing it, more young people doing it, because they're the ones building the American dream of homeownership, they're the ones building the future, and we're going to fight for you every step of the way. Thank you for your question, Virgil.
But I hate to see it happen.
And let's do a few more questions here, and then I'm going to have to hit the road. Sir.
He said Chicago.
Where do we got a microphone?
Vice President, Raul Valley, WABE Radio here in Atlanta. Wanted to ask you about something, your final topic on safety. Do you see the administration putting soldiers in the city of Atlanta?
Bank of America building.
Well, look, what we've done is we have focused on Washington, D.C. because it's a federal city under our jurisdiction, but we certainly hope that whether it's Atlanta or anywhere else, people are going to look around and say, we don't have to live like this. It turns out if you just go and arrest the bad guys, you can have cities and and streets that are safe again. And we hope that people see what we're doing in Washington, D.C. and follow our example all across the country. I'm a big fan. Look, I grew up in a small town. I love our beautiful countryside and our rural areas, but I love our big cities too. And I want you to be able to go shopping or go and get a nice meal with your family without the fear that you're going to get mugged or even worse, because you had the audacity to take your family out for a day in one of our great American cities. We don't have to live like this. All we need is politicians who actually care more about public safety for American citizens than they do for violent criminals. In Washington, D.C., in 10 days of what Donald Trump has done in Washington, D.C., did you know armed robberies are down 55% in our nation's capital? It's amazing. You know, murders in Washington, D.C. are down over 35%. Again, that's in a week and a half of just taking crime seriously. And there's something, you know, Democrats had this weird sickness in the head 5-6 years ago where they decided that all law enforcement was racist. You know who suffers the most, especially in our urban areas? When you don't allow the police to enforce the laws against bad guys, it is the good citizens, disproportionately black Atlantans, who suffer the most from high violent crime, because you've got more, or at least a disproportionate number of black Georgians living in Atlanta compared to other places. So when you empower police to prosecute violent criminals, that's not racism, that's empowering everybody, black or white, to live safely in their communities, and that should be the God-given right of every American citizen to walk down the street in safety and comfort. God bless you, sir.
Hundreds of people that are living like
Next question.
President, thank you for answering our questions. I'm Doug Reardon with Atlanta News First. I know you're here to talk about business and manufacturing. I wanted to ask you about the spending bill's impact on individuals. There was a nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office report that came out last week showing that the bottom 10%, the poorest Americans, would lose about $1,200 a year on their income, while the top 10%, they would add about $13,000 annually to their income. Can you justify for those poorest Americans those differences?
Well, first of all, the Congressional Budget Office, sometimes they put out reports that are absolutely atrocious, and I think this is a good example of a very atrocious report. The most important thing for people who are living at the bottom of the income ladder is that they not pay taxes on their income sources. So if you're working hard and you're working overtime, you're going to get a big fat tax cut. If you're working at a restaurant or some other business where you're earning your wages primarily through tips, you're going to get a big fat tax cut. And most importantly, the president's economic policies are going to prevent your job from being shipped off to Asia or to Mexico. That is the very best thing for people at the bottom of the income ladder, and that's why we have the economic policies that we do. If you go back 50, 60 years, what is the fastest period for blue-collar wages rising in the United States of America? It is the time that we are living in right now, thanks to the economic policies of Donald J. Trump. You know what the worst thing for people at the bottom of the income ladder is? It's when you flood the country with millions upon millions of illegal aliens and force our poor Americans to compete for jobs against low-wage foreigners who don't even have the legal right to be here. That is what destroys the wages and the livelihoods of people who are struggling in this country. We want to empower them to live the American dream. That's why we're protecting their jobs, lowering their taxes, and fighting to make their country safe again. And I'll do one more question.
And you flew all night long to be here and listen to this about how great we're doing in D.C.
I'm George Cheedy. I write for The Guardian. I live in a small town, less than 1,000 people. I'm also a military veteran. I am a Infos trained killer just like you.
Thank you for your service, George.
I don't know.
In 1996, in Atlanta, when the Olympics was coming through, Atlanta very famously rounded up people who were homeless on the street downtown, bought them bus tickets, and sent them out of town and often out of state. There's a lot of negative sentiment about that later. It's one of the things that people remember. I am
26
concerned
FIFA World Cup.
that in the press to
It's gonna be the World
eliminate
Cup as we know
encampments
it.
in
It's the
D.C.,
biggest,
something similar to that is
probably the
happening.
biggest event in sports, I guess, Johnny, right?
What is happening
On
to
December
the
5th
people
of this
who
year,
are
the
homeless,
2026 FIFA
often
World
poor,
Cup draw will take place
often
at the
have
Kennedy
a
Center.
mental
Some
health
people
problem
refer
or a
to it
drug
as the
problem?
Trump Kennedy Center.
Where are they actually
But we're
going
not prepared
when
to do
these
that
encampments
quite
are
yet. Maybe in a week or
being
so.
broken?
So first of
Right
all,
here in
George, I was
Washington,
12
D.C.
years
It's
old
a tremendous honor
when
to
the
bring
1996
global
Summer
event.
Games
It's
happened in
incredible.
Atlanta, so I don't
Group of
remember
people and these
exactly
unbelievable
the background
athletes, the
there.
best athletes
You know,
in the
I was
world,
worried
to the
about
cultural center
football
of our
and
nation's capital.
fishing and doing all the things that a
Just
12-year-old
left
in
the Kennedy
southwestern
Center.
Ohio
We're
was worried
spending,
about.
a lot of money
But
wisely
I
on
think
making it
that
really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again.
the question betrays a
Washington,
certain
D.C., we had-
misunderstanding
by the
of
way,
what we're trying to
Washington,
do
D.C.,
and
we
what
have
is
the
the
lowest
nature of
crime
real
numbers
compassion.
they've
I
had
talked
in
earlier about my
years.
son at being
Zero
harassed at Union
sounds
Station
like
a
it's a
couple of
horrible
years
thing
ago.
to
Now,
say, but I
first,
might
as
as
a
well say
father, you have some
zero
vagrants screaming
murders
crazy
in the
stuff.
last
I'm
week
sure a lot
since
of us
we've
have had
done
this
this. That's the
experience
first time
where you have
in
some
memory
vagrants
that that's
screaming
happened.
crazy
You can
stuff
believe it.
at your
How
3-year-old. As a
pathetic
father,
that
my
is
first
to say.
reaction is grab
And
my
I'm
son
tired of
closer,
listening to these
make
people
sure that
say
he's
how
safe.
safe it was before
Okay,
we got
then
here.
you
It was
realize
unsafe.
the person's
It was
not going to
horrible.
maybe
And Mayor
run in
Gowser
charge
better
and
get her
attack
act straight or
us.
she won't be
We'll
there
just
very
keep our
long
distance.
because,
But then you
we'll take
think,
it over
wait a
to the federal
second.
government, run it like
Why
it's
have
supposed
we
to be
convinced
run.
ourselves
The
that it's
numbers were
compassionate
horrible.
to allow a
It was
person
a
who's obviously a
crime-infested
schizophrenic or
rat
suffering
hole,
from some other mental illness?
and they do have a
Why
lot
is
of
it
rats, we're getting
compassionate
rid
to
of
let
them
that
too.
person fester in the
And we've
streets?
made a lot of progress.
You see them,
and,
they're
it's extremely unsafe, and that's extremely safe.
you know, a lot of them
We
have
virtually,
clear mental
no
health issues. A lot of them
crime.
have
The,
clear
number
physical
was down
health issues.
87%,
They're not
and I'm
properly
trying to figure out
clothed.
where
They're
was
not
the
properly
13%.
cared for. Some of them
I
are
don't think
wasted
it
away.
existed.
The compassionate
The
thing is to
National
have
Guard has
people
been
who are having
unbelievable.
mental
They're
health
working with the
crises
police,
to get them in
and they have some very
treatment,
good
not to
people
let
in
them
there.
sit
They
on
have
the
some people
streets
that
and
shouldn't
yell
be
at our
police,
people
actually.
while they're
But they have
walking
some
by.
great people there.
That
And the Washington, D.C. is a whole different place.
And so the president
you'll be
actually
happy to
signed
hear
an
that,
executive
actually.
order to make it
But it's
easier
a
for
whole
some of
different
these
place.
people
People are
to
excited
get
again.
access
They're
to
going
mental
out to
health
restaurants
treatment.
again.
And I don't know for the
That was
life
other
of
thing
me
I saw numbers.
what happened in
restaurant
this
business
country
is
where we
down in the
decided
last
that the
week.
compassionate thing
Restaurant
was to
business, you
let
can't get
somebody
into a
fester on the
restaurant.
streets
Just
instead of
really
be
lying people.
instead
And
of get
that's
the
why
treatment that they
people don't
need.
understand how bad
It's very
and how
simple.
dishonest the press
And
is.
I don't know why we accept it
I
as
saw one
parents
poll
and
that
as
had
grandparents and as
us at
people who just want to walk
19%
down the street
favorable
in comfort,
on what
why
we're
we
doing with
accepted
Washington.
that it
Then I
was
saw
that it
another
was
one that says
reasonable
it's
to have
94%
crazy people
favorable.
yelling at our kids.
And I can tell you
You
that
should not
94% is
have
correct.
to cross
The others
the
are fake,
street
just fake
in
news.
downtown
They gotta get
Atlanta
their
to
act
avoid
together.
a
So
crazy
bad for our
person
country,
yelling at
so
your
sick,
family.
actually.
Those are your streets,
So
paid
Washington,
for
D.C.
with
is
your
really
tax
good,
dollars,
unbelievable
and you
right.
ought to be able to use
And
them
the
like
Kennedy
any other
Center,
citizen
there
of this
were
country.
Picture. I was just there all morning with contractors making it.
So let me close. I know I said that was the last question. So let me just close with this thought. You know, there are a number of things I could say about President Trump's leadership and a number of things I could say about what we're trying to accomplish in the Trump administration. Put very simply, we're trying to make America great for Americans again. When you hear that phrase, make America great, we want you, as a taxpayer, as a worker, as a business owner, we want you to be able to enjoy the incredible benefits and bounty of the United States of America. This country was built by your grandparents, by your parents, by your forebears. You ought to have the right to live a good life in this country that wouldn't even exist were it not for the hard work of so many generations who came before us. They didn't put in that work. They didn't build this great country. They didn't carve the greatest civilization in the history of the world out of a wilderness so that their ancestors and their descendants could see it fall into disrepair. They did not build, look at Atlanta. It's a beautiful city. It's one of the most beautiful cities anywhere in the world. The people who built Atlanta did not build it so that you would not be able to walk down the streets of Atlanta safely at night. They built it so that you could enjoy it. They built this country so that we can make an even greater America out of it. And the policies of the Trump administration are meant for for one simple reason: to empower you to live a great life in this country that all of us love. We've got a lot of work done in the last 7 months. We're going to do a hell of a lot more work in the next 3.5 years, and we're going to fight for you every single step of the way. God bless you, and thank you for having me here in Peachtree City.
We have it, and I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that
Good afternoon,
Trump was
everybody.
right.
How are you? Good to see all of you.
worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce
what we've
the
witnessed
deficit by
President
numbers
Trump
far
accomplish
greater
over
than
the
they
last
ever
few days
expected
has
or
been
heard of.
nothing short
And by
of
the way, the stock
remarkable.
market went
We
up
are now
1,000
3.5
points.
years into the
That
war
was as
between
of 10
Russia
minutes
and
ago. I can't tell you what
Ukraine.
happened.
A brutal
lot of things
conflict
happened.
that has claimed
But the stock
hundreds of
market's,
thousands
up
of
almost
Russian
1,000
and
points.
Ukrainian lives and cost
and it's
trillions of
basically on the
dollars.
news that,
The weakness
the
and
release that
incompetence
just
of
came
Joe
out
Biden
from
foolishly
government
allowed the
that,
killing to start in the first
the
place.
tariffs
Until
everybody was
President Trump
talking
returned to
about,
office in
that the whole
January,
world respects
the
us
bloody
for-
and broken
for what
Biden
we
status
did.
quo was
The
to
tariffs
endlessly
are gonna be
force
$4
American
trillion.
taxpayers
They're gonna
to
reduce
fund
the
Ukraine no
deficit
matter
by
the cost,
$4
no matter how long
trillion,
it
Mr.
takes,
Vice President.
and no matter how
It's
many
a-
lives were
Too
lost.
bad it's not
There is no
five.
denying that
It's had a
Biden's
huge
America
impact,
Last
and the
foreign
stock
policy
market is
moved the
way
world
up.
further away from
But this
peace.
will drive more than $30
President
billion
Trump
in
rejected
U.S.
that failed
economy and
approach,
create
and instead, over the
185,000
last 7
American
months,
jobs.
has
No sporting event
relentlessly
attracts
pursued
more
peace
attention or more fans
throughout
or
his
anything
second
else.
term.
I
And
just look
thanks to
forward to
President
the
Trump's
draw. So we're
efforts,
going to
we
have the
finally
draw,
have movement after
essentially, Johnny,
years
at
of
the
deadly gridlock.
Kennedy Center.
On Friday,
And
as
by
you all
that
know,
time,
many
it'll
of
be
you
in
were
even
there,
better
President
shape.
Trump
We're working
hosted
on it.
Russian
It'll take-
President
it's about a
Vladimir
year
Putin
project to
in
make it.
Anchorage, Alaska, for
It'll
a
be great.
bilateral
It'll be
meeting.
fantastic.
This was
You
the
see
first
way
time
this is
President
looking,
Putin has been to
this-
the United States since
I can't tell you how much that
2015,
gold costs,
and the
a lot of
first
money.
time he has met with an
There's nothing
American
like gold,
president
and there's
in
nothing
years.
like solid gold,
President
but
Putin publicly
this-
confirmed what
this
President
beautiful
Trump
office needed
has
it,
said all
and it'll be
along.
represented
The
when
war
we took
between
it over. It
Russia
was
and
dirty,
Ukraine never would
not
have
clean.
started in the
I
first
immediately
place if
changed the
President
chair
Trump
and had the-
were in office.
this beautiful
This was
desk
always
renovated,
obvious to any
brought out by
person with
the
a
White
shred
House.
of common
People
sense.
that do this,
Just
they
look
did a
at what
great
took
job.
place during the
Second that, we
last
have a
4
craftsman who's great.
administrations. Under George
this
W.
was
Bush,
not appropriate
Russia
for the
invaded
Oval
Georgia.
Office, what I took
Under
over.
Barack
Now, look at
Obama,
all
Russia
those
took
paintings you're allowed
Crimea.
to turn back.
Under Joe Biden,
All of these
Russia
are great
invaded
presidents,
Ukraine.
and they were all in
But
the
under
vaults.
President Trump,
They were in
Russia
vaults
did not
for
invade nor
some
take
cases
anything.
much more than 100
President
years.
Trump is the only
And now
president
they're
this
proudly
century,
hanging on the
Republican
Oval
or Democrat, who has
Office
held
walls, so
Russia
I
in
can't
check
imagine
and
anybody
ensured
changing it,
peace
but they were-
in Europe.
they were buried in
That's because
vaults
Russia has
for over
always
100
greatly
years, many of
respected
them.
President Trump and his
So it's
peace
very
through strength
exciting.
foreign
People come
policy
in, they
approach.
really love it. They love what
But
we're doing
overall, the bilateral
here,
talks
they
in
love what we're doing
Alaska
in
were
DC,
very
and they love
productive,
what we're doing
and
most
multiple
importantly
key
in the
points
country
were
and the
agreed to
world.
between the two
I'd like
leaders
to ask
that
Johnny
truly
to say
opened
a
up
few
the
words.
doors
He's
for
the head of
phase
the whole
2
thing. He's
discussions,
been there for
which took place
a long
yesterday
time.
here at the White
Probably
House.
the most
Within
respected man in
48
sports.
hours of
He's
that meeting in
amazing,
Anchorage,
actually.
I may add.
Works very
As you all
hard,
know, there were many
and he's got,
European leaders here,
the
as
biggest
well as
event in the world
Ukrainian
coming
President
right here to the
Zelensky.
United
They all
States.
traveled
A
here
little,
to meet
we did
with
a
President
little
Trump
for Canada,
to
we did a
maintain the
little for
momentum
Mexico.
and
We
work
thought it was,
toward
yeah,
a
good
lasting
citizen.
peace.
I said, let
Across
them
the
have a little
board,
peace.
every leader
So we gave a little
credited
to
President
Canada.
Trump for
See how
his
nice I
decisive
am? And we
leadership that
gave
has
a little
reignited the
bit to
dialogue
Mexico.
in hopes of finally bringing this
Johnny,
war
please, say
to
a
a
few words.
peaceful conclusion.
Thank you,
Two
President.
quotes in particular
Great
capture the progress
honor
that was
for me
made
to
and
be
the
here with
optimism
you
moving
today,
forward. Finnish President Alexander Stubb said, "I think in the past 2
Fantastic
weeks,
to
we've probably
announce,
had more progress
what
in
you
ending this
said,
war than we have
which
had
is
in the
the
past
final
3.5
draw of
years."
FIFA World
Again,
Cup
that
on
is
the
the
5th
president of
of
Finland,
December
a country
here
that shares a
in the
border with
capital.
Russia. That's what
in the
we
Kennedy
call
Center
the
in
President
Washington,
Trump effect.
DC at 12
NATO
noon
Secretary
sharp,
General
will be
Mark
broadcast
Rutte also
live
summed it up
all
well.
over the world. 1
Without
billion
President Trump,
viewers,
this deadlock with Putin
will
would
watch
not
it
have been
and will
broken.
determine,
He
of
is the
course,
only
the
one
match
who could do
schedule,
this.
the match schedule,
Following the
which,
encouraging conversations
48
yesterday,
participating
President Trump
teams
spoke
will
with
play.
President
You said
Putin
it,
by phone. and he agreed to begin the next phase of the peace process, a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky, which would be followed, if necessary, by a trilateral meeting between President Putin, President Zelensky, and President Trump. As the president said, Vice President Vance, Secretary Rubio, and Special Envoy Witkoff will continue to coordinate with Russia and Ukraine to make this happen as soon as possible. It's very important to remember that before President Trump's landslide victory last November, there was no end in sight to this bloodshed. Now there may finally be light at the end of the tunnel and an opportunity for lasting peace. That's because President Trump is the peace president, and American leadership is back on the world stage. It should not be lost on anyone in this room that world leaders are coming right here to Washington, D.C. for help. While previous presidents have traveled halfway around the world to apologize for America, President Trump stands up for America, and he has firmly restored America's status as the undisputed leader of the free world. However, one thing that has absolutely not changed is the media's negative and downright false coverage of President Trump and his foreign policy accomplishments. From the beginning of this entire process, much of the left-wing media has been actively rooting against the President of the United States in the pursuit of peace. Initially, the media ridiculously claimed that President Trump was somehow beholden to Russia for even agreeing to have a face-to-face discussion with President Putin inside of the United States. The media media said President Trump was making a grave mistake by, quote, legitimizing Putin. They were aghast that President Trump would treat another world leader like a world leader. The media relentlessly attacked President Trump and claimed he suffered a, quote, major defeat for not immediately emerging with a final agreement, even though he said heading into that meeting, this was a meeting to listen and to understand how to move the ball forward. All weekend following those historic U.S.-Russia bilateral talks, we listened to clueless pundits on television trying but failing to claim that the president had failed. The so-called experts in the foreign policy establishment, whose record is nothing but endless wars, trillions of wasted taxpayer dollars, and dead Americans, have the nerve to try and lecture President Trump, who has solved 7 global conflicts in 7 months, about peace. This is the same president, by the way, who brokered the Abraham Accords in his first term, on top of more than half a dozen other peace deals this year alone, as I just said. We also saw yesterday the president of Ukraine and all of the other major leaders of Europe fly across the Atlantic Ocean to meet President Trump at the White House because of the progress that was made, and that, if you ask the media, failed meeting, but it was not. It was highly productive and it was successful. This is why Americans' trust in the mass media is at a lowest point in more than 5 decades. Diplomacy is a delicate process, and instead of reporting the facts about what is happening here at this White House and what is happening between this president and other leaders around the world, many outlets in this room continue to try to actively undermine the president and sabotage the efforts towards peace. That is why I felt the need to set the record straight. In other news, on the home front, President Trump's efforts to make D.C. safe again are working. There have been a total of 465 arrests since the start of this operation on Thursday, August 7th. Last night, there were a total of 52 arrests, including the arrest of an illegal alien MS-13 gang member with convictions for DWI and drug possession. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and the outstanding work of both federal and local law enforcement, dangerous gang members like the one picked up last night will not be allowed on the streets of our nation's capital. Other arrests last night included assault with a deadly weapon for stabbing, parole violation for robbery, murder, outstanding warrant for attempted murder, assault on federal law enforcement officer, and felony assault. 4 more homeless encampments were also removed during yesterday's reporting period. To date, a total of 48 homeless encampments have been cleared in Washington, D.C. by multi-agency teams. MPD patrol units are actively working with city officials to locate and clear additional encampments and remove homeless residents off of Washington streets. And despite fake narratives from the media, again, a significant number of the arrests have been in high-crime areas of D.C. In fact, nearly half of all of the non-illegal alien-related arrests have occurred in Wards 7 and 8, the 2 wards that have the highest number of violent crime, as well as homicides and assaults with dangerous weapons last year. So while Democrats continue to coddle violent criminals, President Trump and this administration are focused on putting them behind bars and unapologetically standing up for the safety of law-abiding American citizens, and the White House will continue to provide all of you with the results of this operation in the days ahead. So with that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jack Posobiec, who joined us in Anchorage, Alaska last week. Jack, thanks for being here. Why don't you take us?
New York, we're going to help with.
I think a lot of these people that
you see on television, they're including the people in this audience.
Saw the world leaders here yesterday with this summit. We've heard phrases like coalition of the willing. We've also heard Article 5-like guarantees. When it comes to the security guarantees, what is the current status of that? I know the president earlier today mentioned boots on the ground with the UK, France, Germany, possibly, but unequivocally said no U.S. troops on the ground, but U.S. coordination. Can you elaborate on that, and what would the red lines be?
Sure. Well, you got to the heart of what I was going to say to all of you today on security guarantees, which is the president has definitively stated U.S. boots will not be on the ground in Ukraine, but we can certainly help in the coordination and perhaps provide other means of security guarantees to our European allies. The president understands security guarantees are crucially important to ensure a lasting peace, and he has directed his national security team to coordinate with our friends in Europe, and also to continue to cooperate and discuss these matters with Ukraine and Russia as well.
And the hope and promise of the Russians responded at all. I know we spoke with President Putin last night. What has been their response? Because we've heard some reports from the Kremlin and others saying they're unequivocally against NATO troops on the ground.
Well, look, the president continues to have these conversations with both leaders. Those conversations took place in Anchorage, Alaska, again yesterday with the Europeans and President Zelensky, and he has directed his team to come up with a framework for these security guarantees that can be acceptable to help ensure a lasting peace and end this war.
Question real quick on this. Regarding some of the funding, we're hearing questions about another round of weapon sales or possibly a round of U.S. purchases of Ukrainian drones. Will that money be funded by the U.S. taxpayers? Are we finally going to see an end to the U.S. taxpayer-funded, seemingly endless mandate for these foreign wars?
Well, the president is very sensitive to the needs of the American taxpayer, and immediately upon entering office back in January, he made it very clear that we're not going to continue writing blank checks to fund a war very far away, which is why he came up with a very creative solution to have NATO purchase American weaponry, because it is the best in the world, and then to backfill the needs of the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian people and their military. So that's the solution the president has came up with. We'll continue to see that forward. As for any additional sales, I'll have to defer you to the Department of Defense.
And we had murder rates just a few weeks ago that rivaled some of the worst third world cities anywhere,
would be willing to make a deal for him, for President Trump.
Well, the president has learned a lot, which is part of the reason he opened up this dialogue. The previous administration, who oversaw the beginning of this war, refused to talk. And President Trump has always said, in order to learn, in order to move the ball forward with diplomacy and towards peace, you have to have open dialogue. And so that's why the president has had several conversations by phone and, of course, an in-person meeting last Friday with President Putin. He also has talked to President Zelensky dozens of times, had him here at the White House yesterday, and he's understanding what both sides want, what both sides are going to have to give up. And he has always said, in order to get a good deal, both sides are going to have to walk away a little bit unhappy. So he continues to learn a lot throughout these conversations, which is why we've seen progress from both sides. And I would also just add, when it comes to learning and moving the ball forward, look at how both Russia and Ukraine have actually talked directly for the first time in many years, thanks to the efforts of this president and this administration.
Specifically for President Trump, though, what do you think Putin's motivation is to try to do something for President Trump, as opposed to just resolving the conflict?
I think, as I just spoke to in my opening remarks, Kelly, Russia and all countries around this world actually respect the United States again. And the president is using the might of American strength to demand that respect from our allies, our friends, our adversaries all around the world. And we've seen that not just lead to progress with Russia and Ukraine, but also we've seen it in the closing of 7 global conflicts around the world as well. We've seen it with the release of hostages in Gaza. We've seen it with the end of the conflict between India and Pakistan, which could have resulted in a nuclear war if we had not had a president who believed in the strength and the leverage that comes with the job of being the President of the United States of America. Rachel.
Caroline, heading into Alaska, a lot of the focus in the talk was on this trilateral meeting between these 3 leaders. Can you explain how this went from a trilateral meeting involving President Trump to now the focus being on this bilateral meeting without the president first?
Well, look, the president has spoken to both leaders about this, and both leaders have expressed a willingness to sit down with each other. And so our national security team will help both countries do that. Ultimately, the president has always said that there are areas of disagreement in this war that will have to be discussed and decided upon by these 2 countries. And so he wants these 2 countries to engage in direct diplomacy. He's said that from the very beginning, which is why he's agreeable to the idea of having President Zelensky and President Putin get together. And I understand accommodations for that meeting are underway. As soon as we hear more details, we'll be sure to let all of you know.
Just a quick follow-up. We know, as of right now, there is no ceasefire in place. We've seen Russia continue its attacks on Ukraine. What indications is the president getting from Putin that he wants to have this meeting with Zelensky soon?
Because he spoke to him directly yesterday.
And he expressed that later.
He spoke to that directly yesterday, and the president put that in his statement that he gave to all of you, the news media, knowing you'd be asking following that conversation in the effort of transparency. Haley.
You've made clear no U.S. boots on the ground. The president considering U.S. boots in the air as a form of security guarantee.
Look, that was something the president mentioned on his interview this morning. It is an option and a possibility. I won't certainly rule out anything as far as military options that the president has at his disposal. I'll let him do that. I can tell you he's definitively ruled out boots on the ground.
And it's for the final in New York.
Just about the possible venue.
So you have your
talks.
ticket
Can you confirm that Putin suggested Moscow as a venue for the bilateral talks? And if so, doesn't that indicate that Putin is perhaps not serious about this? That he's suggesting a venue that there's no way Zelensky is going to go to?
Look, I'm not going to litigate the private conversations between the president and President Putin, aside from what the president himself has already spoken on. But I can tell you there are many options that are being discussed by our national security team right now with both parties.
In the world, and sir, you're reminding me of something.
I just told you we'll provide you details as soon as we can. Thank you for trying, though. Libby.
Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourselves before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capitol,
people here in the district anticipate the National Guard to be on the ground patrol the streets?
I don't have a timeline for you, Libby, but we will keep you posted on that. I think the president, as you know, and this administration, he came to this briefing room with members of his cabinet to lay out the rationale and the reasoning for federalizing the National Guard here in Washington, D.C., and for our work with the Metropolitan Police Department to make our district safer. We've seen violent crime has taken the lives of far too many residents here in our nation's capital, and the president wants to make it safe again. And as for the coordination efforts, this interagency team is meeting and talking daily. In fact, there's a meeting taking place right now in the West Wing with members of the interagency task force to continue to discuss not just the National Guard deployment, but also how we can continue to remove public safety threats off of the streets of Washington, which, as the numbers I just showed you prove, they are doing every single night. I will just reiterate, 465 total arrests and counting since the start of this operation. I believe 11 or 12 days ago, I'll have to check the calendar, but those are pretty remarkable results. If not for this task force and their high level of coordination and the leadership of this president, there would have been 465 more violent criminals on the streets of this capital that you all live in every day. So I think we should all be very grateful for that. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 3 questions about the D.C. crackdown. First, I was wondering if you could clarify something President Trump said. He mentioned getting rid of the slums where criminals live. Was he talking about tents or permanent residential buildings? And then the mayor has expressed an interest in clarifying how much of a focus illegal immigration enforcement is as part of this crackdown. Can you say anything about that?
Sure.
And third, any preview on the beautification?
3 questions. I'll try to answer all 3 of them pointedly for you. First, when it comes to what you said and the president said, the slums of Washington, D.C., he's referring to the most dangerous communities, neighborhoods, and streets in this city where, unfortunately, violence has ravaged these communities and taken the lives of, again, far too many law-abiding D.C. residents. We know on July 5th of this year, just more than a month ago, a 3-year-old beautiful young girl was shot and killed in her car with her family in one of these communities, which is why there has been a surge, despite what many of you have been falsely reporting. And I believe it was the Washington Post who put out a map claiming it to be fact-based when it was just based on, I don't know, accounts that they've heard on the street, not actual statistics and data. So we went and reconfigured the numbers, and as I said, nearly half of all the non-illegal alien-related arrests have occurred in wards 7 and 8 in the District of Columbia, where we know, excuse me, there's the highest rate of crime. So we'll continue to do that. And what was your second question, Stephen? Yeah, look, I mean, the focus is to make D.C. safe and beautiful and to remove public safety threats and violent criminals from our streets. If federal law enforcement, with the help of the Metropolitan Police Department, come across illegal aliens, of course, we are going to abide by this administration's policy of law and order, and we are going to remove illegal criminals from our nation's capital. They will be detained and deported, just like they are in every other community across the country. Kristen.
It's pretty
Whose idea was it to change the next steps from trilateral to a bilateral?
It was an idea that evolved in the course of the president's conversations with both President Putin, President Zelensky, and the European leaders yesterday. And as you saw, Kristen, with all of those European leaders leaving the White House, including the NATO Secretary General, they all agree that this is a great first step. And it's a good thing that these 2 leaders are going to be sitting down together, and the president expects that to happen.
How long is Trump willing to wait and operate in good faith for Putin to actually arrange a meeting before he intervenes?
Look, the president has put tremendous public pressure to bring this war to a close. He's taken actions, as you've seen, sanctions on India and other actions as well. He's made himself very clear that he wants to see this war end, and he has scoffed at the ideas of others that have been raised that we should wait another month before any meeting takes place. The president wants to move, and he wants to bring this war to an end as quickly as possible.
Sean, you said earlier about Putin agreeing to the meeting. The Kremlin seemed to indicate that Putin did not firmly agree to a bilateral. Did he agree to have a sit-down with just Zelensky on the phone?
I can assure you that the United States government and the Trump administration is working with both Russia and Ukraine to make that bilateral happen as we speak. Sean.
The point is to get everybody on the same page. Why wouldn't Trump just take the call from Putin while the other leaders were in the room? He said it would be disrespectful to do that. But why is it disrespectful?
With all due respect, only a reporter from the New York Times would ask a question like that, Sean. The president met with all of these European leaders at the White House 48 hours after sitting down with President Putin on American soil. In fact, there was so much progress in the readout that was given to these European leaders immediately following his meeting with President Putin that every single one of them got on a plane 48 hours later and flew to the United States of America. And if I could just read for all of you some of the statements from those European leaders yesterday, you had President Zelensky himself saying it was a very good conversation. It was really good. We spoke about very sensitive points. The Secretary General, Mark Rutte, it was the president only because of the president that this deadlock was broken, but with President Putin by starting a dialogue. So these leaders, who this war is in their backyard, are very grateful that the president took that call and that he was there to provide them with a readout of Russia's thinking on this, something that was not done by the previous administration at all. Catherine.
And we're going to have another call soon.
Is the White House looking at the possible locations?
I'm not going to confirm or deny locations. We'll provide you with details as soon as we can.
First question. I understand that the White House is working and allies are working to make this meeting happen, but did Putin promise to do a meeting with Zelensky, a direct meeting, in the coming weeks?
He has, and I just answered that question for you. Franco.
Thanks. I just want to clarify. So you are saying that President Trump is considering U.S. pilots and U.S. aircraft potentially supporting European or Ukrainian forces?
The president spoke to that himself this morning when he called into Fox and Friends, and I would defer you to his answer. You can read it directly yourself. Sure.
In addition, can I ask, no boots on the ground, Steve Witkoff's talking about Article 5-like security guarantees. Can you talk about what other Article 5-like security guarantees that are being considered if it's not boots on the ground?
These are very sensitive diplomatic discussions that are currently taking place literally as we speak. So I will leave it to the national security team, and I'll leave it to the president to have those private discussions with these leaders as we try to bring this war to an end. Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions, if that's okay. So on these meetings, I know you said that the trilateral will take place if necessary. Do you think that we might not need the trilateral and that Zelensky and Putin might come to this conclusion on their own? And then as a follow-up, I know the president said on Fox News this morning that he's partially seeking peace in order to get to heaven. Was he joking, or is there spiritual motivation behind his peace deals here?
I think the president was serious. I think the president wants to get to heaven, as I hope we all do in this room as well. Annie.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just shifting gears to the Department of Justice for a minute. Can you walk us through why another deputy FBI director was named? Does Trump have any displeasure with how the FBI has been being run to date? And I have a question about the antitrust.
No, Andrew Bailey is extremely qualified. As you know, he's been serving with honor as the Attorney General of Missouri, and he's been brought on as another set of very credible and experienced hands to work alongside the current Deputy Director, Dan Bongino, under the leadership of the Director, Kash Patel, and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And the FBI has been doing a tremendous job. We've seen their agents out on the streets as part of this interagency task force here in Washington. But the crime that they've been stopping here in Washington, they've been doing this for 7 months all across the country. In fact, there's been 19,000 arrests by the FBI nationwide. That's more than double last year in the same time period. Of those, 1,600 arrests were for violent crimes against children. 4,000 child victims have been rescued by this FBI under this current leadership. 1,000 arrests from investigations of foreign terrorist organizations. There's been 1,500 kilos of fentanyl seized, 6,300 kilos of meth have been seized, and 3 of the top 10 most wanted have been arrested so far. Not a single one of the individuals on the top 10 most wanted list were arrested under the previous administration. We've arrested 3 in 7 months. So when you're actually working and enforcing law and order, you need all hands on deck. And so we look forward to welcoming Andrew Bailey to this new post. Jackie.
I have a quick question about Roger Alfred, who's a former DOJ official. He gave a speech in Aspen yesterday where he said that senior DOJ aides are cutting deals with favored lobbyists. I'm wondering if the president has any concerns at all with the way the antitrust division is working.
I have no idea who that individual is. I don't know why he made those comments. I don't know what basis he's making those comments on. My instinct tells me it's not true, but we will definitely look into them and I'll get you a response. Jackie.
Thanks, Caroline. Since the president often says that this war would not have started if he were in office, and Putin confirmed that.
It's true. Do you accept that as true? The European leaders do. And President Putin himself said that, by the way.
He did say that. The question I have, though, is what is the president going to do to ensure that these security guarantees last beyond him? Into the time when he is no longer president? And does that have to involve Congress at all?
Well, he understands the need for that, which he spoke to yesterday. And what's he going to do? It's why he's engaging in so many talks and so many conversations with both sides of this war with our European allies. It's why on the way home from Anchorage, Alaska, very late at night, when I know many of you on the press plane were sleeping and many staff were sleeping, the president himself was still awake at 2 o'clock in the morning talking to European leaders and NATO about how we can ensure a lasting peace and bring this conflict to an end. He has expended an incredible amount of time, energy, and effort into bringing this war to an end, and he remains determined to do that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. DC crime.
Sure, Jake, and then to your right.
Thank you, Caroline. Which of the half-dozen peace deals that the president pulled off would you say he's the most proud of?
That's a good question, Jake. I'll leave that to the president to answer. I think he's proud of all of the peace deals that he's been able to achieve. You saw the president of Armenia and the head of Azerbaijan both at the White House just a couple of weeks ago. The president, I know, very much enjoyed spending time with them and helping to bring that conflict to an end. He very much enjoyed his time with leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo in the Oval Office, talking to them about bringing that decades-long war to an end. India and Pakistan. He used trade in a very powerful way as leverage to bring that conflict to an end. So I know he's very proud of all of these achievements, and I know he's very honored to serve as the President of the United States and to restore peace around this world. Go ahead.
You mentioned Armenia and Azerbaijan. That's a conflict that, I spent time in the Southern Caucasus covering that. And, a conflict of over 30 years, and he resolved it in just a couple of months. Are there other conflicts that the president's working on right now that are off the radar screen that we should be tracking?
In fact, there are many. The State Department is always working around the clock under the leadership of Secretary Rubio and keeping the president apprised of conflicts that are bubbling up all over the world. But of course, as you all know, as we've talked a lot about in this briefing, he's spending a lot of time right now on ending this war in Russia-Ukraine, and of course the conflict in Israel and Gaza, which he wants to see come to a close as well. Sure, go ahead.
Starting a movement to eliminate mail-in voting, but states administer elections, not federal authorities. So can you provide any more details about how the White House plans to eliminate that?
The White House continues to work on this, and when Congress comes back to Washington, I'm sure there will be many discussions with our friends on Capitol Hill and also our friends in state legislatures across the country to ensure that we're protecting the integrity of the vote for the American people. And I think Republicans generally and the president generally wants to make it easier for Americans to vote and harder for people to cheat in our elections. And it's quite mind-boggling that the Democrat Party could stand in opposition to common sense. He wants to ensure election integrity. There were great efforts that were made in 2024. I won't get ahead of myself for Hatch Act reasons to get ahead for the next election, but I can assure you this is a priority for the president. Go ahead.
If I could just follow up on your comments about Gaza. There was a ceasefire proposal put forward by both Qatar and Egypt. Hamas accepted it on Monday. Israel has yet to officially weigh in. I'm wondering if the U.S. was at all involved in it, if it's supportive of it, and whether or not the president believes Israel should accept it.
I don't think it's a coincidence that Hamas accepted this proposal after the President of the United States posted a very strong statement about this conflict on Truth Social yesterday. I would refer you back to that statement. As for this proposal that Hamas has now accepted, the United States continues to discuss it, and I'll let the President weigh in on it definitively. You're welcome.
So that's going to take more than 30 days.
Can you describe the president's perspective on taking a stake in Intel in exchange for federal grants? And is this are we expecting to see the White House make similar arrangements with other semiconductor companies and manufacturing companies?
Well, the president, he's been very clear about the need to reshore manufacturing that's critical to our national and economic security. That is especially in regards to chips and semiconductors, which is why the president has initiated the Commerce Department to conduct a study on semiconductors, a Section 232 investigation, so we can ultimately implement tariffs, and it's why our export license requirements remain in place as well. As for this 10% government stake deal, the Department of Commerce continues to work on it. I know Secretary Lutnick is working on it and ironing out the details, but the president wants to put America's needs first, both from a national security and economic perspective, and it's a creative idea that has never been done before to ensure that we're both reshoring these critical supply chains while also gaining something of it for the American taxpayer. You're welcome. Emily.
100% wouldn't have happened.
I wanted to ask about the 3 escort ships that are being sent to Venezuela, and there's 4,000 Marines on board. Are you looking at possibly boots on the ground there?
What I will say with respect to Venezuela, President Trump has been very clear and consistent. He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. The Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. In Maduro, it is the view of this administration, is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this cartel who has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into the country. And with that, I will leave you all, and we will see you later, if not tomorrow, and I look forward to taking more of your questions. Thank you.
Of the 31 years I got it solved. You saw it. They came to the White House, we signed an agreement. It was amazing. People can't believe we got it done. I love to stop killing. I really do. People thought it would be just the opposite. Hillary Clinton said, oh, he'll get us into a war. No, I'm getting everybody else out of wars.
Are you saying there's a real possibility then that you do nothing if Putin doesn't come to the table for a ceasefire?
I'll see whose fault it is.
Many years ago, but they didn't have
if
the
there are reasons why, I'll understand that. I know exactly what I'm doing. We're going to see whether or not they have a meeting. Interesting to see. And if they don't, why didn't they have a meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting.
Rubio,
but I'll know in 2 weeks what I'm going to do. I'm pretty good idea.
Your Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
Keeping it open. Innocent people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be people, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency, and the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them.
Canada has called us. They want to be a part of it.
Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up, frankly. You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers, the head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. But I don't want to hurt Larry Summers. But he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No, this is a
about 3
Democratic
years.
hoax to try and get
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be
the
capable of
significance of
intercepting
what we've
missiles,
done
even
over
if
the
they are
past
launched from
7 months. Nobody's
other
ever
sides
seen
of the
anything
world.
like it.
and
They say
even
it's
if they are
number 1 in
launched
history.
from space.
What we've done, including
We
stopping
will
7
have
wars.
the
I mean,
best
just
system
include
ever
that.
built. As you know, we
And now you
helped
look at the
Israel
stock
with
market
theirs.
today. It's way up to start off
Very
with, from
successful,
where
and
I
now
took
we have
it.
technology
And
that's
this market
even
was going to
far
crash
advanced
if
from
Joe
that.
Biden or Kamala were
But
president of this
including
market.
hypersonic
We would have had a
missiles,
crash like
ballistic
in
missiles, and
1929. You're
advanced
not going to
cruise
have that.
missiles, all of them
It's
will
only a
be
question of how high is it
knocked out
going
of
to go.
the
You know,
air.
I had the strongest economy
will
in the
truly
history
be completing
of
the
our
job
country.
that President Reagan
And
started
despite
40
COVID,
years ago,
we have the
forever ending
strongest
the missile
economy
threat to
in the
the
history of our country.
American homeland,
And
the
we're going to blow it away
success
this
rate
time.
is
I
very
was always
close
good
to
at making a lot of
100%,
money.
which is incredible.
And
When you think
whether
of
it was for
shooting
myself
bullets out
or
of
whether
the
it was,
air.
I like doing it this way best.
I'm also
I mean,
pleased to report
I like making it for the
one
country. Our
big,
country's been
beautiful
ripped
bill
off
will
by
include $25
friend and
billion
foe,
for
nations
the
all
Golden
over the
Dome
world ripped off.
to help
And the friends have
construction
been
get
much
underway.
worse than
That's
the foes for the
officials,
most part.
a down
And
positive.
they're not
And
ripping
we
us off.
have,
We just signed a deal with the European Union. They're
probably
paying us
talking about
essentially $950 billion, like a signing fee. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of energy. They weren't
This afternoon,
buying
I'm
much of
also
our
announcing
energy
that
there.
I will appoint
And they're very smart in doing it. And as you know, Ursula was here a couple of days ago having to do with the people, the leaders that we had a great.
manager for the Golden
People said
Dome.
they've never seen
Very
anything like it.
talented
We had
man.
the leaders
I'm
of
very
Europe
honored to
right
have
here in
been
the
one that
Oval
helped
Office.
or really created
And she's so
Space
happy that
Force.
she has
Space
an
Force has
agreement.
turned out to be
But people aren't
a
ripping
tremendous
us
success.
anymore.
We were
They're-
third in space, and
we're
now
run
we're
by,
number 1 in space by a
this
lot.
country is run by smart
Not even
people.
close.
Mr. President,
Mike
in Israel,
4-star Space Force General,
There have been reports that you're
the
considering
recipient
taking
of the
stake in
defense
Intel. Can you tell us
Distinguished
about
Service
that?
Medal,
But the 10%.
one of the most
Yeah, I met a man,
respected
he was a very
people
nice
in the
man,
world,
and I
having
called
to
for
do
his
with
removal
defense.
because
We have
I saw
offense,
something by
defense. I'll bet he's good
a
at
man named
offense.
Tom Cotton, a senator
And he
from
is
Arkansas,
an
is a great
unmatched
guy,
background in
friend of
missile
mine,
warning
supporter of
technology,
mine, big
defense
I was supportive
procurement.
of his too. And he
General
wrote a pretty
Goodline also
nasty
knows that we
story
need to
about
move
the head
fast.
of
No one is more
Intel.
qualified for his job.
And I said, well,
Everybody,
that's right,
this
he
is
should
a
resign, and he
universal,
came in, he
acceptance of General
saw me, we
Goodline.
talked for a while. I liked him a lot, I thought
Everybody
he was
that
very
knows
good,
him
I
and
thought he
knows
was somewhat
everybody else, they said
a
there's
victim,
only
but
one man
nobody's
for
a
the
total
job, so I
victim, I
have a
guess.
feeling we have the right guy.
And
But now I'd
I
like
said,
to
you know what?
invite
I
Secretary
think the United
Hegseth
States should
and
be
the
given
General
10%
to
of
please say a
Intel.
few words and describe the system a little bit.
And he said,
And we appreciate
I would
you being here.
consider
The press
that. I
has
said,
really
well,
been
I'd like you
very
to do
fair
that
over the
because
last period of a couple of months. I don't know what
Intel's
happened to
been
you.
left behind, as you know,
So much more
compared to
exciting the other way. But you've been very
Jensen
we
and
have
some
very
of our
high
friends,
poll numbers,
NVIDIA,
the highest we've
some
ever
of
had.
the people, and the people
And I
in,
think we're doing a
because
great job.
Intel should have
We had a
never been.
tremendous
Intel was
trip
the
to the Middle
biggest,
East, as you know.
most
Really
powerful
amazing
chip
trip.
company
And
in the
now
world.
I came home, and this
And
is
then
the one I was really looking forward to.
they
this
started
day,
leaving.
because
And
this is
they started
very
going to
important
foreign
for the
countries, in particular Taiwan.
success and even survival
And if
of
we
our
had a
country.
president that would have said, okay, you
Evil
can go to
world out
Taiwan,
there,
but we're
so
going to put a
this is something
100%
that goes a
tariff
long
or
way
200
toward
or
the
300 or
survival
500%
of
tariff.
this great country.
Anybody that sells
And
into
as
the
I
United
said,
States
we'll
has
be,
to pay. They wouldn't have left. They would have
Canada,
never
they
left,
wanna
and we
hook in
wouldn't
and
have.
they wanna
So
see
in
if
the
they can
meantime, we had
be a
people that
part of
were,
it.
in some
So it makes
cases, good
sense.
politicians that
This is
weren't
what
good
I was
on
talking
trade.
about
I
today.
loved that man, but he was not good on
It makes
trade.
sense.
I
And it won't
totally
be very
disagree. He
difficult to
allowed
do, but they'll pay
the
their
car
fair
industry
share.
to be taken out of
Thank you
this
very much,
country. We lost
everybody.
50% of our car industry. But that's all coming
President,
back.
add
It's all
this to the
coming back.
long,
But if somebody would have
growing
said
list
that
of promises
with
made,
Intel,
promises
would
kept.
be a giant right now. Now with that, they've had some bad management over the years, and they got lost. And I said, said, I think you should pay us 10% of your company. And they said, yes. That's about $10 billion for the, I don't get it. This comes to the United States of America. And I said, I think it would be good having the United States as your partner. He agreed. And they've agreed to do it. And I think it's a great deal for them. And I think it's a great deal. He walked in wanting to keep his job, and he ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. So we picked up $10 billion. And we do a lot of deals like that. I'll do more of them. If somebody has, like we have restrictive covenants with
you had the vision to start the Space Force.
And
here we are, when others said we didn't need it,
to unrestrict
here we are in the Oval Office, one of the leaders of the Space Force, in General Gutwein, leading the charge on putting in place a game-changing gold dome for America.
Affect us, that actually help us.
Bold initiative.
And
we're going to get to work
we're
on
going to give
it.
somebody
We have been
a
since
free
we
out
signed that executive order on
restrictive
January
covenant. We have a
27th.
strong restrictive
We can
covenant
fast forward on this.
certain industries.
We're here on this day, and this is just one stop in delivering
absolutely
this
give
defense
somebody
homeland
opening on a restriction to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way.
Thank you very much.
And if I do that, I think the country should be paid, because anybody else, I have it in real estate, where I'll have a deal with somebody, and I'll have them restrictive covenant, and they'll come back and they'll say, I'd love to be able to build over here, but I'm not allowed to because you have me covered, you have me restricted. I say, I'll let you build over there, but pay me a lot of money.
Building out ballistic missiles capable of hosting multiple warheads.
The country never did it because the country was run by foolish people.
Mr.
President, on DC crime, you said Chicago might be next. Are you making, have there been concrete steps that the administration is taking to do that, or what are other cities as well?
I haven't spoken to them. He's grossly incompetent. I haven't spoken to them. No, when we're ready, we'll go in and straighten out Chicago, just like we did DC. Chicago is very dangerous, great place. I built great stuff. I have the most beautiful building in Chicago, I think. But I hate to see what's happened to Chicago. Chicago is our greatest city, actually.
Golden Dawn will afford that.
Bob Tisch, a great friend of mine, passed away. He used to own the Giants, successful Lowe's. He said Chicago. I think they had their main office in Chicago.
We're the only ones that have this, we call it super technology, nobody else has it.
Now you look at what the Democrats have done to San Francisco. They've destroyed it. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. And, you know, it's just different. We can clean that up too. We'll clean that one up too. You know, if everything works out.
And everything's going to be made in.
We've already had calls from other cities, quiet calls from Democrats. We'd love you to come here.
Just notice you do, Jim, you stand there.
I'm not going to say it because I don't want them to lose their elections. But we've had calls from Democrats and calls from people generally. We'd love you to come here because we'll straighten out the problem.
Mr. President, Israel, there was the original hostages in Israel. Families of hostages are opposed to the reoccupying of Gaza. Why is the U.S.
Well, not here, and you have to understand, I'm the one that got all of the hostages out. We got a lot of people out. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be out. I worked with Bibi and I worked with Steve Witkoff. But it wasn't for me. You would have all these hostages would most likely be dead right now, every one of them. So they all come up here. They all come in groups of 10,
great presidents,
12,
great people
13, and many of
these, because people were asking
about
many of them, almost
what they had to go through was incredible. But so now they have 20, but the 20 is actually probably not 20. There's a couple maybe aren't around anymore. It's a terrible thing. It's
very exciting.
No, I don't like anymore. I said, you know, when you get down to 20,
slightly better.
They're not going to make deals anymore. They did, and then I put out a statement. As you know, it was a tough statement. Go in and get them.
Pretty cool.
And they said, we'll give you 10. We'll give you 10. I don't know what Israel's doing, but they were willing now.
Congressman and now he's a great senator from Indiana.
The situation has to end.
Well,
it's extortion and it has to end. And we'll see what happens. I actually think they're safer in many ways if you went in and you really went in fast.
Indiana's going to help you make it.
And people can't forget October 7th. I'm friendly with all groups. I won the Arab vote in Michigan. I did so great with the Arab vote. Remember, I started off at 0. I ended up winning. I wouldn't say the candidate was the greatest, but I would have won against anybody. They're great people. But I want to do things properly. And, I'm very proud to say I got the hostages out. You have hundreds of people that are living now because of me. And now we have that final little group of people. And Hamas knows that if they give them, it's probably the end of their lives.
Mr. President,
so it's not easy
thanks
to
for
get.
this. And I remember the day
your first parent, you just don't care.
I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee and said,
and I understand.
He said, I want to have a space force lead the effort and the Senate Armed Services Committee. And I felt so proud that he chose me, and only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked out really, really, really well because North Dakota has some great space.
Well, too late for a reason. We should have got him a year ago. He's too late.
No surprise that you would be the one.
You know, we have a stock market that's up 1,000 points today. I better be careful because I go out there and I see it's down 1,000. But it's up 1,000 points when I came in here. We have a country that the market's the hottest it's ever been. The country is better than it's ever been. We have a military that I rebuilt largely in my first term. We had a great, successful first term. But this is going to be even better.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your continued leadership
Afghanistan,
on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019, Pentagon, you laid out a speech about missile defense review,
allowed
all
those
these
13 wonderful people, but it's really hundreds of people with that. And they don't talk about the 48 that was so severely wounded with no legs, no arms. Nobody ever mentions them except me.
We really appreciate
but
it.
that was the worst day, the most.
The Congress is stepping up,
just
as you
showed how
mentioned, right now in the
Frankly, if that didn't happen, I really believe that
$25 billion
the problem with Russia. I think Putin was sitting there watching these stupid people running our country and said, "This is the time to invade."
On this before, sir, on our Golden Dome
this
Act,
is the time. And then Biden made the statement,
well, in terms of
he can do a small
that can help
incursion. When he
cement
said that,
what
it was off to the
doing
races,
right here,
when he said
the Congress
he can do a
behind it,
small
not just with the
incursion.
funding,
Remember that? I was
but with
surprised to hear the word
authorization. So we're
incursion.
working closely
I didn't get
with
that good of
Secretary
a
Hegseth,
vocabulary.
Lieutenant Gutlein,
I want to thank
the whole
everybody.
team. So we're very
It's
honored to
very
be here, sir.
important
And,
that me
you know,
and
Alaska is
everybody
the
up here, the World
cornerstone
Cup,
of missile defense
and Johnny
right
has
now
been
in terms
so
of ground-based
incredible.
missile
Right? He's
interceptors,
really a great leader.
in terms of radar
And to think, I
systems,
said, Johnny, do it by phone. You don't have to
missiles.
come. No, he said, I'll come,
My
I'll come.
state is
And
honored
he
to
flew all
continue
night
to
long
play
to
a
be here and
critical
listen to
role
this about
in all
how
of this
great
and
we're
build
doing
on
in
it.
D.C.
We're really excited.
But he's a fantastic leader, and this will be your most successful World
You
Cup
had mentioned at the
ever.
beginning of your remarks that this was the
Thank you.
Can we win it, Mr. Commanders asked
I don't know. I watched some of those teams go around. They go down that field. I don't know. But let's ask you.
There really is no.
What chance does America have of winning?
Certain areas.
The home team always has a good chance to win.
He's a good diplomat.
Very capable.
No, but has
So happy to get it to 26 FIFA World Cup. It's going to be the World Cup as we know it. It's the biggest, probably the biggest event in sports, I guess, Johnny, right? On December 5th of this year, the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy Center, but we're not prepared to do that quite yet, maybe in a week or so. But right here in Washington, D.C., it's a tremendous honor to bring the global event and this incredible group of people and these unbelievable athletes, the best athletes in the world, to the cultural center of our nation's capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. Zero murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened. And you can believe it, how pathetic that is to have to even say it. And I'm tired of listening to these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Mayor Bowser better get her act straight or she won't be mayor very long because we'll take it over with the federal government running like it's supposed to be run. The numbers were horrible. It was a crime-infested rat hole. And they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them too. And we've made a lot of progress. And it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%, and I'm trying to figure out where was the 13% because I don't think it existed. The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police. And they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually. But they have some great people there. And the Washington, D.C. is a whole different place. And Johnny, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that too, actually. But it's a whole different place. People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again. That was the other thing I saw numbers. That restaurant business is down in the last week. I know. Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant. Just really lying to people. And that's why people don't understand how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19% favorable on what we're doing with Washington. And then I saw another one that has us 94% favorable. And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country, so sick actually. So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well. And the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable. It's got great bones, but it needs a lot of work. And we'll have a big the World Cup draw will set up the group stage of competition. 48 teams will play in 104 games across 16 North American cities, from Seattle to Vancouver to Atlanta to Miami. It's going to be so exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events. This will be one of the greatest events, one of the largest. In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having
many Super Bowls in a short period of time. Because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 26 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and we'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That'll be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay? But you can handle yourself. Already FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year, and 6 billion more are going to be watching back home. And they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup. And again, I'll just say it's the World Cup is the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, the government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right, taking $4 trillion worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points. That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about, that the whole world respects us for what we did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President. It's too bad it's not 5. It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And I just look forward to the draw. So we're going to have the draw, essentially, Johnny, at the Kennedy Center. And by that time, it'll be in even better shape. We're working on it. It'll take us about a year project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. You see the way this is looking? I can't tell you how much that gold costs, a lot of money. There's nothing like gold, and there's nothing like solid gold, but this beautiful office needed it. It had to be representative. When we took it over, it was dirty, not clean. I immediately changed the chair and had this beautiful desk renovated, brought out by the White House. People that do this, they did a great job to send it out. We have a craftsman who's great. But this was not appropriate for the Oval Office when I took over. And now, look at all those paintings you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the vaults. They were in vaults for some cases much more than 100 years. And now they're proudly hanging on the Oval Office walls, and I can't imagine anybody changing it. They were buried in vaults for over 100 years, many of them. So it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing here. They love what we're doing in D.C., and they love what we're doing most importantly in the country and the world. I'd like to ask Johnny to say a few words. He's the head of the whole thing. He's been there for a long time. Probably the most respected man in sports. He's amazing.
I think one of the things that's
works very hard,
you alluded to this,
and he's got
the
biggest event in the world coming right here to the United States.
It's more about Silicon Valley than it is
for Canada. We did a little for Mexico. We thought, see, I'm a good citizen. I said, let them have a little piece. So we gave a little to Canada, see how nice I am? And we gave a little bit to Mexico.
Big companies,
and
mid-sized companies, small
Johnny,
companies.
please,
General Goodline is the perfect person
Thank you, President.
to sort all that out.
Great honor for me to be here with you today, President, Excellencies. Fantastic to announce what you said, which is the final draw of the FIFA World Cup, the 5th of December, here in the capital, in the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. at 12 noon sharp, will be broadcast live all over the world. 1 billion viewers will watch it, and it will determine, of course, the match schedule, which 48 participating teams will play. You said it, 104 matches in 1 month, 104 Super Bowls. It's not just the biggest, the greatest event, not just a sports event, it's a social event as well. A lot of emotion. We are uniting the world, Mr. President, uniting the world here in America. We are very proud of that. And those teams, those national teams who will come here to participate in this draw with the coaches, with the presidents, they will all be proud to be part of writing this history. And that's why we brought as well this, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president, presidents of countries, and then those who can touch it, because it's for winners only. Since you are a winner, of course you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina, and here it is in the Oval Office in the White House.
Can I keep it?
What do you? Well, you can.
We're not giving it back. We're not giving it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
That goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
You can keep it until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's fine. Thank you very much. That's a beautiful piece of gold. It's a good time for this country. We have the hottest country ever.
€6 billion for the World Cup. 6 million coming to the matches. 30 billion economic impact, 185,000 jobs.
We recruited him.
This will be absolutely fantastic. The biggest event ever, and everything will start here in Washington, D.C. at the Kennedy Center.
He's running it, and he's running it like nobody ever had.
It will be called
even dreamt possible.
The 5th of September.
It's the 90th anniversary
5th of
right now
December.
of Social Security.
Shot.
So today we celebrate the 90th anniversary of one of the most significant pieces of legislation.
How are you going to do that?
Ever signed into law,
at the Kennedy Center,
the Social Security Act of
with the coaches, with the
1935. We're going to make it stronger.
The whole World Cup starts, and everyone will be happy.
In the campaign, I made a secret pledge to our seniors that I would always protect Social Security, and under this administration, we're keeping that promise and strengthening Social Security for generations to come.
By the way, an example, supposing we had a week ago when everyone was being killed in month and everything else, despite the phony numbers that were given out, that it was getting better. Brian, do you believe it was getting better or getting worse?
The crime was getting worse. I mean, I was wrong.
We're delighted to be joined by the Commissioner of the Social Security Administration, Frank Zignano.
No, but can you imagine you do this and then you start hearing that
things down?
They had a 20-year reduction of crime.
Amazing.
It's worse. It was worse during the Biden administration than anybody's ever imagined possible.
And Jamie Dimon said that.
And I guarantee you, he wouldn't be here.
So I think if
those numbers continue.
JP Morgan,
but now we have total
storied career. Then he
and for the border,
went to
in 3 months, 0 people. These are done by
it's the
liberal
largest
people
payment company anywhere in
that
the world.
do these charts.
And
0 people came to our border in the last 90 days. Can you believe it?
He took it over CEO. He made
last year we had
incredible
millions of
merge
people
with
coming in.
Pfizer,
and they came in from
and he became
the
CEO of that.
wrong
and that
locations.
became extremely successful.
They came in, a lot of people that shouldn't be here. So now when we have this event in December, it's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk down the street with your beautiful wife.
Yeah.
You can take her to dinner if you can get a reservation, which I doubt.
They're all full restaurants.
I know. They're all full. I heard that too. The restaurants are.
What he's done and
the restaurants, since we are doing this, are doing great. And many new restaurants are going to open because, as you know, many closed. Many restaurants closed because the crime was so bad.
Retirement.
And this will be one of the safest places anywhere on earth. So, you know, I really am honored that the National Guard has done such an incredible job working with the police. And we haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do. We have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent.
Wait time reached an all-time high
And we'll
of more
straighten
than
that one out
42
probably
minutes.
next. That'll be our next
Field
one after
office
this.
wait times
And it won't even
at
be
32
tough.
minutes, which is
And
unheard
the people
of.
in Chicago,
disability
Mr.
claims
Vice President,
backlog was the
are
longest
screaming
ever
for us to come.
in
They're
recorded
wearing
history.
red hats, just like this.
In other words, it was run
but they're
just like
wearing
the
red
country
hats.
was run. It was run really
African
badly.
American ladies.
But I'm
Beautiful
pleased to
ladies
report
who
that
say,
under
please,
our
President
leadership,
Trump,
and
come to
Frank in
Chicago.
particular, the changes
Please.
he's made and what he's done is
I did great
sort
with the
of
black
America.
vote, as you know.
Sort of like what
they
happened with
want
the country as a whole.
Something happened. So I think
Field
Chicago
office
will
wait
be our
times
next, and then we'll
are
help
now down 30% since last
New York.
year, and it
We'll
looks
help
like it's
with-
going to
And I think really,
a
I think
total
a lot
record
of
number.
And a lot of these people
And
that
the
you
record
see
was
on
set in
television,
a long time
they-
ago,
including the people in
the
this
world was a
audience,
lot
they'll say
different
bad
place,
things
so
about me.
we're gonna beat that
and then
record.
they'll say, "Thank God
Call
he's
wait
here,"
times are
because
down
half of them got mugged.
73%,
and they don't
while
want to get
serving
mugged
twice
again.
as
But
many
they're, they
customers
work
per
for a
day.
lot of, they work for
The
stupid
disability
people
claims
that
backlog
are
is down
radical left.
26%, and
And they're
seniors
made
now
to do
have
things and say things that they
24/7
don't want to be
online
said.
access to
But
their
the people
accounts,
right
which
here
they
are
never
all
had
happy because
before,
you're not going
whereas
to be
under
mugged
Biden,
in Washington,
the website
D.C.
was
anymore.
down
I just want to say Johnny's been my
29
friend for a long time. He's an
week
incredible guy.
for
And
maintenance
we will
purposes.
lay out
It was-
the red
it was
carpet.
essentially not open very
Andrew,
much.
you're going to be
They were always maintaining
fantastic.
it, but they
Rick
didn't know
is
what the
gonna
hell
be
they were
everything
doing.
Rick ever
They had a
touched
person
is-
running that
has always worked out.
no
He's
idea
working
what
with
they were
me on the
doing.
Kennedy Center.
Among my very
And his
first
very
acts
good friend
was
was
to
an actor
order
on
all
Broadway for
government
5
employees to
years, right?
return to the
I
office
assume he's
or
helping us a
be
little bit,
removed
right?
from the job,
And
which
Andrew,
means
you're
our
all
Social
excited
Security
about it?
offices are now
Would you like
open
to say
for
something?
full
This is a
business
great
hours, 5
opportunity,
days a
Mr.
week.
President, to show off
So unlike being shut
first
down all the time,
250 years of the United States of America, the
record
greatness,
levels
and then the
also,
hope
making
and
it
promise
really
of the
great
next
for the people that
250 years when you
want
think this
and
World
demand
Cup
Social
is going to be
Security.
over
They
our
paid into the
250th
system. They
birthday.
deserve it. Last month,
Mr. President,
I signed
your
one
leadership,
big, beautiful bill
obviously, with
and
FIFA
allowed no
leading
tax
the way,
on
this
Social
is the
Security
largest
for our
sporting
great
event
seniors. Okay,
in
so
the history
how's
of the
that?
world
Not bad, right?
under the Trump
No tax
administration.
on
I'm
Social
very excited.
Security
I
for
just
our
want to say
seniors.
one thing. Andrew
And to
Giuliani,
protect
so
our
his father
benefits,
was
we've already
the greatest mayor in the history
kicked
of New
nearly
York. I think by far.
275,000 illegal aliens
he took
off of the Social
ravaged
Security
city that
system. These
was
are people,
really under siege.
many of them
Probably
have
most
already
people
left the
thought he was
country.
going to survive. He turned it
And
around.
yet we were
He was a
sending
great,
them
great
checks
mayor.
all the time.
And then they treated him
275,000,
very, very
and that
unfairly.
number's now even larger
You go
than
back
that,
and tell
Frank.
your father all of the
Unbelievable
things
job.
that have come out over
And what
the
that's
last couple
doing
of
is
months
making
through
the
Tulsi
system
and through all
strong.
of the people.
It's making it
Cash,
strong.
everybody.
Biden
They
never
proved
kicked
your
anybody
father
off. Everybody
100%
joined.
correct. His father was treated so
And
unfairly.
we're carrying out
Your father has
historic
been 100%
deportations to remove many
correct.
more illegals
And
committing
we all
Social
love him.
Security fraud.
Okay?
It's a Social
It was
Security
amazing
fraud that was
what he had to
taking
go
place
through.
at levels that nobody's ever
was
seen.
very, very unfair.
We cleared
nasty.
12.4 million names listed in the Social Security database over
Well, sure, Mr. President, thank you,
120
and
years
thanks,
of
Johnny,
age.
for being
Think
here.
of
We're
that.
very thrilled about the World Cup.
So
Just
we
to
had
echo something the
12.4
President
million
said about
names.
crime in Washington, D.C.,
When they were over
this is the
120
national
years old.
capital
Is that
of
right?
the greatest nation in the world.
That's a hell
and
of
we
a
had
statement.
murder rates just
I
a
have
few
a
weeks
feeling,
ago that
Dan,
rivaled
that's
some of
not
the worst
really gonna-
third world cities
really
anywhere,
didn't happen, did
even
it?
in
So
very,
you have
very poor regions of the world.
12.4
Why did we
million
accept
names
that?
listed
Why
in
did we
the
allow it
Social
to happen?
Security
We allowed it to happen because we
that
had
were over
broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately sitting behind the
120 years of
resolute
age,
desk. What
meaning
we have
you were
shown
breaking records,
in
because
just
I've never
under
heard of
2
anybody
weeks
at
of taking
125.
law
There were
enforcement
nearly
seriously is that the American people can have their
135,000 people
streets
listed
back if their
who were over
leadership is willing to put in the
160
time and the
years
resources.
old.
Mr.
And
President,
in some cases
you've shown
getting
in Washington,
payments. So somebody's
D.C.
getting
that
those
we can
payments.
have safe
We're
streets
after that.
again. We've just got to
We're
have
also
the
fighting
political
the
willpower to
menace
focus
of
on the
inflation
bad
to make
guys
life
and to
more
give the American
affordable for
people back
American
their
seniors,
communities.
and we've
We are
ended
focused
Biden's
problem doing
inflation
that,
nightmare.
thanks to the president's leadership.
So we had the worst inflation
And
in
that's
the
a
history
really
of our
very small
country.
percentage. It's 2%,
And now our inflation
3%,
is down to a
but that
perfect number,
2% and
beautiful number,
3%
hardly any at all.
wreaks
And yet our
just
country's
havoc
taking in
throughout a community.
tens of billions
People are
of dollars
petrified.
and trillions
I know there's
of
a couple of
dollars,
the women in
actually,
the back are
trillions of
shaking their
dollars
head, yes, yes,
in,
yes.
tariffs.
I won't report who you are
know all
because you'll end
about
up
it.
losing your
It's been
jobs, but
They say,
but
why
it's
are
true.
we
It's
taking in so much
amazing.
money?
And
Last week they found $29 billion,
police,
and they couldn't figure out
and
where
you
it came
look at
from. I
the
said, check
GC
the
National
tariff
Guard.
shelf.
I saw pictures of them last night
How
getting
did you
off
know that's where it
vans
came
and all.
from?
And I saw
Taking
some
in
bad ones running, but they're not running so much
billions and
anymore. They're
even
not there.
trillions of
They're just
dollars
not
in
even.
tariffs.
They're not even trying. You're
Paid
totally
by other
safe. Now
countries
there'll be something happening sometime. I
Frankly,
don't know. Maybe
we're
it won't
taking
be
advantage of
for a
us
long
for
time.
many,
but,
many years, and they
this
were
was
doing that to
every
us.
night would
But
get
our
reports of
didn't
people
know it.
being
mugged and get that.
Smart
There's one
business
woman
people.
on television last night.
We've
She had a
ended
badly
Biden's inflation
busted up
nightmare
nose.
and came in below
And she said, "Well, I
expectations.
like our
And yet,
streets the way
again,
they
this
used to
past
be."
month we have
And she thinks
we
it's
set
going to
records.
happen like
Gasoline
they're doing
prices
now.
are way down,
And they
and
said, "What
really
happened to you?"
dramatically.
She got slugged.
As everybody
by a guy
knows, and
walking
energy
down the street,
prices
slugged.
have been
Her nose will never
going
be the
down,
same, I
other than
guarantee you,
in certain states
unless
where
it takes a pretty
you have
good turn.
Democrat-run states where
She
they put
wasn't
windmills
really
all
for
over the
us.
place. Anytime you see a
She sort
windmill,
of said,
you'll
"Well,
say,
maybe something
well,
has to
they
happen
have
before this happened to me."
bad
She got
energy
whacked.
costs. It's happening in New
And,
Jersey.
I
So
don't think she'll ever be
there's
the
a
same.
revolution going on in
She almost
New
became,
Jersey.
she was a
They
half a
closed up
Trump
a
fan,
nuclear power plant.
a woman that would have never
And they're raising
Trump fan, but she was hit
electricity
hard.
rates by
It's not
21,
gonna happen
22, and
anymore.
28%.
Not going to happen
something
anymore.
like
But then
that.
we're going to beautify the city too. That's where I
You're
was
gonna have a new
today
governor in New Jersey.
at
I'll tell
Kennedy
you what,
Center.
you have
We're
a
going to beautify the
big
city
man running
like
the
it has.
Republican
And we're
Party.
working with
He'll get
Clark
him down,
Construction,
but,
the biggest
what they've done is
construction
they've
company in Chicago.
killed so many good sources
and,
of energy
in
for
Chicago
very expensive
and
windmills
Washington.
and lots of other
And
things that don't
the head
work.
of Clark is great. He's all over
401ks
the
and
world,
retirement
actually.
accounts are
Washington,
soaring,
I would
and
say, is
the
their home.
stock
That's where they
market
do the
is
best
setting
work, the biggest
record
work.
highs almost
And they're
every day.
doing
We're going record highs, and yet
they've been doing a fantastic
taking
job.
in
So you're going to have a
hundreds of billions of
fantastic,
dollars in tariffs.
clean, beautiful place. It's going to be
So
better than it
turn
ever was
out that
before.
Trump was
Literally
right
better
and
than it
that
ever was
we're
before.
wrong.
We'll get it done very quickly.
Few smart people
And I want to
know what's
thank
gonna
Clark
happen.
because
Few of us were right.
they're doing a lot of work.
So we're going
in
to
a
keep
lot of
the
different
fighting going.
locations,
We're going
but,
to make
they've been
American
fantastic for getting us the right
seniors, every
contractors
single
and the
day.
people
We're
that
gonna
can
fight
really
for
do
them.
the
We're gonna
job
make
right. And Johnny,
richer,
did you want
better,
to say
stronger
something?
in so many different ways. But Social Security is like
with
pretty much
security
the one that we think about,
beautifying
and
cities
we love it.
and the whole country.
What's happening with it?
We want
And
people
it's going to be good
come
for
and
90
enjoy
years
and
and
have
beyond.
fun. And that's why,
Again, you were given only a
it's
short
not just
period of time.
the most
Social
iconic
Security was
trophy
supposed
in
to
the
be
world of
like.
sport, but we start
Yeah, had
on
they
the
won the
10th of
election,
September,
Social Security
the
would have
sale
defaulted
of
during
tickets
Biden
for
or Kamala's
FIFA
election.
World Cup, and we have the first
They so
ticket here
chose
for
to
the
be
final.
Good.
For
Now
you.
what I'd like to do is ask Frank to say a few words. Again,
It's
this
of
is a
course
man
row
who's
one,
with a
seed one,
really
it's ticket
storied
number
past.
45, 47.
Most successful anywhere in the world.
And it's for the final in New York,
JP Morgan
New Jersey.
Chase and Wayne for Henry Kraus.
So you have your ticket already
All
for the
of the
final.
others are like
All the
legendary
others,
stories, and he
10th
just
of
wanted to do
September,
this. He's
start
making
getting your
about
tickets.
That's beautiful.
a tiny fraction,
6.5,
I would
7
say, a
million
tiny
tickets.
fraction of what you
Fans
used to
will
make.
enjoy
You
the
do right
security
here. He
here.
wanted to do it. He made a lot of money.
You're going to do record
And he said,
business,
I want to
think.
run that system. I
Christy,
want to
would
put
you
it
like
back
to
on
say
track.
something?
Yeah,
He's
Mr.
got
President, millions of
unbelievable
people will come
talent
to this
over there.
country, and we'll
It's
make
like a
sure they
different
get their
place.
travel
So, Frank, would
documents,
you say
their
a few
visas,
words?
that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy this sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the
Is that
world.
what
And
it
sir,
is?
you're reminding me of something
That's a
that
tiny
my
thing.
dad used to say all the time when I was growing up. He would say, Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capital, you're bringing respect back to this city. And people will respect our country more because it's safe, it's clean, it's beautiful, and what you're doing is transforming this nation by making sure that our laws are upheld. And millions of people are going to come and be able to enjoy it next year, and I'm excited about that. Thank you for doing that.
Well, our country is respected again.
You know,
And
he's
a
amazing.
year ago we had a dead
about,
country. I'm telling you, it was a dead
the
country. It was
economics
a
of
country
the
that was
job.
going that had
But the
lost its
reality
way.
is to
It was a
serve
country that was going to fail.
300
Look
million
even today where they say $4 trillion
which is
in
what Social
reductions
Security
of
serves
deficits.
is
And
a tremendous
this was
honor.
totally unexpected. I didn't
And
expect it.
him
And
putting
I don't know
that
where they've
faith
been.
in me
The people that do
and
this stuff,
building
but
what I believe,
it's
what
I want to thank
believe,
Christy
and I
for
think I
another
have a
reason.
right
I
to
said to her
say
2 weeks
is
ago, I
the
said,
best
Christy, do me a
leadership
favor.
team
I built
ever
hundreds of
assembled.
miles of wall.
in,
I built the same wall that the Border Patrol asked me to
So
build.
that's my
It
great
wasn't my
honor.
first choice. I
So
wanted to do
I come
concrete
here
plank and everything
and
nice.
get the
You wouldn't have been
opportunity
able to
to
see
serve the
through it.
American
So I had
public
Border Patrol
in a
in,
manner
and they
that I
tested
never
everything else. And
imagined in my
we gave them
life.
steel wall, high
what we
grade
found was
steel,
the
very hard to
opportunity to
cut. that we gave inside that is 9,000 pound concrete, which is a very tough concrete. Inside that is rebar, a big fat piece of rebar. So you have all different materials that are very hard to cut, and you need different instruments to cut each one. And I said, Kristen, we got to get a coat of paint on it. And I didn't know she was listening, but I said, we got to get a coat of paint, and it should be black, because black makes the steel very hot. It's untouchable. You can fry an egg on it. And if you got a good black, flat paint, it would look beautiful. It will preserve it from rust. And that was it. And I gave it to her along with 30 other things. And she's done such a good job on the border with Tom Holman and the group. Tom Holman's a fantastic guy, what the job he does, and the way they work together. So I turned on last night and I see Christy's painting the wall.
And
And it looked beautiful, by the way, when that paint went over there.
That's the
It's
digital.
hot.
And we have a
It's
bold
hot.
goal.
If it's white, it's
of
not hot. If it's
200
black,
million
it's going to be
Americans
very hard to
have a
climb that
digital
sucker.
SSA account
Not going to be
by
easy.
the end of next year.
But it's
It
black
will happen.
and a high
Just like
quality
we
black.
had
You
a
know,
bold
it really looked
goal
good. Is that going to be a
of
two-coat job or one
single-digit
coat?
wait time on
One
the
coat.
calls
Good.
when they were at 40
Yep.
minutes.
The two-coat will take
And we
place
did
in
that.
3
This
years.
is my 100th
We'll do
day.
the second.
We did that.
But it looks beautiful.
within
But thank you
90
very much. I didn't know you were listening to that.
Right.
Because we
Get the
talked about
whip up
7
and
different
running,
subjects.
bring technology
And all of
to
a sudden I
our
see
field
her out there
offices,
painting with a lot of
use
pictures and
digital
everything else. But it
presence
was
to
a
answer
beautiful thing to say.
and serve the American
Would you like to say something? You've been
That's
such a
the
big
job.
part of this.
When we
Please.
do all that, then we'll
Mr. President,
really
we're
know
delighted
the
to be here
answer
today.
to
It's
if
an
we
announcement,
have
but we're also looking forward to having
right.
the final.
I was presenting my second week on the job
We're
with
going to be there.
$18
A lot of people are
billion
going to be there.
in errors by the
I'd like to thank you all. Do you have any questions on FIFA, first of all?
It's going to be a big event
In
at the
less
data
than
center. Do you
a
intend to
month,
take part?
we solved
Will you
$9
have a
billion
part to play on December 5th?
So that's the type of swift
I might play.
You see
I see
things
the
like
money
the
that
big,
these
beautiful
soccer,
bill for
you
the
know, the
seniors.
we call it soccer.
You see
but
better
I see the
digital
money that these soccer
services.
players
You
are
see
making. I may
field
try and
office
play. I'm a
wait
very good
times.
athlete. My son,
If you
my
make
son is a very
an
good athlete.
appointment
And
to
he's a
have a
good
field
soccer
office
player.
visit,
On the
it
tall
now
side for
happens
soccer.
in 6
He's 6'9". That's pretty tall.
unprecedented.
On
We
the
are
tall side.
serving more
It's on the
people
tall
and
side, but he's good.
delivering
But
more
no,
than was ever delivered before.
I may put on shorts.
in a manner with the highest possible quality.
And join the
Don't
play.
just begun. You should
It's going to be a
expect
lot
us
of
to be a
fun.
great digital first
Foreigners
agency.
who want to come
My
to
commitment
attend the
to
event
make this
are
happen
concerned
is
about the
as deep
visa
as
situation. Can you
President's
reassure them?
Yeah, and they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very, very easy, and other
across
countries are going to be
America,
obviously a
and what
little bit
he's
more
doing.
difficult. Would you like
You
to
should
explain that,
expect
Christine?
social
Yeah, absolutely.
security,
We have a process
just like
set
the
up that we'll be
president.
implementing
I
on,
thank him
on
for
getting visas
making America
approved.
great
Everybody will be
again. It's
thoroughly vetted,
happening.
but they'll be welcome to this
Social
country. It'll
security
happen quickly,
will
and we're
be
excited
great
for them to
again.
come. So
You have
I would hope that around the world, people know that the United States is excited.
I'm going to sign the new proclamation, please.
Sir, this is a proclamation commemorating the 90th anniversary of the Social Security Act, the signing of the Social Security Act, and also
Has
the
you sent
incredible
a picture from
accomplishments of your
somebody that wants to be there very
administration,
badly?
fixing and promoting and safeguarding
He's been
Social
very
Security,
respectful of
and it
me and of
also
our
obviously
country, but
mentions
not
the
so
fact that as
respectful
part
of
of the
others.
One Big
But
Beautiful Bill, a vast
I'm going to
majority
sign
of our
this for
senior
him,
citizens
but
are no
I
longer
was sent
paying
one,
taxes
and
on their
I
Social
thought you were
Security
like to say
benefits
it.
as you
That's the
promised
name,
in your campaign
Vladimir
and as you
Putin,
delivered for the American people.
who I believe will be coming, depending on what happens. He may be coming and he may not, depending on what happens. We have a lot of things happening over the next couple of weeks. So, but I thought it was a nice picture of him. Okay of me, but nice
Frank
of
has
him.
brought with him some of the most
So that was very
talented
nice
people
that it was sent
in
to me.
business,
Okay.
and they're making a lot of money,
How
but
do
they
you
made a
talk
lot
to
of money.
Vladimir
They had money
Putin
they
about
didn't
the
have
fact
to
that
make anymore.
yesterday
They
a
just
big
wanted to
US
they wanna
factory
have our
was hit
country
in a Russian airstrike
become
in Ukraine?
strong.
What's your reaction to
And I
that?
told him
And
that's
I'm not
what's
happy
happening.
about
We're doing
it.
that.
And I'm not
A lot
happy
of
about anything
locations,
having
a lot
to
of
do with
areas
that
you
war.
deal with some of the
I
people
settled
that are
not
commissioners
7
that
wars,
are,
and actually, if you think about
secretaries,
3 wars, they
state
had 3 more, so it would be 10.
secretaries of Treasury,
I thought this would be
Commerce,
in the
people
middle
that
of
were
the pack
really, really
in terms of
successful people.
difficulty. Now,
And
I'm
they
not
gave all
happy
that
about
up to make
anything about that
very
war.
small amount of money.
Not happy at all. We'll see
They
what
don't even
happens.
consider it.
I think
a
over the
fraction. You
next
say
2
1%,
weeks, we're going
less
to
than
find out
1%.
which way it's going to go.
That's pretty good. That's a big pay cut. But Frank is one of the most outstanding of all.
A very good call with Prime
Look at
Minister
what happened at
Carney,
JP Morgan
Canada,
Chase.
yesterday
Look at
morning.
what happened with First First
Actually,
was the
Canada
biggest
is
company of its
taking
kind
away some
in the
retaliatory
world.
tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs, yeah. He's making his
went in.
retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice.
It became
and
a
we're going to have
tremendous
another call
success.
soon. Yeah, we had a very
Merged
good
into
call.
another company, and he
towards
became
Well, I
head
like
of that
him.
company.
I like him. You know,
Then he
look,
said, "Let me go save Social
I'm
Security."
fighting for the United States.
As big as that stuff
Canada
is,
and
it's small
Mexico
potatoes
take a lot of
compared
our
in terms of
business over the
numbers,
years,
right?
over
In terms of
25, 30
numbers,
years.
it's a big big numbers.
Especially
Government
during the
numbers are
Biden
big
years.
numbers.
They took a lot of our business.
So I
and
want to thank
it's
everybody for
basically
being
all
here, but I'm
coming
really
back
proud
into
of
the
you,
United
Frank.
States.
Here's your
hot as a
proclamation.
pistol, and it's coming back in
Take a look
because
at
of
what that looks like.
tariffs and the incentives we
Signed
gave,
by
it's
the human
coming
hand.
back. And it's impossible, I think, for another
change.
country to stop it. And
That's good, right?
we are working on something. We want to be
Do you have
very
any questions for
Canada.
Frank?
I like
How
him a lot.
about a question
I think
for
he's a
Frank?
good person.
Frank?
And we had a very good talk yesterday. So I think it'll speak good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the search of Ambassador Bolton's home. The Vice President recently just did an interview saying that it's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him. What are the concerns
Well, I
that you
haven't
have?
spoken to Pam and the group yet, but
Well,
I will be.
Very important
I saw that just like everybody
Social
else. I try and
Security,
stay
I've
ahead
been
of this
hearing
stuff.
about it
I'm
for
allowed
years
to be, and I'm
before I
chief
came to office.
law enforcement officer, believe it or not. I like to go around saying that, but I am in this
I had to put
position.
somebody outstanding.
But I purposely
and
don't want to
we were
really get
talking, I was
involved in
talking
it.
to
I'm
one
not
of
a
the
fan of
business
John
heads
Bolton.
once.
I thought he was a sleazebag,
He said, this
actually.
guy's amazing.
And
he said, I'd love to
suffers
help you
major
with
Trump
Social Security.
derangement syndrome, but so
It's
do a
sort of
lot of
what he
people.
does.
They're not
He
being
takes troubled
affected by
entities
anything we
in
do.
terms of
I don't know
what
anything about it. I
did
just saw that.
some
I'll
of the
find out
biggest
about it.
messes in
But
the world.
if you believe
Social
the
Security in a
news,
certain
which
way,
I do,
I guess if, you know, you
I guess
reported
his
it
house
all the
was
time,
raided.
4 or 5
My
years
house was
it's gonna
raided
go up.
also.
But now
For
they've
Mar-a-Lago.
launched,
They went through everything they could,
He's
including
got it turned around so
my
well.
young son's room,
The
and my
proclamation
wife's
helps. All of the
area.
things we've done
They went
help.
through her drawers,
And
as the
he's
expression
finding
goes.
such tremendous fraud
They
where
went
we have
through
illegal
everything you
aliens.
can
We have people
imagine.
that don't even
And when
exist
she came
on
back, she
Social
looked, she
Security.
said,
They don't exist.
she's very neat. You know,
And what
she's
it does, it
meticulous,
makes
and she
it totally secure and powerful for the
This
people that
wasn't.
are
This
on it
wasn't
and
the
need
way
it.
that she had it.
And
So,
we're very proud of the job.
so I know the
he's done.
feeling. It's not a good feeling. Thank you.
Mr. President, Democrats like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren continue to battle the line and claim that they're trying to cut Social Security, but despite repeated
Look, it
promises
takes
to
two to
protect
tango.
it,
You understand.
why do you
I
think
wanted
they
to have a
keep
meeting
pushing
with
this
those two.
misinformation
I could have
and
been at the
literally
meeting, but
terrorizing
a lot of
the
people
elderly in
think that
America that sadly keep watching
nothing's going
during
to
this
come out of that
litigation?
meeting. You have to be there.
I love your
Maybe that's true.
question. I
Maybe
should
it's
have
not.
called you almost
But we're
first,
going to
but I
see.
love
In the
your
meantime,
question.
people
It's
continue to
so
die.
But
But I
such a good
solved
question. It's so vicious.
7 of them where they were in wars for
Elizabeth
31,
Warren
35, and
said she was
37
in
years.
India.
We had 3 of them.
We
that
call
were
her
for more than 30 years,
She's
John,
a
and
liar.
I got them solved.
She lied her
And
whole
we
career.
solved one that
Based
could
on
have
the
been a
fact that
nuclear
she was
war
an
with
Indian, she
India
was able to
and
get into
Pakistan.
certain
It was getting
colleges,
ready to be a
get certain
nuclear war. I
jobs,
solved them all.
Get into certain
And
universities to work
this
there.
one, I
She's
thought
a
we had
liar
it done
and
by
a
now,
mean
but it's
person. She's
more
a
different. There's a
nut
lot
job.
of anger, a lot of hatred. There's
I
a
watched her
tremendous
the other
amount
night.
of
She's
hatred.
all hopped up, endorsing
But we'll see
a
what happens.
communist
I think
New
in
York
2 weeks
City.
we'll know
And she was all
which
excited
way
and jumping
I'm
up
going.
and down. She's
Because I'm
gotta
going to go
take a
one way or
drug
the
test.
other.
She really does. She's got
And
to
they'll
take a drug
learn which
test. There's
way.
no way somebody can act
If I
that way
got 2
in New
questions
York.
for you. One on FIFA,
What
the
she's
other one
done
on
to our
DC.
financial institutions, she destroys
You talk about the
people.
economic
You know that you
impact
had a lot of
that
great
FIFA will
banks
have
in
in
the
these
Midwest
cities, and what's your message
banks
to
that loaned
mayors
to
to
farmers
get their
and
cities
others, and
prepared,
they went out of
not only
business.
the
She put them out of
education
business.
process, but
Stone
also
cold
the
mean.
safety aspect?
Banks that
Well,
were
Los
open
Angeles
150
is an
years,
example.
family
It's bully
banks that
run. We had
supplied
a
the
mayor there. They
farmers
can't
and
even get permits for the
manufacturers and
people that
others.
lost their houses.
And she put them out of business.
Lee
She's a mean,
Zeldin got
horrible human being.
every
Bernie
permit. The
Sanders
hardest
is
permit is the federal
Bernie
permit.
Sanders. I don't
Within
mind him
20
so much.
days, every
He's just a
single
liberal
permit was
guy,
there
very
for the people
liberal
to build
guy.
their
He's a
houses.
wacky guy.
But people are writing us and they're
He's
saying
still
they
sharp.
won't give us
I gotta
the
think,
mayor.
you know, he's 86 or
is
87 or something.
incompetent. The
He's
governor's
still sharp. You
incompetent.
compare that to
Gavin,
Joe
I know
Biden.
Gavin very well. He's
It's,
an incompetent
you know,
guy
sort of what happened.
with a good line of bullshit.
I don't mind Bernie Sanders.
And
with
he
him, you
doesn't
know
get
what
the
you're
job
getting.
done.
You're getting a guy. He's a
And
nasty
frankly,
guy. But he's somebody that
those people want to build their houses. It's terrible. They could have been built. Some of them could have been built already. But think of it, the federal government that has the most complex.
He's okay. I watched him the other day. He was
It's
totally
the most
on the opposite
complex
side of things.
environmental
I will say this.
thing to do. We got
the
it.
biggest issue right
Everybody
now,
had
an
it
issue
within
that's really
30
taken
years.
hold is crime.
And
Stopping
they're not
crime in
even
the cities.
close to
And the
getting their
Democrats
permits. And now they're
are
talking about
fighting to
taking
stop
some of those
crime.
sites and building low-income
So I think
housing.
that's
on
like,
these are high-end neighborhoods.
Men
and I'm all
playing
for
in women's sports
low-income
is
housing.
okay.
I built a
or
lot of low-income housing.
transgender
I'm
for
all
everybody,
about
okay. But this is a bigger issue. This is the
236. I know
biggest
every
of all
program
issues.
that there is in the government.
Crime
I
is
used every one of
rampant
them. I know more
in
about
DC.
low-income
It's
housing
rampant
than
in our
probably
generally
almost
blue-run
anybody.
cities.
And it's
And they've
great.
got to do
It's
something
fine.
about
It's
it, or
wonderful.
they're never
But
going to win another
you don't
election.
build it
And
in,
instead of calling me a
Pacific
dictator, they like to say
Palisades.
Trump's a
You don't
dictator.
build
Trump's a
it
dictator.
there, and
Well,
you don't build it in the other
I had
areas that
calls
burn down.
from
So They're
many,
talking
many
about
friends,
putting up low-income
including
housing.
Democrats. A lot
And you
of
talk
Democrat
about
friends,
riots.
but
They
they're
can have
normal
riots
people.
if that happens because you're
And they
taking
were
the
thanking
people's
me so
property
much
away.
for what I'm
They
doing
want to
in
build their
DC.
houses
They
and
feel
they're
so
unable to
safe
get
already.
permits from the mayor and from
And
the
you know, at the
governor.
border, we had,
that's
Frank,
a terrible
we had
thing.
zero
But-
people come in.
And let me tell you,
and
if I
this
didn't
is done
send
by a
in the
liberal
troops
group.
in
They're the people
Los
that do
Angeles,
it. I have nothing to
Johnny
do with
wouldn't
it.
be in
Zero
Los
people
Angeles. You wouldn't be having
in
your
3
World Cup
months.
there.
We had
I
zero,
sent in
zero,
the troops
zero
and we
for
kept
3
it. And
months.
even the police
And
commissioner,
last year we had
the
millions
sheriff,
of people
the police
pouring in
they
from
all
all
said the same
countries,
thing.
from
They
jails,
said
from
we could have
drug
never
addicts,
handled what
gang
was happening.
members,
You saw that. You
drug
were there.
dealers. By,
He said
by
we could have never
thousands
handled
and
what was.
thousands.
And then you hear Gavin Newsom after it's all
11,888 murders,
so
half
we
of
could have done
whom
this by themselves now.
committed more than
and
one
if
murder.
they could have, I wouldn't have.
They flowed
taken
into
the
our
chance.
country. Okay,
the second
for the
question
last
is
3
on
months,
crime
we had none.
prevention.
And I
Would you
didn't
be
get,
open
remember when
to
Joe Biden
expanding
said,
the
I need
national concealed
legislation.
carry
I had no
to apply
legislation.
to
I just said
DC
we're
like
closing
it
the
does
borders.
in other states like
The whole world
Texas?
understood it because they
Well, they
respect
have
your
it in
country
some
again.
states, and they
They
feel
really
strongly
respect
about it.
this country
as you
again.
know,
They
I'm
didn't
in
respect
favor
it.
of it.
When he said it, it didn't mean anything.
People have to protect
But now they
themselves. I'm
know
a Second
it meant
Amendment
a lot.
person.
And Mexico
Very simply, people have to be able to
does
protect
what we tell them
themselves.
to do, and Canada
Especially
does
like
what
in
we tell them
Washington,
to
you
do,
walk
because
down
we
the
have the
street,
two
a guy
borders.
comes
We have
up
the
and
northern
slugs you,
border,
and he's
southern
got a-
border.
He's got a pistol
And they were
in
both
his hand.
horrible.
You can be tough,
But now
you can
it's,
be in great shape, you
it's-
can be a
some people
powerful
say it's a
person.
miracle. Well, what
Or
Frank
you
has
can be
done
a
with
guy that
Social
weighs 100
Security
pounds
also
with
is
a gun in
something
your
very
hand.
special. But
And I'll
what we're
bet
doing
on
with
the guy
crime,
with a gun
which will be
100%
the
of
next
the
question,
time,
I
right?
guess, that's because
And
everyone's
so you need
fast.
protection. So I'm a
they're
Second Amendment
afraid.
person. although
Half
you
of the
have to-
people here, maybe all of the people here, most of you live in D.C., you are petrified to go out, and you're liberal, and if you're liberal, you're going to have to change your Democrats.
You said this
You're
morning
going to
you're
have to
going to
change
get $2
your
billion
ways. So
from Congress.
we will have
Yeah,
crime
I've
under
spoken to Mike
control
Johnson,
very
I've
shortly in
spoken to,
D.C.
John
But
Thune,
they're record
said,
numbers, and sadly, what I guess
think
the
it's gonna
mayor
be very
did,
easy to get.
but
It's,
whoever it was,
it's
they
gonna
asked
be
the
not a
numbers
lot
to
of
be
money.
fudged,
I
so
wouldn't
that it
even
would
know
show
where to
less
spend the number
crime.
that you
The
mentioned,
fact is,
but
it's
it's
worse
gonna
than it's
be,
ever been,
money to
and we will
beautify
have
the
it,
city.
just like we did
They're-
at the
they're
border,
ready.
where with borders are
Everybody
totally
wants to save DC.
in great
In
shape
one way,
right
it's
now, the best
easiest.
ever, record-setting
The
shape.
violence was more than
We'll
any
have
other
the crime
city in the country,
situation
actually,
solved
by
in
far.
DC very soon.
It
And
may
we're
have
also
been
going to
more than
beautify
any
the
other
city. We
city
have
in
a
the
beautiful
world, if you
city,
could think.
but you can't have
You know, we look
graffiti,
at
and
some
you
of the
can't
worst
have
cities in
roads
the world,
with
it was
potholes,
worse. And
and
that's
you can't
why
have
it
the
angers
medians,
me
the
to
dividers
see
in the
the mayor
roads
saying
falling
about
down
how
on
they have it on the
street.
Not on the slide, it was worse than ever.
We're going to be beautifying the city,
yeah, we
making
have no
it really
problem
beautiful.
getting that money. That money
We're
will
going
come
to
out
be
of
getting the
Congress. I think
criminals the
it'll
hell
be
out of here. We don't want the criminals.
I mean, I would
Washington,
imagine
D.C.
Democrats vote for that one.
Is the plan to get it before the September 30
Are
spending
you
deadline?
prepared to offer
Well, I don't know if there is a deadline, because if I declare a national emergency,
we're going to
which
see what
this
happens
was,
with our meeting. We're
that ends the deadline.
And it's going to be,
So, I mean, I keep seeing about
I
a
think very
30-day
important for
deadline, which
Russia.
we had
It's going to be
22
very
days
important
left or
for us,
something. But
and important for us
if
only
I
that we're going to save a
think
lot
we're
of
in great
lives.
shape
Look,
here, that's one
we
thing, but
have,
if I
you know, we're
don't,
not paying
I'm
any
gonna just say
money,
it's
as
it's
you
a
know, to
national
Ukraine.
emergency, and if I have a national
We're
emergency,
supplying
I
equipment.
can
We're
keep
being paid
the troops here as long as
100%
they
plus
want.
for
The
that
people are
equipment
not going to want to have the troops
by
for
NATO.
30 days.
And I
You
got
know, it's
NATO
one
up
thing
from
to get 'em
2%
out,
to
it's
5%
another
of
thing to keep 'em
GDP.
out for
They
a long
now
period of
have
time. You've got to train
billions of
people. You
dollars.
can't do this. You can't
NATO's
bop
a very
people
rich
over the
group
head.
of countries,
And a lot of those
and
people are
we
in
make the
courts
best
right now,
military
going to court.
equipment
They're gonna
anywhere
go
in
to
the
jail
world
for
by
a long
far,
time.
and they're buying our equipment,
So
and
that's
they're
going to
paying
take more than 30
100%
days.
for the equipment.
But if I have to, I'll declare
In
a
fact, they
national
owe us about
emergency.
$2 billion.
Which I don't
now.
think
They're
I
going to
have
send a
to do.
check.
Yeah.
Mr. President?
Another one was sent recently for $1 billion.
Yeah,
So we're
I think I'll know-
not
I think
spending
I'll
any money
know
anymore. Biden
the
gave us
attitude
$350
of
billion,
Russia and
got
frankly
nothing
of
for
Ukraine.
it.
It takes two.
And if you look, and by the way, we also signed a rare
Well, I'm
earth
gonna make
deal
a
where we
decision as to what
get,
we
you know,
do.
years of rare
And it's
earth
gonna be a-
to get
it's
our
gonna
money
be a
back, the
very
money we
important
spent.
decision.
But what I'm really doing
And
this
that's
for is to
whether or not it's
save
massive
thousands
sanctions
of
or massive
soldiers a
tariffs
week.
or
You have
both.
Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian
Or
soldiers,
do
and
we
then
do
you'll
nothing
have
and say
missiles
it's your
dropped
fight?
into
Look, I
various
would have
cities
never
and
been
towns
in
in
this war if I were
Ukraine.
president.
And
You would have
they're
had
losing
to- it was
seven.
never
Last
gonna
week
happen.
they lost
This was caused by
7,251
stupid
people, mostly
They fought-
soldiers,
fought.
Russian
And you know,
Ukrainian
people say,
soldiers.
well, how do we know?
I'm doing it
Because
for that
40
reason.
years,
We have
it
a
was never
meeting
even a subject.
with President
And
Putin
Vladimir
tomorrow.
knew,
I think
and
it's
you
going to
see
be a
his
good
picture
meeting,
right
but the
here. It
more
was nice
important
that he
meeting will
said
be the second
but
meeting that we're
Vladimir
having.
knew
We're going to have a meeting meeting with
Very
President
strongly.
Putin, President
We
Zelensky,
wouldn't have
myself,
stood for it.
and
It
maybe
wouldn't
we'll
have
bring
happened.
some of the European leaders
100%
along, maybe
wouldn't
not.
have happened,
It's,
but it did happen.
I don't know that
And now
it's
they're
going to be very
losing from
important. We're
5
going to
to
see what
7
happens.
young kids.
And
Think of it, you're a
I
parent,
think
and your son is
President
leaving.
Putin
He's Russian
will
or
make
he's
peace.
Ukrainian.
I think President
And he's
Zelensky
leaving,
will
and they're
make
waving
peace. We'll
goodbye.
see if they
Nice,
can get
beautiful
along.
kid.
And if they can, it'll be great.
Nice
You know, I've
crew cut,
solved
all
6
said, wants
wars
to be a soldier.
in the last
And
6
goes there
months,
first week,
a
he
little
has
more than
his
6 months
head
now.
blown off.
And I'm very proud of it. I thought
And
the
he's
easiest
no
one would
different
be
than
this
you
one.
people.
It's actually the most difficult. We had
And
one
it
war
doesn't matter
raging, as you
where.
know,
I mean,
for
I
37
solved
years.
the problem in the
One
Congo.
in the
that
Congo
was,
with Rwanda was raging for 31
vicious.
years. We solved
Rwanda
6
and the
of them.
Congo,
Made peace,
Republic
not
of
just
the
solved.
Congo.
Made peace.
And they were
If
fighting
you look
for
at
31
Pakistan
years.
and
And
India,
it was
that
machetes.
planes were being
People
knocked
getting
out of
their
the
heads
air.
chopped
6
off.
or 7
I was
planes
going on
came
for
down.
31 years. I
They
got
were
it
ready
solved.
to
We
go.
solved. They came to the White House
Maybe
and we signed
nuclear.
an
We
agreement. It
solved
was
that.
amazing.
I
People
thought
can't
this
believe
would
we
be
got it done.
maybe an easier one.
I love to stop
It never
killing.
made sense,
I
this
really
war.
do.
It would have never
People-
happened when I
people
was
thought it would be
president.
just
If
the
I were
opposite.
president, this war
Hillary
would have
Clinton
never
said,
happened.
"Oh, he'll get us
But
into
millions
war."
of people
No,
have
I'm
been
getting
killed.
everybody else out of wars.
And
Are you saying
I'm
there's a
there
real
for one reason,
possibility
see if I
then
can
that
solve
you do
this. This is
nothing
Biden's war. This isn't my war.
if
I want to see if I can
Putin doesn't come to the
stop
table
killing.
for
Yeah.
ceasefire?
I'll see whose fault it is. if there are reasons why,
we have great rare earth.
Exactly what I'm doing.
We made that
We're
as
gonna see
payment
whether
for
or not
all of
they
the
have a
money that
meeting.
we've
It'll be interesting to see.
spent
If they don't,
so
why didn't they have a
foolishly
meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting.
Ukraine.
But I'll know in 2 weeks what
$350 billion.
Your Justice Department is
Europe
also
spent $1
sending
billion.
some
That's
of
a
the
lot of money.
Epstein
They spent
files
$100 billion.
over to the House
That's a lot
Oversight
of money.
Committee today.
But
Are you in support of
we
them
should be
releasing all of
spending
them?
a lot more money than
If they
that.
want
Innocent people
They
shouldn't
understand
be hurt,
that.
but I'm in support of
And
keeping
I think
it
that's
totally
maybe
open. I
why
couldn't care less. You got a lot
we're
of
not
people
spending
that
money anymore. We're
could
not
be
spending
mentioned
any
in
money.
those
They're
files
paying
that
us for
don't
everything.
deserve
So
to
it's
be.
pretty.
People, because he
It's
knew
people are
everybody
shocked
in
when they
Palm
hear. They don't even
I
understand. They don't
anything
even
about
write
that, but I
about
have said
it.
to Pam and
But we're
everybody
not
else,
spending
give them
money. But
everything
we
you
are
can
spending
give
a lot of
them.
time
Because
trying to get the war
it's a
solved. If
Democrat
we can
hoax.
get the war
It's just a
solved,
hoax.
we'll be
The
very
whole
happy.
Epstein thing is
As
a
far as
Democrat
rare earth,
hoax.
that's very unimportant.
So we had the
I'm
greatest
trying to
6
save
months, 7
lives.
months in the history of presidency. The Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them. Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 20
It's another reason why the Democrats lost the election in a landslide.
You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers.
I think they'd be much better off saying
Epstein's best
we
friend.
want to help
Nobody ever
President Trump
talks
with the
about
crime
that.
because it's an epidemic.
But I don't want to hurt Larry
It's a
Summers.
tragic
But
situation.
he was best friends
It's
with
the worst
Jeffrey
it's
Epstein.
ever been.
No, this is a
And we want to
Democratic
help
hoax to
President
try and
Trump
get
with the crime as opposed to he's a dictator. He's a
significance
dictator.
of what
People
we've
are
done
so
over the
happy to
past
see our military
7
going
months.
into
Nobody's ever
D.C.
seen
and getting
it.
these
But they say
thugs
it's
out.
number one in history.
As you know,
What
we
we've
arrested
done,
a lot of people
including
yesterday.
stopping
We arrested
7
a lot
wars.
of
I mean,
people
just
today.
include that.
We're getting people
And
that
now you
have
look, and now you look at the stock market today. It's way up to
arrest
start
records
off
that you wouldn't
from
believe.
where I took it.
28
And
arrests.
this market was going to crash.
15
If
arrests.
Joe Biden or Kamala were president.
Brutal,
this market,
brutal
we would have had a crash.
And we're
like
going to
in
have to do
1929.
something
You're not
about
gonna
this
have that.
cashless bail.
It's only a question of
Because
how high
people
is it
shoot
gonna be.
somebody,
I
they
had
kill
the
somebody, and
strongest
they're out on the
economy
street in less
history
than an hour.
of our country.
Now, that's
And
when
despite
that's
COVID,
when it's all
we have the
started in New York
strongest
and
economy
Chicago,
in the history of our country.
Los Angeles.
And
Take
we're
a
gonna
look.
blow it away
If we
this
didn't
time.
go to
I was
Los
always
Angeles
gonna
to
take
help
a lot of
this
money.
incompetent governor
And whether it was
and a
for
mayor that
myself
doesn't
or
know what
whether
the
it
hell
was,
she's
I like
doing.
doing it this way better.
If we didn't go to Los Angeles,
making
you
it for
wouldn't
the
have
country. Our country's been ripped
a big
off
part
by
of it burned down.
friend
The
and
other
foe.
part of it would have
Nations
burned
all
down
over the world
too.
ripped off. And
You
the
would
friends
not
have been
have.
much
I don't
worse
think
than
you would have been
the
able
foes
to
for the
have
most
the
part.
Olympics. We have the Olympics.
And,
I have a lot at stake with
they're not
that
ripping
because
us off. We
I'm
just
the
signed
one
a
that
deal
got
with
the
the European
Olympics. I
Union.
got
They're
it in
paying
my
us
first term.
essentially $950
And I
billion
was sad because
like a signing
I
fee.
got
They're
it
going to buy
for what would be my
$750
third
billion
term.
worth of energy.
Okay,
They weren't
which turned out to be
buying
second
much of
term.
our energy there.
And
they're
the Olympics,
they're very smart
it's a
in
great
doing
honor.
that. And as you know,
But
Ursula was
I
here
felt
a couple
badly
of days
because
ago
I said I
having to
won't
do
be
with the people,
president.
the leaders that we
When the
had
Olympics came, well, through circumstance, I am president. I want to make sure the Olympics is great, the World Cup is great, and the 250, maybe the most important of all is the 250-year celebration is great. So what's happening is we will work very hard. You would not have had. I don't believe that if I didn't send in the troops, I don't think you would have had Los Angeles in condition to have 10%. I think you would have had.
Yeah, I met a man who was a very nice man, and I called for his removal because.
And if you look at the police commissioner or the sheriff, he said we really needed them. Thank God they were here. We really needed them. That was the first 2 or 3 days after we solved the problems. Then he said, "Well, I think we could have maybe done it." No, he was told what to say. He said,
"Well, that's right.
Go back to your files. See what he said." He said, "Thank goodness they came.
I liked him a lot.
If I didn't go and put our military there or National Guard in that case, and we'll go military if we have to. But the National Guard were there. They were very effective. If we didn't do that, I don't think you would have had the Olympics in Los Angeles. The place would have been just like the 25,000 houses that burned down. Where, by the way, the governor ought to focus on getting their permits. You know, the federal permits are given. Those are the hard ones, and they were given a long time ago. People can't rebuild the house because they can't get permits from the state and the city. And they ought to focus on that because it's very upsetting. I went there right after the fires. I walked the streets and I met a lot of great people. They want to rebuild their homes. We took care of it from the federal standpoint, but they're not taking care of it from the city, the mayor.
And if we had a
and the
president
governor,
would have said,
they're not
okay,
getting
you
their
can go to
permits, they
Taiwan,
can't
but
build
we're
their
going to put a
houses.
100%
Go ahead.
500% tariff. Anybody that sells into the United States has to pay. They wouldn't have left. They would have never left.
Could end up rewarding
In the meantime, we had
for
people that
his
were,
invasion of Ukraine.
in some cases, good
Signal
politicians that weren't good on trade. I loved that man, but he was not good on
It's a
trade.
reward. I think
totally
that
disagree.
what we
Allowed
have is a
the car industry
situation
to
that
be
should
taken
never
out
have
of this
started.
country. We lost
Never
50% of our
It
car
didn't start
industry.
under me, and
But
4 years it wasn't even discussed.
But if somebody would have said that,
And I could see it was going to happen.
Intel,
After I left, I could see what was happening.
Now with that, they've had some
that
bad
we did was
management over the
wrong.
years.
Everything that was done was
and
wrong.
I said, I think you should pay us 10%
Everybody's
of
to
your
blame.
company.
Putin's to blame.
And they said yes.
They're all to blame.
That's about $10 billion.
This is a war that would have never happened.
I don't get it.
Mr. President, the other question
And I
on
said,
LA,
I think it
Mr.
would be
President,
good
earlier
having
today,
the
the
United
Washington,
States as
D.C.
your partner.
police chief
And they've
issued
agreed to
an
do it. And I
executive
think it's a
order
great deal for them.
allowing metropolitan
And I think
police
it's a great
officers
deal.
to
He
conduct
walked in
traffic stops to notify
wanting
federal
to
immigration
keep his job, and he
customs
ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. So we picked up $10
county and the
billion.
city has a
And we do a
long-standing
lot of deals like
pro-immigration
that. I'll do
policy,
more of them.
including
If
allowing
somebody has, like we have restrictive government.
Which is ridiculous.
and limiting cooperation with federal immigration agencies. Did your administration
to
pressure the
unrestrict
DC
the
police chief to review
nothing
these
to do
policies,
with
and will
losing
you
our
require other
powers
cities
or
to roll back
military or
similar
anything,
policies
because
to
that I
avoid
wouldn't do.
possible federal takeover?
But there are things you can do.
So what
that
you're saying
don't
is that it was a very
affect us,
positive
that actually
thing.
help
Some
us.
people, they find they're illegally
And
reported.
if we're
they
going to
them
give
us,
somebody
etc. That's a very
free out
positive
a
thing.
restricted
I have
covenant,
heard
we have a
that
strong
just
restrictive
happen.
covenant on
That's a
certain
great step.
industries.
That's a great step if
I
they're doing
will
that.
absolutely
Yeah, I think
give
it's going to
somebody
happen all over the country. We
opening
want to
on
stop
restrict-
crime.
to do a lot
I think
of
if the
business, which is
Democrats
good for
aren't
us,
strong on
as
this
long
issue,
as
they
it
won't be
doesn't
able to
hurt
do it. I
us
think
in
this
a
is a
security
bigger
or
issue
military
than
way. And if I do
the
that,
other
I think the
ridiculous
country
things
should
that
be
they have,
paid.
like open
Because
borders.
anybody else, I have it
Open
in real
borders
estate
is
where
bad.
I'll have
Open
a deal
borders
with somebody
has caused a lot of
and I'll
this
have
problem.
them
Allowing
restrictive
millions
governance.
and
And
millions. I
they
think
come back and
24
they'll say,
million
I'd
people
love to be
were
able to
allowed
build
to come
over
into
here,
our
but I'm not
country.
allowed
Many of
to
these
because
people
you have
from
me
prisons,
covered.
from
You have
jails,
me
from
restricted.
mental
I say, I'll let you build over there, but pay me
This was the Biden
a lot of money.
policy.
No different.
And I don't believe it was him.
But the
He was
com-
never
the
there
country
before.
never did
It
it
was the
because the
people that
country was run by
encircled this
foolish
very beautiful desk.
Mr. President, on DC Drive, you said Chicago might be next.
Radical
Are you
left.
making, have there been concrete
very
steps
happy
that
to
the
hear what you
administration is
just said.
taking to do that, or what are other
And
cities?
Mr. President,
doing?
in LA,
He's grossly
if I
incompetent.
may,
I haven't spoken
the mother
to
of
him.
a
When we're ready, we'll
15-year-old
go in and we'll
California
straighten
boy
out
was
Chicago,
briefly detained
just like we
at
did DC.
gunpoint in a case of
Chicago's
mistaken
very
identity.
dangerous, great
The
place.
LA
I built
USD
great stuff there.
superintendent says that
I have the
surveillance
most
video
beautiful
shows
building in
armed
Chicago.
agents wearing
But I hate
police
to see
and
what's
Border
happened
Patrol
in Chicago.
insignia.
Chicago is our greatest city.
Given the
actually.
National Guard, Border
Bob
Patrol,
Tisch,
ICE
great
agents,
friend of mine, passed away.
they're not
He
trained
saw
in
the
local
Giants,
policing.
they're
What specific
successful
steps
those.
are you taking to
He
ensure
said
that young people
Chicago,
are not put in harm's
I think they had
way
their main
with
office
these
in
types of
Chicago.
operations?
In Chicago
They
and
are
San
trained in this
Francisco, the
common
two greatest
sense, and they're
cities in
very
the
tough
world.
people.
Now you look
And
at
they
what the
have great
Democrats
common
have done to
sense,
San Francisco.
and they
They've
are highly
destroyed it. I
trained.
own
I
a
heard
big
the
chunk
mayor
of the
of
Bank of America building
LA
in
was
San
saying, "Oh, they're
Francisco.
not trained this way." I heard this
You know, it's
character
just
from
different. We can clean that up too.
Where
We'll clean
was
that
he
one up
from?
too.
They talk
Well,
about
if
him as
we-
a candidate.
if everything
He's got
works
no
out,
chance. The
and
governor of Maryland.
we've already
I
had
watched him
calls
this
from
morning
our
saying
customers,
that,
quiet calls,
saying that
calls from
the
Democrats.
governor of Maryland.
We'd love you to come here.
They say
Because
maybe
they've
he'll
lost
be a president.
control.
He's not presidential
I'm
temperament
not
at
going to
all.
say because I don't want
But
them
I
to
heard
lose
him
their
today
elections.
talking about how.
But we've had calls from
the
Democrats
National
and calls
Guard
from
or the
people
military
generally.
is not trained in
And we'd
police,
love you
but
to
they're
come
trained
here,
in
'cause we'll straighten out
common
the
sense.
problem.
Mr. President is not allowed to burn down buildings and bomb buildings in Chicago.
In Israel, families
They've
of
done a great job.
hostages
Again, if we
are
didn't
opposed
send
to
them,
the reoccupying of
very
Gaza.
importantly, if
Why
we didn't
is the
send them
US
into
Well,
Los
not all of
Angeles,
them. And you
Los
have to
Angeles, the
understand,
rest
I'm
of
the one
Los
that got
Angeles
all of
would
the
have been
hostages
burned out to
out.
the
You got a
ground.
lot of people
When
out.
you
If
look
it wasn't
at
for me, they wouldn't be
Minnesota,
out.
Minneapolis, I sent them into Minneapolis because the
PB
governor
and I worked with
wouldn't
Steve
make a
Wickoff.
call. If I didn't do
But
that,
it
you
wasn't
wouldn't
for
have
me, you would have all these
Minneapolis.
hostages
It
would
wouldn't
most
be,
likely
I don't
be
think it
dead
would be
right now.
existent
Every one of
today.
them.
You
So
remember the famous
they
scene
all
burning
come up
over
here,
the
they all
CNN
come in
anchor
groups,
shoulder.
10,
He said everything
12,
seems to be very peaceful. And
and many
behind
of
him,
them.
the whole city's
And
burning
I've gotten to
down.
know a lot of of them. They're great
So you had
people.
the
What they
whack
had to
job
go through is
governor
incredible.
who
But
ran
so
for
now they
vice
have 20, but
president
the
and
20 is
made a fool out
actually
of
probably
himself.
not 20 because a couple maybe
you would have
aren't
had.
around any longer.
I
It's
saved
a
that
terrible
city.
thing.
I'll tell you, I saved
No,
that
I like.
city.
I
So
don't like
the
anymore. I
bottom
said,
line is,
you know, when it gets
these are
down to
very
20,
tough people.
they're not going to make deals
that
anymore.
are
And they didn't.
trained in a thing called common sense, and they're also trained in doing what we're talking about
and they
right
said,
now.
We'll give you 10,
And
we'll
you
give you
watch
10.
crime
I don't know
stuff,
what
but you
Israel's
wouldn't have
doing,
Los
but they were
Angeles.
willing now
It wouldn't be
immediately to
existent
give us
today. We
another
would have had to
10.
cancel the Olympics if
the
I let
situation
that
has
go
to
on.
end.
Will you
And
pressure
we'll see what
Israel to
happens.
allow
I actually think
journalists
they're
into
safer in
Gaza
many
to
ways if you
cover
went in and
the
you really went
humanitarian
in fast
efforts
and
the U.S. is
did it.
pursuing?
And
I'd like to
people
see
can't
that
forget
happen.
October 7th.
I would like to see it happen. I would be very fine with journalists going in. It's a very dangerous position to be in, as you know, if you're a journalist. But I would like to
say
see
the
it.
candidate was the greatest, but I wouldn't win against
Mexico and Latin
anybody.
America are getting closer to China, and they say it's partly because of the tariffs you impose on those countries.
Are you concerned that
I got the
them getting
hostages
closer to
out.
China?
No,
not
hundreds of people that are living there.
They can do what they want. None of
And
them
now
are
we
doing
have that
very
final
well.
little group
What
of
we're
people,
doing in
and
terms of
Hamas knows
economics,
that if
we're
they
blowing
give them,
everyone
it's
away,
probably
including
the end of
China.
their lives.
We're doing better
So
than
it's not
any
easy
other
to
country in
get.
the world right now.
And
Brazil
I know if you're a parent, you
has
just
been
don't
a
care.
horrible
I want my baby back.
trading
They want their
partner
babies
in
back.
terms
They
of
want their
tariffs.
kids
As
back.
you know, they
And I
charge us
understand.
tremendous tariffs,
But I
far,
got them
far
out,
more than we were
and
charging
they
them. We
did
were
good job,
charging
and
anything, essentially.
we're doing everything we can to
And
get
Brazil
the
has some very bad
Thank you all very
laws
much.
happening where they took a president and they put him in jail, or they're trying to jail him. And I happen to know the man. I will tell you, I'm pretty good at people. I think he's an honest man. I think what they've done, this is an election. This is really a political execution
we
that
have a
they're
stock
trying to
market
do
that's
with
up 1,000
Bolsonaro.
points today.
I think that's terrible.
I better be careful
But
because I
they
go out
also
there.
treated us very
It's
badly
down
as
1,000.
trading partners for many,
But
many
it's up
years. One of
1,000
the worst,
points when
one
I
of the
came in
worst
here.
countries on earth.
We have a
for that.
country that
They
the
charge
market's the
tremendous
hottest it's
tariffs,
ever been. The
and they
country's
made it
better
very
than it's ever
difficult to
been.
do anything. So
we have a military
now
that I
they're being
rebuilt
charged
largely in my first
50%
term. We had a
tariffs,
great successful
and
first term.
they're not happy.
But this is
that's
going to be
the way
even
it goes.
better.
Mr. President,
A lot of it away to Afghanistan, but relatively small compared to the overall. But I think it was the most embarrassing day and period in the history of our country that they allowed those 13 wonderful people, but it's really hundreds of people were killed. And they don't talk about the 48 that were so severely wounded with no legs, no arms,
soldiers that
nobody
we
ever
have,
mentions
first of
them
all, we have
except
plenty
me.
of them.
But
Long
that was
beyond
the
what
worst day, the most.
you have here.
It
We're
just showed how
using a very
incompetent.
small
Frankly,
force.
if that didn't happen, I really
in
believe that we might
Washington,
not have
D.C.,
had
they
the
have
problem with
thousands
Russia. I
of
think
police
Putin was sitting
and
there
a lot of
watching
police,
these
but
stupid
the
people
police
running
weren't
our
allowed to do
country
their
and
job.
said,
We have a lot of
this
great
is the
ones. They
time
have
to
some that
invade.
weren't so good, to be honest. But they
this
weren't
is the
allowed
time.
to
And
do
then
their
Biden
job.
made the
But now
statement,
they are
well,
allowed to do their job.
he can
And
do a small
essentially
incursion. When he said that,
it's
it was
only
off
2
to the
days,
races,
but you look
right?
at the
When
numbers
he said
already, they're
he
dropping.
can do a small incursion.
And no, they're not being
I was
pulled up
surprised
for
to hear the
anything.
word
Mr.
incursion.
President,
As you know, there were some very concerning reports
I want to
about
thank
crime
everybody.
statistics.
It's very
Police are
important
manipulating
to
crime
me
data
and
to
everybody
downplay
up
crime
here
in
at the World
D.C.
Cup.
Will the
And
administration
Johnny's been
release its
so
own crime
incredible.
statistics
I mean,
to
he's
counter
really a
those
great leader.
information? And will
I mean, to
those
think, I said,
individuals
Johnny, do
who
it
are
by phone. You don't have to come.
intentionally
No, I said, I'll
misrepresenting
come, I'll
crime
come.
data
And he
and
flew all
fudging the
night
books,
long
like
to
you
be here and
said, be
listen to this
penalized for
about
endangering
how
the
great we're
public?
doing in
They are
D.C.
under investigation.
But he's a fantastic leader,
They are
and
giving us
this will
phony
be your
crime
most
stats, just
successful
like they
World
gave
Cup.
other stats in the financial world.
Same America.
They're phony crime
Can we win it,
stats.
Mr. President?
And Washington, D.C.
I don't know. I watched some of those teams go
have a very safe. You can have a
go
crime-free
down
city.
that field. I don't know. But
virtually
let me ask you: what
and
chance does America have
These
of
are
winning?
strong men, and
Well, the
the
whole
criminals
team
are strong
always
men
has a
and
good chance
women,
to
but
win.
they're
See,
strong
he's a
men.
good diplomat.
People
So happy to
play
get
games.
into
We're not playing games. These are
26
criminals
FIFA
with the
World
other
Cup.
way. And they treated
It's going to be
people.
the
They took
World
one of
Cup
the
as we
people
know
that
it.
worked for us
It's
the
the
other day. You
biggest,
saw
probably the
beating
biggest event in
down
sports,
10
I guess, Johnny,
10
right?
against 1.
On December 5th
And they
of this
pounded
year,
the hell
the
out of him. He's lucky to be
2026
alive.
FIFA World Cup draw
Barely
will take
almost
place
killed.
at the Kennedy Center.
And
Some
we're not
people
gonna have
refer to
that
it as the
happen.
Trump Kennedy
Tulsi
Center.
Gabbard declassified
But we're not prepared to do that quite yet. Maybe in a week or so.
She's doing a
But
great
right here
job,
in
by the way. That was
Washington,
another
D.C.,
great
it's a
story.
tremendous
I'm very happy
honor
with the
to
job
bring
she
the
did.
global event and
That's
this
right. They
incredible
declassified some
group of people and these unbelievable
terrible
athletes, the
documents
best
talking about
athletes in the
Democrats and
world,
what
to
they
the
did.
cultural center of our nation's capital.
It showed that then DNI
I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say
what we're finding.
zero murders
absolute
in the last
proof of
week
guilt.
since we've done this. That's the first
And,
time
we'll see
in
what
memory
happens,
that that's
but,
happened. We
Clapper
can believe it, how
Comey
pathetic
and
that
that
is
whole
to have to
group
even
of,
say it.
criminals.
And I'm
The
tired of
criminals.
listening to
And
these
they
people
made it
say
very
how safe
tough.
it
You know,
was
they
before we
did
got here. It was
fake
unsafe.
Russia,
It was horrible.
which
And Mayor
lasted
Bowser
for
better
2
get her
years.
act straight or she won't be
And,
there very long because
I
we'll
get
take
totally
it over
exonerated.
with the federal
There's no
government
doubt
running
about it.
like
They
it's
should
supposed to be run.
One day, not
The numbers were
but there was a
horrible.
whole scheme to
It was
try
a crime-infested
and demean Trump
rat
so that I
hole.
couldn't win an election.
And they do have a lot of rats. We're getting
and
rid of
that
them
is a
too.
criminal group of
And we
people.
made a lot
They're
of
sick
progress.
people.
And
they're
it's
criminals,
extremely
and they should be
unsafe, and now
taken
it's
care of.
extremely safe. We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%, and I'm trying to figure out where was the 13%.
CNN fake news talking about that was a big win for him.
National Guard has been unbelievable. They're working with the police, and they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually, but they have some great people there.
I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I were president, he would take over all of Ukraine.
To hear that too, actually.
It's a war
but it's a whole different place. People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again.
In my opinion,
that was the other thing I saw numbers. The restaurant business is down in the last week. Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant. Just really lying people. And that's why people don't understand how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19% favorable
that hasn't been put before
on
me
what we're doing with Washington.
Think about
and then
that
I saw another one that has us 94% favorable.
Is
And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country, so sick.
I don't know where that comes from.
So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well.
I would say that tomorrow,
and the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors.
I'd like to see it happen very
It's going to be
quickly, very
unbelievable.
shortly
It's
after
got
this
great
meeting.
bones, but it needs
I'd like to see
a
it
lot of work.
actually happen, maybe
The
in
World
Alaska
Cup
where
draw
we
will
just stay
set up
because
the
it's so
group
much easier.
stage of
But
competition.
I think that,
48 teams will play in
I think it's going to be
104
very
games
interesting.
across
We're going to find
16
out
North
where
American
everybody
cities, from
stands,
Seattle
and I'll
to
know within
Vancouver
the
to
first
Atlanta to
2
Miami.
minutes, 3 minutes, 4
It'll be
minutes,
so
or 5
exciting for our
minutes.
country.
We tend to find out
The 2026
whether or not we're
FIFA
going to have a
World
good
Cup
meeting or
will
a
be
bad
one of the
meeting. And if
largest
it's a
and most
bad meeting,
complex
it'll end very
events.
quickly.
This will be one of the
And if it's
greatest
a good
events,
meeting,
one of the
we're going to
largest. In a
end up
way,
getting
it's like
peace
Johnny
in the
said
pretty
it
near
better.
future.
It's like
Okay,
having
how about one
many
more?
Super Bowls in a short period of time. Because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and they'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That'll be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay? But you could handle yourself.
Good and bad.
Already FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year, and 6 billion more will be watching back home. And they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and again, I'll just say it's the World Cup, and it's the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy today, as you saw. The group that does this, the government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right. Within $4 trillion worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points. That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about, that the whole world respects us for because of what we did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President.
Pretty good, sir.
Too bad it's not 5, right?
Thank you very much.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And I just look forward to the draw. So we're going to have the draw, essentially, Johnny, at the Kennedy Center. And by that time, it'll be in even better shape. We're working on it. It'll take, it's about a year project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. You see the way this is looking nice. I can't tell you how much that gold costs, a lot of money. There's nothing like gold and there's nothing like solid gold, but this beautiful office needed it. It had to be representative. When we took it over, it was dirty, not clean. I immediately changed the chair and had this beautiful desk renovated, brought out by the White House. People that do this, they did a great job. We sent it out. We have a craftsman who's great. But this was not appropriate for the Oval Office when I took over. And now, you look at all those paintings you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the vaults. They were in vaults for some cases much more than 100 years. She's the new star.
And
now they're proudly hanging on the Oval Office walls, and I can't imagine anybody changing it. But they were buried in vaults for over 100 years, many of them. So it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing here. They love what we're doing in D.C., and they love what we're doing, most importantly, in the country and the world. I'd like to ask Johnny to say a few words. He's the head of the whole thing. He's been there for a long time, probably the most respected man in sports. He's amazing, actually. Works very hard, and he's got the biggest event in the world coming right here to the United States. A little, we did a little for Canada, we did a little for Mexico. We thought, see, I'm a good citizen. I said, let them have a little piece. So we gave a little to Canada. See how nice I am? And we gave a little bit to Mexico. And Johnny, please say a few words.
Thank you, President. Great honor for me to be here with you today, President, Excellencies. Fantastic to announce what you said, which is the final draw of the FIFA World Cup on the 5th of December here in the capital, in the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. at 12 noon sharp. It will be broadcast live all over the world. 1 billion viewers will watch it, and it will determine, of course, the match schedule, which 48 participating teams will play. You said it, 104 matches in 1 month, 104 Super Bowls. It's not just the biggest, the greatest event, not just a sports event, it's a social event as well. A lot of emotion. We are uniting the world, Mr. President, uniting the world here in America. We are very proud of that. And those teams, those national teams who will come here to participate in this draw with the coaches, with the presidents, they will all be proud.
But they get there, most of them.
Be part of writing this history, and that's why we brought as well.
But I want to thank you all for being here. This is really a big day. This afternoon, we take a giant step to cement the American dominance of global finance and crypto technology as we sign the landmark Genius Act into law. So congratulations, everybody. It is a big deal.
Because it's for winners only.
Come a long way since
you are a winner, of course you can. As well,
had no idea
touch it, it's pretty heavy. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Leo Messi. Leo Messi of Argentina. And here it is in the Oval Office.
And we want to have it not China.
Can I keep it? Well, you can. We're not giving it back.
We're not giving it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
That goes very well on the wall right over there. Put it right below the edge.
It fits well here. Until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's a beautiful piece of gold, I will say. That's beautiful.
So, 6 billion euros for the World Cup.
He's a great
6
guy.
million.
He's a great guy. He's a very handsome guy. Looks great. He's got the whole package. But you know, I got to know he was ambassador to Japan.
85,000
and
jobs.
We had a little problem with Japan on trade.
Absolutely,
but he was my ambassador
the biggest
to Japan.
event ever.
And I went to Japan.
And everything will start here in Washington, D.C. at the Kennedy Center.
Did you learn it as a child? No, I just learned it over the last 4 or 5 months.
On the 5th of September at noon.
Maybe the single hardest language
December.
to learn. It's actually breathing.
Then, if I may,
will they be doing most of I'm not going to imitate it because we'll end up with a big story.
How are you going to do that? Yes, we'll do that.
But he spoke
Center, we'll do all the other meetings around it, with the coaches, with the broadcasters,
that's very impressive.
everything at the
He was
Kennedy
introducing me to
The
Mr.
whole
Honda.
World Cup starts, and everyone will be happy because everyone
he goes, yes. I said, you're a
has
very rich
qualified
man.
for the World Cup.
And then he said, Mr. Toyota, right?
Toyota. They all think they can become world champion, right?
They'll all be what business are you in? Let me guess.
Now,
by the way, an example. Supposing we had a week ago when everybody was being killed and mugged and everything else, despite the phony numbers that were given out, that it was getting better. Brian, do you believe it was getting better or getting worse? He said
the crime was
Tennessee.
getting worse.
I
I mean, I was
love
wrong.
Tennessee, but do they want you there? No, but
How did the other guy
endorse
come
me,
out?
I'll win.
Came out signing a briefcase.
They endorsed me. And they didn't know who the hell he was.
No, but can
And
you
he's turned out
imagine
to
you
be
do this and then you
a
start
great
hearing
senator. Now
that
they all know who you are.
they had a 20-year
So you are
reduction of crime.
fantastic, and we
It's
thank you,
worse.
and you-
It was
just
worse
the fact that you're
during the
doing this
Biden
and you
administration
understand
than
this is a
anybody's
complicated
ever
world, and
imagined
you understand it,
possible.
Bill.
And
So
I
you're doing
guarantee
great.
you, he
Thank you
wouldn't
very
be
much.
here if
We're
those
also
numbers
pleased to be
continue.
joined by our
But now we have
great
total
Vice
safety. We have
President,
total
J.D.
security. And for the
Vance.
border,
J.D., thank you
in
very
3
much.
months, zero people. These are done by liberal people that do these charts.
And he's
Zero
been up
people came
speaking
through our border
late at
in
night
the
on the
last
phone.
90
I said,
days.
"J.D., how about you take
Zero.
3 or 4 of these
Last year we
people,
had
please?"
millions of
There's
people
3 or
coming
4 I
in.
cannot speak to. I
And they
just
came in
can't.
from the
And he'd take them and he'd come
wrong
through, right,
locations.
J.D.?
They came in
Also,
they came in, a lot of people
Mike
that shouldn't be here.
Johnson.
So now when we have this
He's
event in
unbelievable.
December, it's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk
He's
down
an
the street with your
unbelievable-
beautiful wife.
I mean,
You
if
can
you
take
go
her to
by
dinner,
what
if
we're
you can get a
doing,
reservation,
you
which I
keep
doubt.
this space.
They're all full restaurants. I know. They're all full. I heard that too.
But
The restaurants are,
if you keep up this
the
pace
restaurants,
week,
since
you
we
go down as the
are
greatest
doing this, are
speaker
doing great.
in the
And many
House
new
in history.
restaurants are going to open because,
What
as you
more?
know, many closed. Many restaurants closed. Because
Who
the crime
needs
was
Tip
so bad.
O'Neill? Who needs
This
Tip
will be
O'Neill?
one of the safest
It's better
places
looking than
anywhere
Tip
on
O'Neill,
earth.
too.
So,
But,
I really am honored
no, he's
that
been going.
the
he's been
National
going
Guard
at a
has done such
fervent
an incredible
pace. Would you
job
say that,
working
sir?
with
Your
the
wife
police.
probably says,
And we
"You
haven't
are
had to
crazy."
bring in the
You've been aging
the
beautifully
regular
in front.
military, which we're willing to
He's
do.
an
We have
amazing,
to.
actually, he's an amazing
And
speaker,
after we
a
do
great
this,
leader, and
we'll
everybody
go to another
likes him and
location, and
respects
we'll
him.
make it
That's why
safe
we're-
also. We're
with
going to
a
make
very
our
small
country very
majority,
safe. We're going to make
like
our cities
3.
very, very safe.
We had a
Chicago's
time
a
when we
mess.
were
You have an
one.
incompetent mayor,
Remember? We said
grossly incompetent.
we're one heart
And
attack
we'll
away
straighten
from
that one out
losing
probably
lives.
next. That'll be
And
our
we
next
won
one
a couple
after
of seats
this.
and a couple of other. Now we
And
have
it won't even
7,
be tough.
maybe.
And the
Maybe
people in
lucky,
Chicago,
7.
Mr.
But,
Vice
we win
President,
with- nobody's
are
ever
screaming
done- I don't
for
think
us to
anybody's
come.
ever done this
They're
before,
wearing
to
red
win with
hats,
those
just
small-
like this one.
We had a little
But
help
they're
from
wearing
Tom
red
to
hats.
Red and a lot of other
African
people.
American ladies,
I want to
beautiful ladies, are saying, "Please, President Trump, come to Chicago."
Fantastic. You have done a great
Please.
job, Howard.
I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something
We've got
happen.
trade
So I think
deals coming out
Chicago
of
will
our
be our
ears,
next,
right?
and then we'll
We
help
got so many trade
with
deals, they're all calling.
New York.
So
We're
many,
going to help
and I
with.
really mean this.
And I think really, I think
It's
a lot
like,
of, and a
how
lot
do
of
you
these
deal with
people
so
that
many?
you see on television,
But, I always say, well,
they're
we send out
including the
paper,
people in
that
this
was a deal.
audience. They'll
They
say
don't
bad
wanna
things
do
about me,
fake news doesn't
and then
wanna
they'll
do
say,
that.
"Thank
When I
God
send
he's
out the
here,"
paper, you
because
can pay
half of them
35
got
or
mugged,
40% tariff.
and they don't want to get
That's a
mugged
deal.
again. But
Then
they're,
they'll call
they
and
work
see
for
if they can make a
lateral,
little bit
they
different
work for
kinds of
stupid
deal, like
people
opening up
that
their
are
country
radical
to
left,
trade in some cases.
and they're made to
They've
do
never been
things and say
open, but
things that they don't
we're
want to be
doing well.
saying.
We have a couple
But
of
the
big
people
ones
right
to
here are
announce
all
pretty
happy
soon,
because you're
yeah?
not going to
Could
be
almost do
mugged
it today.
in
Maybe
Washington,
we'll see
D.C.
it.
anymore.
Maybe later on we'll do it.
I just want to say, Johnny's been
Senator
my friend for a long
Bernie
time. He's an
Moreno,
incredible guy,
great
and
victory.
we will
Bernie
lay out
had
the
great
red carpet.
victory.
Andrew, you're going to be
great victory.
fantastic. Rick is going to be
That was
everything
one
Rick
of the
ever
truly
touched.
tough
is-
races. A lot of
has
people
always worked out, and he's
weren't
working
sure
with me on the
anybody
Kennedy
could win
Center.
a seat, and you wanted
And
it
his very good friend
easy
was an
fashion,
actor on Broadway
right?
for 5
We wanted
years,
together
right? And,
when you think about it.
I assume
But
he's
you wanted
helping
it
us a
easy
little bit,
fashion.
right?
Did a great job.
And
Great
Andrew,
guy.
you're all
House
excited about it?
Majority
Absolutely.
whip.
This
This
is
is
like
a
to
great
say
leader,
something?
Tom.
This is a great opportunity,
Great
Mr. President, to show
politician
off
and leader.
the first 250
Really
years of the
good.
United States of America, the greatness
And I
then
like
the
his
hope
wife
and
even
promise
better.
of the
His
next
wife is,
250 years. When you think this
she's
World
the
Cup
boss, but
is going to be
she's-
over
you
our
are married to a
250th
fantastic
birthday,
woman, huh?
Mr. President,
And,
your
he
leadership,
knows that, and he
obviously,
likes hearing
with
it.
FIFA
Some people don't,
leading
you
the
know,
way,
they
this
say,
is
"Sir,
the largest
could
sporting
you please
event
stop saying that
in
wife
the
is
history
better
of the
than me,
world
sir.
under the Trump
Those are guys that don't
administration.
usually
So
end
very
up with a
excited.
good marriage.
I just want to say one thing. Andrew Giuliani said his father is Rudy, the greatest mayor in the history of New
really are
York.
fantastic.
I think by
leader,
far.
Representative.
He took a
Representatives Troy
ravaged city, a
Downing,
city that was
French
really
Hill,
under
where's
siege.
French Hill?
Probably
Where's
most people thought it was
You
going
have
to
been
survive. He
so
turned it around. He was a great, great mayor. And then they
I spoke to him a
treated
little
very,
late
very
when he was
unfairly.
walking down the hall.
You
I
go
said,
back
French.
and tell
He
your
said,
father
"I'm there,
all of the
sir.
things
You
that
were
have come
great,
out
great,
over the last couple
great
of
guy.
months through
Everyone
Tulsi and
respects you,
through
French, you know that.
all of the people.
Bill
Cash,
Heisinger,
everybody.
Bill, thank you very much.
They've proven your
Thank
father
you very much.
100% correct. His father was treated so unfairly.
Dan
Your father has
Muser, I
been
thought he was going to become the next
100%
governor of
correct.
Pennsylvania, but he
tell
likes
him we all
Congress
love him.
better, I guess.
Okay?
Huh?
Thank you, Mr.
He's
President.
been amazing.
But I think
What
you're
he had to go
terrific,
through
and, you know, I would
was
always be
very,
behind
very
you.
unfair.
That I can tell you.
Nasty.
Tim Moore?
These are bad people. Mr. Vice
Tim,
President,
thank
would you
you,
like to
Tim.
say something?
Well, sure, Mr. President. Thank you, and thanks to Johnny for being here. We're very thrilled about the World Cup. Just to echo something the President said about crime in Washington, D.C., this is the national capital of the greatest nation in the world. And we had murder rates just a few weeks ago that rivaled some of the worst third world cities anywhere, even in very, very poor regions of the world. Why did we accept that? Why did we allow it to happen? We allowed it to happen because we had broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately sitting behind the resolute desk. What we have shown in just under 2 weeks of taking law enforcement seriously is that the American people can have their streets back if their leadership is willing to put in the time and the resources. Mr. President, you've shown in Washington, D.C. that we can have safe streets again. We've just got to have the political willpower to focus on the bad guys and to give the American people back their communities. We are focused on doing that thanks to the President's leadership.
Thank you. And that's a really very small percentage. It's 2%, 3%, but that 2% and 3% wreaks just havoc throughout a community. People are petrified. And I know there's a couple of the women in the back are shaking their head. Yes, yes, yes. I won't report who you are because you'll end up losing your jobs. But it's true. It's amazing. And the police, and you look at the D.C. National Guard. I saw pictures of them last night getting off vans and all, and I saw some bad ones running, but they're not running so much anymore. They're not there. They're just not even. They're not even trying. You're totally safe. Now there'll be something happening sometime. I don't know. Maybe it won't be for a long time. Great job. Thank you.
This was every night would get reports of people being
involved in it.
There's one woman on television last night. She had a badly busted up nose. And she's like our streets the way they used to be. And she thinks it's going to happen like by doing nothing.
With a lot of other people
and they say, what happened to your nose? She got slugged by a guy walking down the street, slugged. Her nose will never be the same, I guarantee you, unless it takes a pretty good turn. She wasn't really for us. She sort of said, well, maybe something has to happen before this happened to me. She got whacked.
You've been incredible.
And I don't think she'll ever be the same. She almost became, she was a half a Trump fan. A woman that would have never been a Trump fan. But she was hit hard. It's not going to happen anymore. Not going to happen anymore. But then we're going to beautify the city too. That's where I was today at Kennedy Center. We're going to beautify the city. Like it has, and we're working with Clark Construction, the biggest construction company in Chicago,
and Ambassador Ken,
and in Chicago and Washington.
Thank you, Ken. Great job, Ken.
The head of Clark is great. He's all over the world.
I also want to recognize some of the countless industry leaders here today, including
the biggest work.
Brian Armstrong of Coinbase.
They've been doing a fantastic job. So
done a good job.
You're going to have a fantastic, clean, beautiful place. It's going to be better than it ever was before. Literally better than it ever was before. We'll get it done very quickly. And I want to thank Clark because they're doing a lot of work in a lot of different locations.
It's a big day.
They've been fantastic for getting us the right contractors and the people that can really do the job right. And Johnny, did you want to say something?
Yes, one more thing, because as you rightly say, with security and beautifying cities and the whole country,
Visa, that's a good company.
To come and enjoy and have fun, and that's why
Chris
this is not just the most iconic trophy in the world of sport. But we start
what happened to your location,
on the 10th
Chris?
of September.
You're always a front row guy. You're just being nice today, I think. How's Rumble doing?
And we have the first ticket here for the final.
Rumble's doing good. That means
for you.
Is doing good. Wow. That's great. You're doing a great job.
Of course, row 1, seed 1 is ticket number 45, 47.
Vlad, Robin Hood.
And it's for the final in New York, New Jersey.
Thank you.
So you have your ticket already for the final.
Tyler,
all the others,
Cameron,
10th of September,
Winklevoss.
Start getting your tickets.
That's smart, handsome guy. They got the whole package.
Fans will enjoy the
They're a Gemini, but they have the whole package. They have a lot of things, actually. But Gemini's just the one for today, right?
Yeah, Mr. President, millions of people will come to this country, and we'll make sure they get their travel documents, their visas, that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy this sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the world. And sir, you're reminding me of something that my dad used to say all the time when I was growing up. He would say, Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you.
Great to be with you.
And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capital, you're bringing respect. mocked
to the
and
city.
dismissed
And people
and
will
counted
respect our
out.
country
You were
more
counted
because
out
it's safe,
as
it's
little as a
clean,
year
it's
and a half
beautiful.
ago.
And what you're
But
doing
this
is
signing is a
transforming this
massive
nation
validation,
by making
and
sure that
even
our
before
laws
the
are
signing
upheld.
over the
And
last
millions of people are going to
year
come
and a
and be
half, I
able
think
to
your
enjoy
stuff
it
has
next
gone up
year,
more
and I'm
than any
excited about
stock,
that.
or
Thank
just
you for
about
doing
more.
that.
Well, our country is respected again.
Pretty good, I will say. But
And
you
a year ago, we had a
certainly
dead
as an
country. I'm
industry
telling you,
gone
it
up
was a
more than
dead country. It
anybody.
was a country
Nobody's
that
gained the
had
respect
lost
in
its
such a short
way.
period of time.
It was a country that was
But
going
the
to fail.
signing is a massive
Look even
validation
today where
of
they
your
say
hard
$4
work
trillion
and your
in
pioneering
reductions
spirit and your
of deficits.
ability to
And
never give up.
This was totally
Because a lot of
unexpected.
people would have given up.
I mean,
2
I don't
3
know where
years
they've
ago.
been.
So I
People
want to
that do
thank
this
you
stuff,
for
but
contributing
it's
to
terrible.
the
I want to thank Christy for
incredible
another reason. I
strength
said
of
to her 2
America.
weeks ago,
This is
I said,
going to make
Christy,
it
do me a
stronger,
favor.
and
I
congratulations
built hundreds
on
of
this
miles
incredible
of
achievement.
wall. I
You've
built
made
the
our
same
dollar
wall
look
that
really
the Border
good and
Patrol
strong and
asked me to
powerful. It's
build.
good for the
It
dollar,
wasn't
and
my
it's good
first
for the
choice. I
country.
wanted to do
And
concrete
that's why I
plank
back
and
you in
everything
an early
nice.
stage,
You
and I
wouldn't have
also
been
did
able
it
to
for
see
the
through
votes,
it.
'cause you did
So I
come
had
out
Border
and vote
Patrol
all the
there,
time.
and they tested everything else.
And they
we gave
changed
them
tune, you
steel
know,
wall, high
Biden's
grade
team, they
steel, very
changed
hard to
tune
cut.
right in the middle of
Then we
the
gave
campaign.
inside
All of a
that
sudden
is
they loved you
9,000
guys.
pound concrete,
They
which is a
dropped
very
all
tough concrete.
charges.
Inside
They
that
have I got
is
you guys
rebar,
out
a
of so
big
much
fat
trouble.
piece of rebar.
And you know
So you
what?
have
I
all
don't think
different
anybody voted
materials
for
that are
it,
very
because
hard
I
to cut.
remember-
And you need
you
different
remember they
instruments
were
to
very-
cut
they
each
treated
one.
you very unfairly,
And
actually. So
I said, Kristen,
it's
we
a
got to
great
get a
honor
coat
that
of paint
we
on
were
it.
involved,
And I didn't know
and
she
it
was
was. It was a
listening.
tremendous
But I
amount
said,
of
we got to
support
get
that
a
we got
coat
at
of
the
paint,
polls. We want-
and it should be black.
Think of it, we want
Because
every
black
swing
makes the
state,
steel
we
very
won by
hot.
millions of votes,
It's
we won the
untouchable. You
popular
could
vote,
fry an
we
egg
won the
on it.
districts by
And if you got a good black
2,000
flat paint, it would look beautiful.
750. Think of
It
that.
will preserve it from rust.
505.
And that was it. And I gave it to her
Different
along with
districts, too, by the
30
way.
other
Every
things. And she's
once
done
in a
such
while
a
that
good
number
job
can
on the border
change,
with
but
Tom
it doesn't
Homan and the
change very
group.
much.
Tom
The map
Homan's
was
a
almost totally
fantastic
red,
guy,
and you
what the
guys
job he
were
does,
with us right from
and
the
the way they
beginning,
work
exactly
together.
1
So
year ago.
I
This
turned on
month,
last night and I
many
see
of you
Christie's
were with
painting
me
the
in
wall.
Nashville, Tennessee. Do you remember
And it
that
looked
day,
beautiful,
right?
by the way, when that
It was a
paint went
big
over
day
there.
in Nashville, Tennessee.
It's hot.
When we became,
It's
and I
hot. If it's
became
white,
the
it's
first
not hot.
presidential
If it's black,
candidate ever
it's
to
going to be very
address
hard
the
to climb that
Bitcoin
sucker. It's
conference.
not going
And
to be
at
easy.
this time,
But
at
it's
that time,
black.
crypto
and a high
builders and
quality black, you know,
founders were
it really
under
looked good.
relentless
Is that going to be a
assault
two-coat
by
job
the
or
Biden
one coat?
administration, which
One
was
coat.
trying to crush your industry and
Yep.
crush you
The
as
two-coat
people
will
and
take
go
place
after
in
your
3 years
families.
from now.
They
We'll do
were
the
a
second
vicious group of
coat.
people.
But it looks beautiful.
You know,
But
people
thank you
don't
very
realize
much. I
that
didn't
they
know you
were
were listening
vicious,
to that. We talked
incompetent,
about 7
vicious.
different subjects, and all of a
Joe
sudden I
was
see
an
her out there
incompetent guy,
painting
but
with
he
a
was
lot of
always
painters
known
and
as a
everything else.
vicious
But it
guy.
was a
I guess
beautiful
if
thing
you're
to
going to be
say.
in that, you probably
Would you
are,
like to
if
say
they're
something? You've been such a
incompetent
big
is
part
better,
of this,
right?
please.
Because you don't want to have a
Mr.
vicious
President,
guy
we're
that's
delighted to be here
competent.
today for this announcement,
If
but
you
we're
did, I
also
wouldn't be
looking forward to
standing
having
here
it with the
today,
final.
right?
Oh, yes.
On July
But I
19th,
pledged that
in
we
New York.
would bring back
We're gonna be
American
there.
liberty
A
and
lot of people
leadership
are gonna
and
be
make
there.
the United States the crypto capital
I'd
of
like
the
to
world,
thank
and
you
that's
all.
what we've done.
Do you have any
And
questions on
under
FIFA,
the Trump
first of all?
administration, this is only going further. You're going to do really well.
Will you have a part to
I'm so
play
proud of
on
what you've
December
done in the
5th?
last couple of
I
years,
might
and
play.
very important. I
I see the money that these soccer
and I
you
got
know,
the
so- we
greatest
call it
applause
soccer
of the whole
I see the money
campaign.
that these soccer
We
players are
fired
making.
Joe
I may
Biden's
try and play. I'm a
SEC
very good
chair,
athlete.
Gary Gensler.
My
We
son is a
fired
very good athlete. And he's a good soccer player. He's on the tall side for soccer. He's 6'9". That's pretty tall. It's on the tall side. It's on the tall side, but he's good. But no, I may I may put on shorts. I'm extremely good in shorts and join the play. No, it's going to be a lot of fun.
I remember I was making a speech, and, it was just a line in a speech.
To attend the event are concerned about the visa situation. Can you reassure them?
Yeah, they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very, very easy, and other countries are going to be obviously a little bit more difficult. Would you like to explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a process set up that we'll be implementing on getting visas approved. Everybody will be thoroughly vetted, but they'll be welcome to this country. It'll happen quickly, and we're excited for them to come. So I would hope that around the world people know that the United States is excited to bring their family here to enjoy this event.
America welcomes the world.
Yes.
And I can read it from the collaboration that we have.
And Paul, the crypto guys, they said
everybody sent a picture from somebody that wants to be there very badly.
They all wanted Paul for the position.
He's been very respectful of me and of our country, but not so respectful of others.
They actually said, we don't care. We just think he's
sign this for him, but I was sent one, and
they have somebody that you're really a champion of the street, and you're a champion of the country. You can
who I believe will be coming, depending on what happens.
I watched
He
it
may
about
be
2
coming and
o'clock
he
in
may
the
not,
morning.
depending on what happens. We have a lot of things happening over
I don't know how
the
many
next
people
couple of
are
weeks.
watching.
But I
Don't
thought
worry,
it
you
was a
were on
nice
prime
picture
time too, but they
of
happen
him.
to have a little rerun. I don't want
Okay,
to
of me,
embarrass
but
you,
nice of him.
but
So that was very
fantastic
nice
job,
that
really.
it was
You
sent
were
to me.
absolutely
Okay.
so perfect. Congratulations.
On that subject, have you
And
talked to
Paul is
Vladimir
here today
Putin about the
among
fact that
the,
yesterday a
commissioners,
big U.S.
various,
factory was hit in a
commissioners,
Russian
including
airstrike in
Hester
Ukraine?
Pierce
What's your
and
reaction
Mark
to that?
I'm not happy about it.
Hester
And I'm not
and
happy
Mark
about
Ewing.
anything having to do with that
Thank
war.
you, Hester.
I settled 7 wars, and actually, if you think
Thank
about
you
3
very
wars,
much, and
add
thank you,
3
Mark,
more, so it would be
wherever
10.
you may be. Is Mark
I thought this would
stand
be
up, Mark. I didn't.
in the middle of the
Good.
pack.
Thank you.
In
Good
terms
job.
of difficulty. No, I'm not happy about anything
I'm
about
glad
that
I gave
war.
you a second crack. You
Nothing.
didn't hear
Not
because of
happy at
the
all. We'll see what
thunderous
happens.
applause for
I think
Hester.
over the next 2 weeks we're going to
But
find
thank
out
you.
which
I
way
heard
it's going to
tremendous
go.
things about both of you. Thank
And,
you very much. My first week in office, I also
better be
established
very happy.
the first ever
How long are you willing to
digital
wait, Mr.
very good call
digital
with
assets.
Prime Minister
And
Carney of
we have an
Canada
executive
yesterday morning.
director,
Yes.
Wisbo Hines.
Actually,
Bo
Canada
Hines.
is taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs. Yeah. He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought
And
was
Bo
nice.
is a great
And we're going to have
football
another
player,
call
right?
soon.
Bo
Yeah, we
is
had a
a
very
great
good call.
football
Getting
player, one
closer
of the better
towards
players
Well, I
in
like
college
him.
football,
I like
so
him. You know, look,
I know you from that also.
I'm fighting for the
Who would
United
think that I know
States.
that? I don't
Canada and
think
Mexico
Bo.
have taken a lot of our business
But
over
he
the
was
years, over 25,
champion
30
player.
years.
Stop
Especially
the
during the Biden
weaponization
years.
of
They took a
government
lot of
against
our business,
crypto and
and
Bitcoin,
it's
and we
basically
ended
all
the
coming
lawless
back into the
operation
United
Choke
States now.
Point
We're hot as a pistol, and it's
2.0.
coming
That was
back
a
in
bad
because of
operation.
tariffs and the
And I kept
incentives
my
we give. It's coming
promises
back.
to the community and granted
it's
a full
impossible, I think,
presidential
for
pardon
another
to
country to stop
Ross
it. And
Ulbricht.
we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada.
And
I like
you have no
Barney a
idea
lot.
how
I think
important
he's
that
a
name
good-
became. It was
good
like a
person.
symbol, and his mother
And
was
we had a very good
unbelievable. His
talk
mother
yesterday,
was
so
an
I think it'll
unbelievable
be good.
woman.
Mr. President, I have a question about
important
the
to
search
certain
of Ambassador
people.
Bolton's home.
And in
The
the
Vice
truly
President recently
momentous
just did an
act
interview
last
saying
March,
that
I
it's
signed
about
an
classified
executive order
documents, but that there's
establishing
also
the US
broad
Strategic
concern
Bitcoin Reserve,
about him. What
as well
are
as
the
the
concerns
Well, I
that you
haven't
have?
spoken to
digital
Pam and the group
asset
yet, but
stockpile.
I will be.
And that's all signed
I
up.
saw that
And with
just like
today's
everybody
signing,
else.
we're
I try and
pushing
stay
even
out of that
further
stuff.
into
I'm
the
allowed to be, and
exciting
I'm
new
chief
frontier.
law enforcement
Just as I
officer, believe it
promised
or not.
last year, the
I don't like
Genius
to go around
Act
saying
creates
that,
a
but I
clear
am.
and
It's a
simple
position.
regulatory framework
But
to
I
establish
purposely
and
don't want to really
unleash
get
the
involved in it. I'm not a fan
immense
of John
promise
Bolton. I
of
thought he was a sleaze bag,
dollar-backed
actually.
stable
And
coins.
he's
This could
suffers
be
major
perhaps
Trump
the
derangement
greatest
syndrome, but so do a lot of people, and
revolution
they're
in
not being
technology since the
affected
birth of
by
the
anything we
internet
do.
itself. A lot of
I don't
people
know
are
anything
saying
about
that.
it.
I don't
I
know.
saw
What do
it,
you
just
guys
saw
think?
that. I'll
Yes?
find out about it.
If you
But,
say yes,
if
I'm
you
saying
believe
yes.
the news, which I do,
I think
I
it's
guess
great
his
that you're
house was
involved, I
raided
will
today,
tell
but
you.
my house
Many
was raided
Americans
also.
are unaware
Paul
of
Mar-a-Lago.
behind the
They went
scenes,
through
the
everything they could,
technical
including
backbone of the
my young
financial
son's
system
room and
is
my wife's
decades out
area.
of date,
They
many,
went
many
through her
years out of
drawers,
date.
as the
You know
expression
that
goes.
Paul and others are
They
straightening
went
it
through
out. The
everything
payments
you can imagine.
and money transfers are
And when she
costly
came
and
back,
take
she looked,
days
she
or
said,
even weeks to
she's
clear.
very neat.
Under
you know,
this
she's
bill, the
meticulous,
entire
and she
ancient system will
looked,
be
she said,
eligible
"Whoa,
for a 21st
this wasn't-
century
this wasn't the way
upgrade
that she had it."
using the
So,
state-of-the-art
you know,
crypto
so I know the feeling.
technology.
It's not a good
Who would have
feeling.
thought
Thank
we
you.
would have been saying
Mr.
that
President,
2 years after
how long will you
I really
give
met you for the first
Putin
time?
A couple of
The
weeks, we're gonna
Genius
figure it
Act
out.
provides banks,
you think you'll
businesses,
have
and
to intervene
financial
at some point?
institutions
Look,
a
it takes two
framework
to
for
tango,
issuing
you understand.
crypto
I
assets
wanted to have a
back
meeting with
one
those
for
two.
one
I could have
with
been at the
real
meeting,
U.S.
but a
dollars,
lot of people
treasury
think
bills,
that
and other cash equivalents.
nothing's
It's
going to
really
come out of that meeting. You have to be
strengthening the
there.
dollar
Maybe
and,
that's true, maybe it's not.
giving the
But we're
dollar
going to see.
great
In the meantime,
prominence.
people
And,
continue
you know,
to die.
This little group called BRICS,
But I
fading
solved
out fast. But
7
BRICS
of them
is,
where they were
wanted
in
to
wars
try
for
and take over
31,
the dollar, the
35, and
dominance of the
37 years.
dollar.
We had 3 of them
The
that were
standard
for
of
more
the
than 30
dollar.
years
I said
dead, and I
anybody
got them
that's in
solved.
the BRICS
And
consortium
we
of
solved
nations,
one
we're
that
going to
could have been a
tariff you
nuclear war
10%.
with India
And
and
they had a meeting
Pakistan.
the
It was getting
following
ready
day
to
and
be a
almost
nuclear
nobody
war. I
showed
solved
up.
them all.
They said,
And
we
this
didn't want
one,
to, they didn't want to be
I thought
tariffed.
we would have had it done by now, but it's more different. There's a lot of anger, a lot of hatred.
If we
There's
have
a
a smart
tremendous amount
president,
of
you're never
hatred
going to let the
there.
dollar slide. If
But
you
we'll
have a
see what
dummy,
happens. I think in 2
that
weeks
could
we'll
happen.
know
Like the last one,
which way
if you ever
I'm
asked him
going.
about the dollar
Because I'm going to go
slide,
one
he
way or
would
the
have no
other.
idea.
And they'll
But
learn which
we
way
can't
I'm
let that
going.
ever
Mr. President.
If I got 2
Consumers,
questions,
vendors,
one
and
on
people all
FIFA, the
over
other one on
world
DC.
will then be able to use those stable
Let's talk, can you
coins
talk about
for
the economic
low-cost
impact that
transactions
FIFA will have in
that
these
are
cities,
cleared
and what's your
and settled
message
in
to
a
the
matter of
mayors
seconds
to
rather
get their
than
cities
weeks and
prepared,
months.
not only the beautification
And
process, but also
that's
the
really an
safety
amazing
aspect?
thing.
Well, Los
With
Angeles
privacy,
is an example.
flexibility,
You know,
and
it's poorly run. We have a
decentralization
mayor
of
there that
cash.
can't even get
This
permits to the
revolution
people that
has
lost
the
their houses.
potential to supercharge
Lee
American
Zeldin got
economic growth
every
and empower
permit. The
billions
hardest
of people
permit is the federal
to save
permit
and transfer
within 20 days,
US
every single
dollars.
permit
It's
was there
really
for the
all
people to
backed
build their
by the
houses.
dollars. It's
But
really
people are
a great
writing
thing.
us
A
and
lot
they're
of-
saying they won't
we
give
had
us
a lot of
the
Democrat
mayor
support. I have to tell
is
you that. I was
incompetent. The
shocked
governor's
anytime we get
incompetent.
one
You know,
Dem- but
I
we
know
had
Gavin very well.
a
He's an
tremendous
incompetent
amount
guy
of, Democrat
with a good line of
support, which,
bullshit, and he doesn't
we
get the job
appreciate it,
done.
which just shows
And frankly,
you're doing the right
those
thing.
people want to build their houses.
This will
It's
increase
terrible. They
demand
could
for
have been
U.S.
built. Some of
treasuries,
them
lower
could have
interest
been built
rates, and
already.
secure the dollar's
But think of it, the federal
status as the
government has
world's
the most
reserve
complex
currency for generations
part.
to come.
It's the most
The reserve
complex
currency is so
environmental
important. You know, if
thing
we
to
lost
do.
that, that would be like
We got
losing
it.
a world war.
Everybody
We
had
can
it within
never
30
let
days.
anyone play games with
And
us, and that's
they're
why
not even close
when
to
I heard
getting
about
their
this group
permits.
from
And now they're
BRICS,
talking about
6
taking
countries
some of those
basically,
sites and building low-income
they hit
housing
very
on them.
hard.
These are high-end neighborhoods.
And,
I'm all for low-income housing.
they
I
have
built a lot of
formed-
low-income
if they ever
housing. I know
really
all about
formed in a meaningful way.
236. I know
it
every
will
program that
end
there is
very
in the
quickly,
government.
I
I
will
used
tell
every
you
one
that
of them.
they
I know
won't-
more about
they won't
low-income
be gone
housing
very
than
long. I don't think they'll
probably
even do
almost
it.
anybody.
They're
And it's
they're
great. It's
virtually
fine.
afraid to
It's
meet.
wonderful. But
I also
you don't
remain
build it
fully committed to
in
my
Pacific
pledge never
Palisades.
to allow
You
the
don't build
creation
it
of a
there. And
central
you don't build
bank
it in the other
digital
areas that
currency in
burned down.
America.
So
It won't
they're talking
happen.
about putting up
But
low-income
first-
housing. And you talk about riots. They're going to have riots if that happens because you're taking the people's property. They want to build their houses and they're unable
And the
to
other
get
night,
permits
I
from the
will
mayor
say,
and from
with
the
some of the
governor.
congressmen and women,
And that's a terrible
they
thing.
wanted that so
But-
badly.
and
That
let me
was
tell you,
so
if I
important
didn't
to
send
them.
in the
You know,
troops
I was impressed that they
in
knew what
Los
the hell it
Angeles,
was, to be honest with you.
Johnny wouldn't be in
Please,
Los
sir,
Angeles. You wouldn't be
please,
having your
central
World
bank
Cup
digital
there.
currency,
I sent
we
in the
have to
troops
make
and we
sure
kept it.
that-
And even the police
And I'm saying,
commissioner,
what do you know about that?
the
It's
sheriff
amazing
and the
the
police
knowledge
commissioner, they
that
all
people
said the
gained
same
all
thing.
of a
They
sudden.
said,
We had a lot of
we could
problems
have
with
never
some of
handled
them.
what was
I
happening.
said,
You
we've
saw
already
that.
got it
You were
from
there.
the Fed.
He said we could have
Right,
never
from
handled what
Commerce,
was happening. And then you
and
hear
from
Gavin
an
Newsom,
executive
after it's all
You
well,
don't need it.
yeah,
of
Newsom
course,
get up and
sir,
said,
we
we
have
could
to
have
get
done
it.
this for ourselves. No, they
Yes,
couldn't have.
yeah,
And if they could have, I wouldn't have
but,
taken the chance either.
They knew their subject.
Okay, the second
and,
question is on crime prevention. Would you be open to expanding the national concealed carry to apply to D.C. like it does in other states like
in the
Texas?
United States?
Well,
and
they
very
have it
soon I
in
look
some
forward to
states and they
signing
feel strongly about
legislation
it.
that will codify
As you know, I'm in favor
and ban
of it.
make it a permanent
People have to
law,
protect
put it in
themselves. I'm a
permanence.
Second Amendment
I'm
person.
also
Very
committed to
simply.
signing
People have to
landmark
be able to
crypto
protect
market structure
themselves.
legislation this
Especially
year
like
to
in
grow the
Washington, you walk
industry.
down the street, a
We're gonna
guy
be
comes up
growing it
and
even
slugs you. He's got
more
a,
than people
he's
ever
got a
thought.
pistol in
It's a
his
really
hand.
hot
You can be
industry.
tough, you can be in
And,
great shape, you
for
can
a
be a
little
powerful
while, 2 nights
person.
ago, we were.
Or you could be a guy that weighs 100 pounds with a gun in your hand. And I'll bet on the guy with a gun 100% of the time, right?
9
And
short.
so you need protection. So
9
I'm a
short at
Second
3 in the
Amendment
morning.
person all the way. Yeah, please.
President Trump, you said this morning that you were
4
working
short
with Congress
at
to get $2 billion
3:30
to
in the
help clean
morning.
up DC. Have you had
And
any
we were
conversations
in
with
good
Mike
shape
Johnson
at
and
4
John
o'clock in
Thune
the
about
morning,
where they're
right?
going to get that money from?
But the
which
people
money?
and few
You
people
said this morning that you're going to get $2 billion in Congress to help clean up
Yeah,
DC.
I've spoken to Mike Johnson. I've spoken
Some
to
of the people here today.
John Thune,
You have been
Senate,
unbelievable.
House.
It's
And
our White
I think
House
it's gonna be very
AI
easy to
and
get.
crypto czar
It's,
David Sachs, who has
it's gonna
done
be
such
not a lot
great
of money.
job.
I wouldn't even know where to spend the number that you mentioned, but it's going to be money to beautify the city. They're ready.
And I did his.
Everybody wants to
I
say
did his.
DC.
He had
In
a-
one way,
he
it's
has
the
a show now.
easiest.
He's become a showman.
The
A couple of
violence
years
was
ago,
more than
that's
any
probably
other
2
city in
years
the
ago
country,
now in San
actually, by far.
Francisco. And I did
It
his
may
show.
have been more than any
And
other
I
city in
heard
the
he's a very
world, if
smart
you could
guy,
think.
and we had a great
We
show.
looked
You
at some of
kept
the
it
worst
going a lot
cities in the
longer,
world, it
and
was
we got-
worse. And that's
he
why
said, "Still your
it
highest rated
angers
every
me
show."
to
Oh,
see
he knows what
the
to
mayor
say.
saying about
He
how
knows
they
what
have
to
it on the side. Not on the
He
side,
had
it
a
was worse
rating
than
of
ever.
he had millions and millions
Yeah, we have
of
no
people.
problem
He
getting
said,
that
"What's
money. That
going
money
on?"
will come out of
But we
Congress. I think it'll be even bipartisan. I mean, I would imagine Democrats would vote for that one.
Is the plan to get it before the September 30 spending deadline?
Well, I don't know if there is a deadline, because if I declare a national emergency, which this was, that ends the deadline.
Me too, you know, it's like.
So, I mean, I keep saying about a 30-day deadline, of which we have 22 days left or something, but if I think we're in great shape here, that's one thing, but if I don't, I'm going to just say it's a national emergency, and if I have a national emergency, I can keep the troops there as long as I want. And people are not going to want to have the troops there. In 30 days, it's one thing to get them out, it's another thing to keep them out for a long period of time.
1,000 IBMs.
You've got to train people, you can't do this, you can't bop people over the head.
So it's hard to
and
go
a lot
back
of those
to a
people are in
brokerage
courts
firm.
right now, going to court, they're going to go to jail for a long time.
$79,000 commission.
So that's going to take
Stay
more
on the
than
side,
30
right?
days. But if I have to, I'll declare a national emergency.
But I want to ask
Which
David,
I
so
don't think
David's
I'll
been
have to do.
fantastic. He's
Mr.
done an
President,
incredible job. And I'd like to ask David to come
Yeah, I
up.
think
so
I'll
if you
know.
would.
I think
Thank
I'll
you.
know the attitude of Russia and, frankly, of Ukraine. It takes two. Well, then I'm going to make a decision
All right,
as
thank
to
you,
what
President
we do.
Trump. It's a great honor to
And
be
it's going to
here.
be
It's true that I never expected to work in government at all, and then
and that's
everything
whether or
changed
not
after
it's
President
massive
Trump came on my
sanctions
podcast.
or massive
and,
tariffs or both.
I accepted this job as crypto czar because I
Or
thought
do
it
we
was
do
a
nothing
once-in-a-lifetime
and say it's
opportunity
your
to work
fight?
for a president
Look,
who
I
really
would have
wants to
never
get
been in
things
this
done
war
for the
if I were
American people.
president.
And
We wouldn't have-
if
we wouldn't
anything,
have
that's
had
been
this
an
war. It was never
understatement. The
gonna
first
happen.
6 months of this
This was
administration has
caused by
been more successful than any
stupid
administration in
people
American history.
that
What's been
fought.
done.
And you know, people say, well, how do we know? Because for 40 years, it was never even a subject. And Vladimir
It's
knew,
just been incredible.
and
President
you
Trump
see
has
his
worked
picture right here.
at
It
tech
was nice that he
speed.
said-
We're used to
but
working fast
Vladimir
in Silicon
knew
Valley, but even
very
this is
strongly,
fast for us in Silicon Valley, the
we
speed
wouldn't
at
have
which you
stood
move
for it.
President Trump is really
It wouldn't have
incredible.
happened.
And now today,
100%
you have
wouldn't have
another
happened, but it did
historic
happen.
legislative
And
achievement
now they're losing
that is a
from 5
monumental
to
step to
7
fulfilling your
young
promise
kids.
to making the
Think
United
of it, you're
States
a
the crypto
parent, and your
capital
son
of the
is
world.
leaving. He's
This
Russian or
genius
he's
act will
Ukrainian.
unlock American dominance
And
in the
he's
crypto
leaving, and
industry
they're waving
by
goodbye.
creating clear
Nice,
rules of the
beautiful
road.
kid.
It will update archaic
Nice
payment
crew cut,
rails
all
with
said,
a
he wants to be a
revolutionary
soldier.
payment system. And it will extend
goes
U.S.
there
dollar
first week, he
dominance, like
has
you
his
said,
head blown
globally
off.
by creating a digital dollar that
And
people
he's
all
no
over the
different
world
than
can
you
use.
people,
And for
me.
every digital dollar in a
And
crypto
it
wallet,
doesn't matter
there'll be
where.
a
I mean,
traditional dollar
I
in a U.S.
solved the
bank
problem
account,
in the Congo
which
that
will
was,
create trillions of dollars demand for U.S. Treasury.
vicious.
So that is the power
Rwanda
of this
and
bill,
the
is
Congo,
U.S.
the
dollar
Republic of
dominance.
the Congo.
This is a huge promise made
And
and
they were
promise
fighting
kept
for
by
31
President
years,
Trump.
and it was
And there's just a few
machetes.
other people I'd like to thank. First,
People
my
were
family
getting
for
their
being here.
heads
Thank
chopped
you.
off. I was going on for 31 years. I got it solved. You saw it. They came to the White House. We signed an agreement. It was amazing.
And
People can't
Bo
believe we
Hines,
got
who
it done.
President Trump mentions, the director of our
I
crypto
love
council.
to
He really
stop
did the heavy
killing.
lifting here. So,
I
Bo, I
really
just want to
did.
thank you again.
People thought it would be just the opposite. Hillary Clinton said, "Oh, he'll get us
And my
into
chief
war."
of staff,
No,
Tracy
I'm getting
Johnson, as
everybody
well, who
else
also
out of
does the
wars.
heavy lifting.
Are you saying there's a real possibility then that you do nothing
And Bill Haggerty
if
and
Putin doesn't come to the table
French
for a
Hill and
ceasefire?
also the
I'll
congressmen and
see
senators
whose
who have
fault
already
it
been
is.
mentioned by
If,
President Trump, so I'll
is
save
there
the time. But it was
reasons
really been an
why?
honor to work with all of
Understand
you.
that.
This
I
was
know
really a team
exactly
effort.
what I'm
But
doing.
most of all, I want to thank
We're going to
President
see
Trump
whether
for
or not they have a
accomplishing
meeting.
what nobody thought was
See, and if they
possible.
don't,
And
why
it's true
didn't they
that
have a
just
meeting?
earlier
Because I
this
told them
week,
to
the
have a
media
meeting.
was reporting
But I'll
that
know
this
in
bill
2
was
weeks
dead.
what
This bill
what
was
I'm gonna
dead.
do.
And
Pretty
then
good
Your
idea.
the
Justice
media didn't know
Department
one
is
thing,
also
that we had a
sending
secret
some
weapon.
of the
We
Epstein
have a deal
files
maker in chief.
over to the House
And
Oversight
thanks to
Committee
President Trump,
today.
he
Are
stepped
you
in and
are you in
saved this
support
bill.
of them
And
releasing
of
all
course,
of
your
them?
vision, your leadership, your
Innocent people
determination, your
shouldn't be
skill,
hurt, but I'm
that
in
we're all
support
here
of
today.
keeping
So
it
thank
totally
you very
open.
much,
I couldn't
President
care
Trump.
less. You got a lot of people that it could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be. People, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to them and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency.
We went on to great.
And the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that
Married
stuff.
to a
But it
young
affected
gentleman
them.
named Eric. They have beautiful 2 children.
Bill
but she has
Clinton was
been
on his
since
plane
she
and went to
stepped
the
into that
island
position
supposedly
like it was
28
nothing,
times.
that
I
we
don't want to
wanted.
bring
She
that
said,
up,
Dad,
frankly.
I'd like to go home
You
right
have
now to my
Larry, whatever
beautiful
his name is,
husband and my
Summers,
son and
the head of
daughter,
Harvard,
but
who
you
was
did a
Jeffrey Epstein's
fantastic
best friend.
job, and,
Nobody ever talks
you worked
about
with a
that.
great gentleman, too.
But I
He's
don't
done
want to
a
hurt Larry
fantastic
Summers.
job.
But he was
But
best
I
friends
just,
with
wanna
Jeffrey
thank
Epstein.
you.
No, this is a Democratic
I wanted
hoax to
do
try and
it.
get
Thank you very much. Thank you.
the significance of what we've done over the past 7 months. Nobody's ever seen it.
Trump
They say it's number one in history.
I just got
What
back
we've
from
done,
Saudi
including
Arabia,
stopping 7 wars. I mean, just
went to
include
Qatar.
that.
We went
And now
to,
you look, at the stock market today. It's way up to start off with, from where I took it. And this market was going to crash if Joe Biden or Kamala were president. This market, we would have had a crash like in 1929. You're not going to have that. It's only a question of how high is it going to go. You know, I had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And despite COVID, we had the strongest economy in the history of our country. and
happy or
we're going to blow it
insulted,
away
but the
this time.
truth
I was
is
always
we
good at
were
making a lot of
in
money.
deep trouble. But they
And
said 1
whether
year
it was
ago
for
your country
myself or
was
whether
dead,
it was, I like
and
doing it
today
this
you're
way.
the hottest
I
country
like
anywhere in the
I like
world.
making it for the
We're
country. Our
hottest
country's been
country in the
ripped
world.
off by
We had a
friend
country
and
where
foe,
laughing
nations
stock
all over
with
the
the
world
borders,
ripped off,
people
and the
pouring
friends
in.
have
Can
been
you
much worse
imagine
than
last
the foes for the
month,
most part.
in the month of
And,
June, actually,
they're not ripping us
zero.
off. We just signed
Now,
a
I
deal
don't
with the
even believe
European
that,
Union.
zero,
They're paying
because you
us
have hundreds of
essentially
thousands
$950
pouring in,
billion.
and then all of a sudden it's zero.
Like a
But they have
signing
it
fee.
down
They're
at
going to buy
zero. And very
$750
liberal
billion
people
worth
take
of
that
energy. They
particular
weren't
toll. It's a
buying
liberal
much of our
group, so
energy there.
then I give it
And
a
they're very smart in doing
zero
it.
people
And
coming
you
to
know,
our border.
Ursula
Can
was
you
here
imagine that
a
from
couple of days ago having
literally
to do with the
hundreds of
people, the leaders
thousands
that
of
we had a great
millions? pouring in.
People said they've never seen
from
it
all
like
over the
it,
world.
where we
They
had the
came
leaders
from
of Europe
They came
right
from
here
all over the world.
in
They
the
came
Oval
from
Office.
prisons, jails.
And
They
she's
came
so
from
happy that she has an
mental
agreement.
institutions,
But
gang
people aren't
members. There
ripping
were
us anymore.
gangs. They came
We're
from
run
all
by,
over the place, from every
this
country.
country is
They
run
came
by
from the
smart people,
Congo
man.
and Africa.
Mr. President, in Israel,
They came from South America. A lot of came from Venezuela. They emptied their jails into our
About the
country. Can you
10%?
imagine? They allowed
Yeah, I
them
met a
empty
man, he
their
was a very
jails
nice
into our
man, and I
country,
called
they
for
let
his
them walk right
removal
into our
because
country
I
like
saw
that.
something by a man named Tom Cotton, a senator from
11,888
Arkansas, who's a great guy,
committed murder.
friend of mine,
50%
supporter of mine, big
committed
I'm a supporter of his too.
more than one
And he wrote a pretty
person.
nasty
They murdered more
story
than one
about the
person.
head of
50% of
Intel.
11,888.
And I said, well, if that's right, he should resign. And he came in,
We're
he
getting him out, and Tom
saw
Holman
me,
and
we
Christie
talked
are
for a while. I
doing
liked him a lot. I
a
thought he
great
was
job. That
very
Tom
good. I
Holman,
thought he
I'll
was
tell you,
somewhat
he's central
a
casting
victim, but
of all.
nobody's a total
And
victim,
he
I
takes
guess.
abuse, but
And
they just
I
keep
said,
fighting,
you know
and they're
what?
winning, and we're
I
winning
think
in
the
the
United
courts, and we're
States should
winning
be given
everywhere.
10% of Intel.
But we've got the hottest country
And he
in the
said,
world, and you're a big part of it.
I would
So the golden
consider
age
that.
of
I said,
America
well,
is
I'd like you
upon
to
us,
do that
and
because
with today's signing, the future of
Intel's
crypto
been left
and
behind,
crypto
as you know,
industry,
compared to,
U.S. dollar working together.
Jensen
They
and
really
some
are
of our
hand
friends,
in hand.
NVIDIA,
Is going to be stronger,
some of the
bigger,
people,
and better than ever before. And
Because
I just want to
Intel
thank
should have never been.
everybody. Some
Intel was the
tremendous
biggest,
people in this room.
most
And maybe
powerful
when I
chip
sign, I'll
company
ask some of our
in
great
the world.
senators and
And then,
congressmen to come on up. Some of
they
the
started
top
leaving.
crypto guys, please come on
And
up.
they started
because
going
you
to
guys work
foreign
very
countries,
hard
in
at this.
particular Taiwan.
And we'll sign
And if we
this
had a president who would have said, okay,
get
you
on
can
to
go
the
to
next
Taiwan, but
battle,
we're
and
going to
we'll
put a
win.
100%
We're
tariff
winning
or
all over
200
the
or
world
300
right now.
or
It's not even close.
500%
Not even
tariff.
close. And we're going to keep
Anybody
it going.
that sells
Thank you,
into the
everybody,
United
very
States
much.
today, they wouldn't have left. They would have never left, and we wouldn't have. So in the meantime, we had people that were, in some cases, good politicians that weren't good on trade. I loved that man, but he was not good on trade. I totally disagree. He allowed the car industry to be taken out of this country. We lost 50% of our car industry. But that's all coming back. It's all coming back. But if somebody would have said that with Intel, would be a giant right now. Now, with that, they've had some bad management over the years, and they got lost. And I said, I think you should pay us 10% of your company.
Pen, by the way.
And they said, yes. That's about $10 billion. So I don't get it. This comes to the United States of America.
It would really be a big
And I said, I think it would be good having the United States as your partner. He agreed. And they've agreed to do it. And I think it's a great deal for them. And I think it's a great deal. He walked in wanting to keep his job, and he ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. So we picked up $10 billion. And we do a lot of deals like that. I'll do more of them. If somebody has, like we have restrictive covenants with Jensen. We have, it's NVIDIA. And to unrestrict the covenant, nothing to do with losing our powers or military or anything, because that I wouldn't do. But there are things you can do that don't affect us, that actually help us. And if we're going to give somebody a free out, a restricted covenant, we have a strong restrictive covenant on certain industries. And I will absolutely give somebody a opening on a restrict to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way. And if I do that, I think the country should be paid, because anybody else, I have it in real estate where I'll have a deal with somebody and I'll have them restrictive covenant. And they'll come back and they'll say, I'd love to be able to build over here, but I'm not allowed to because you have me covered, you have me restricted. I say, I'll let you build over there, but pay me a lot of money. No different. But the country never did it because the country was run by foolish people.
On DC crime, you said Chicago might be next.
Chicago might be next.
Are you making, have there been concrete steps that the administration is taking to do that?
I
or what are
haven't
other cities as
I
well?
haven't spoken to the mayor. He's grossly incompetent. I haven't spoken to the mayor. No. When we're ready, we'll go in and we'll straighten out Chicago, just like we did D.C. Chicago is very dangerous, great place. I built great stuff there. I have the most beautiful building in Chicago, I think. But I hate to see what's happened to Chicago. Chicago is our greatest city, actually. Bob Tisch, a great friend of mine, passed away. He used to own the Giants and very successful Lowe's. He said Chicago, I think they had their main office in Chicago. He said Chicago and San Francisco are the two greatest cities in the world. Now you look at what the Democrats have done to San Francisco. They've destroyed it. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. And, you know, it's just different. We can clean that up, too. We'll clean that one up, too. Now, if everything works out, and we've already had calls from other cities, quiet calls from Democrats we'd love you to come here, because they've lost control of their
Like who?
cities. I'm not going to say because I don't want them to lose their elections. But we've had calls from Democrats and calls from people generally. We'd love you to come here because we'll straighten out the problem.
Mr. President, in Israel, the families of hostages in Israel, families of hostages are opposed to the reoccupying of Gaza. Why is the U.S. still
Well, not
supporting
all of them. And you have to understand, I'm the one that got all of the hostages out. You got a lot of people out. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be out. I worked with Bibi and I worked with Steve Witkoff. But if it wasn't for me, you would have all these hostages would most likely be dead right now, every one of them. So they all come up here. They come in groups of 10, 12, 13, and many of them, and I've gotten to know a lot of them. They're great people. What they had to go through is incredible. But so now they have 20, but the 20 is actually probably not 20 because a couple maybe aren't around any longer. It's a terrible thing. No, I don't like anymore. I said, you know, when you get down to 20, they're not going to make deals anymore. And they didn't. And then I put out a statement, as you know, there was a tough statement, go in and get them. And they said, we'll give you 10, we'll give you 10. I don't know what Israel's doing, but they were willing now immediately to give us another 10. The situation has to end. It's extortion and it has to end. And we'll see what happens. I actually think they're safer in many ways if you went in and you really went in fast and you did it. And people can't forget October 7th, remember that. I'm friendly with all groups. I won the Arab vote in Michigan. I did so great with the Arab vote, remember? I started off at 0, I ended up winning. I wouldn't say the candidate was the greatest, but I would have won against anybody. They're great people. But we have to do things properly. And you know, I'm very proud to say I got the hostages out. You have hundreds of people that are living now because of me. And now we have that final little group of people. And Hamas knows that if they give them, that's probably the end of their lives. So it's not easy to get. And I know if you're a parent, you just don't care. You want, I want my baby back. They want their babies back. They want their kids back. And I understand it. But I got them out and did a good job. And we're doing everything we can to get the hostages out. Thank you all very much. Yes?
So Jackson Hole, Jay Powell today said he suggested that they might cut interest rates, but they'd have to proceed.
Well, we call him too late for a reason. He should have cut him a year ago. He's too late. You know, we have a stock market that's up 1,000 points today. I better be careful because I go out there and I'll see it's down 1,000, right? But it's up 1,000 points when I came in here. We have a country that the market's the hottest it's ever been. The country is better than it's ever been. We have a military that I rebuilt largely in my first term. We had a great, successful first term, but this is going to be even better. But we rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, but relatively small compared to the overall. But I think it was the most embarrassing day and period in the history of our country that they allowed those 13 wonderful people, but it's really hundreds of people were killed. And they don't talk about the 48 that was so severely wounded with no legs, no arms, nobody ever mentions them except me. But that was the worst day, the most, it just showed how incompetent. Frankly, if that didn't happen, I really believe that you might not have had the problem with Russia. I think Putin was sitting there watching these stupid people running our country and said, this is a time to invade. It's, this is a time. And then Biden made the statement, well, he can do a small incursion. When he said that, it was off to the races, right? When he said he can do a small incursion, remember that? I was surprised he knew the word incursion. I didn't think he had that good of a vocabulary. I want to thank everybody. It's very important to me and to everybody up here, the World Cup. And Johnny has been so incredible. I mean, he's really a great leader. I mean, to think, I said, Johnny, do it by phone. You don't have to come. No, he said, I'll come. And he flew all night long to be here and listen to this about how great we're doing in D.C. But he's a fantastic leader, and this will be your most successful World Cup ever. Thank you, John.
Thank you think America will win?
Yeah, can we win it, Mr. President?
I don't know. I watch some of those teams go around. They go down that field. I don't know. But let me ask you, what chance does America have of winning?
Well, the home team always has a good chance to win. It depends
see,
how
he's
it
a
starts.
good diplomat.
No, but it has
so happy to get it, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And it's going to be the World Cup as we know it. It's the biggest, probably the biggest event in sports, I guess, Johnny, right?
Yeah.
On December 5th of this year, the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy Center, but we're not prepared to do that quite yet, maybe in a week or so. But right here in Washington, D.C., it's a tremendous honor to bring the global event and this incredible group of people and these unbelievable athletes, the best athletes in the world, to the cultural center of our nation's capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, it sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. 0 murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened, if you can believe it, how pathetic that is to have to even say it. And I'm tired of listening to these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Mayor Bowser better get her act straight or she won't be mayor very long, because we'll take it over with the federal government, run it like it's supposed to be run. The numbers were horrible. There was a crime-infested rat hole, and they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them too. And we've made a lot of progress, and it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%.